maybe that what you would consider a pro-America outlet like Real America's Voice or a pro-Trump, pro-common sense. Let's toss to SOT 8. Dana Bash on CNN. They're having some fun poking about MAGA media. Take a listen.
Let's talk about the White House press corps. Let's first listen to some of the questions that the president has gotten in his first 100 days.
You got the perfect health report. Everybody in the press wants to know this. How do you do it, Mr. President?
Well, people were asking me, Adam, you know the president. You've been around him. The guy, he's up 18 hours a day working, and that was a legitimate question, and yet the media hid the cognitive ability of Joe Biden forever.
I said 5 years ago, I was at like the last rally in Miami on the Sunday night. It was his fourth stop of the day. It was like 1 a.m. I turned around. I said, there's 5 to 10,000 people there at Miami airport. I said, there's no way he's going to lose. Lose he did, but, the shenanigans that went through there. But the Kiss Fest that happened at Bryant last week at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, patting themselves on the back, and they gave a guy, Alex Thompson, an award from Axios for bravery, for pointing out Biden's defaults, wait, I don't notice any of that. Did you, from Axios? I can give you 100 journalists from our station over to moderate to right that called out Biden for 5 years before he was even president, when he did his interviews in the basement during COVID using an excuse. So give me a break at the White House Correspondents Association, giving a guy like Alex an award.
You know, it's one of the most humbling times I've been in the briefing room is when Patty Moreland, mom of Rachel Moreland, the mother of 5 who was brutally murdered, raped, assaulted by an illegal immigrant gang member in this country. When Carolyn Leavitt had Patty Moreland in that room and she told that story to those journalists, Adam, she was shaming them. Their heads were down, looking at the floor. They know that they have been on the wrong side of this argument as far as trying to defend that Maryland man is simply just Maryland man and not an illegal alien. So I was wondering if the next day, Adam, if the press would have learned their lesson and they would have perhaps swallowed a humble pill and realized that they have been on the wrong side of this narrative. But Adam, I gave them way too much credit because the next day they continued to push out the same thing of why are we unjustifiably not giving these people due process on the way out of the country, that they had no process on the way in. They don't learn the lesson.
No, not at all. I mean, it's basically defending the indefensible. It's defending the criminals, defending everything that we stand for in American society. I thought they would get a little better this time around, but the media, the mainstream media, after we gave them a big punch, Brian, through culture, through the media. One person and his movement really beat the media, and they've gotten worse, really. I didn't think they'd get this bad, but they're hanging on to these terrible issues, and it's embarrassing. But thank God the president and the White House press office opened it up to other media outlets so people can hear the truth and good messaging like you. And some of your questions have went viral, and you've turned them into great
it's funny. It's interesting that some of the questions, obviously the question to Zelensky that went viral globally, and I've gotten tens of thousands of responses from around the world, most in favor, supporting.
You should have got a suit sponsor from that.
Yeah, I need to work on that. That's a great opportunity. But it's a question that many Americans and those in the media were asking. Like, I saw him hobbling the halls of Congress with his wounded warriors, lobbying for more money for this war. So if you're going to come to the highest office in this country, show some respect and put on a suit. I do want to throw to SOT 15. Last night, President Trump was at the University of Alabama at their commencement speech, and he was given some words of encouragement to these young graduates. Let's take a listen, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
You'll embrace this moment and you'll step forward with strength and grit, faith and patriotism to put America on a new trajectory for your children. And then you'll take your place among the greatest generations in the history of our country. I think you have a chance to be the greatest generation in the history of our country because we're turning it around and you happen to be available. You're available. It's a good time to be available. There are some times when it's not so good to be available, but this is a great time. I'm absolutely confident that the Alabama class of 2025 is up to the task.
Adam, do you agree with that? Do you think that President Trump is inspiring? We're in the golden age. Do you think the younger generation is being inspired by President Trump?
He's one thing Trump in. He's part motivational, part entertainer, part comedian, and he is the greatest marketer we've ever seen in my lifetime. And it's nice to have somebody stand out there, finally a president, talking about traditional values, believe in yourself, believe in America, you know. And we were beaten over the head for the last 6 years how bad we are. And it's a terrible nation, and look into yourself, and how, so finally this is good for America, Brian. And I think it's going to help the youth of America to be inspired again and not feel guilty about being an American.
We've got about 2 minutes left, and I want to get your thoughts on some of I would say the biggest failures in the media this last administration, whether or not it was turning a blind eye to the border or to Joe Biden's ability to walk upstairs. Where do you think the media failed the most in covering the Biden administration?
Basically, everything they did, they hit Biden's mental decline, which is not right because we're leader of a free world, leader of the nation. To have this guy, nobody calls it a day. Every day was calling it a day, which is ridiculous. The president, I see, you see Trump now, he doesn't stop from morning, noon to night, event after event. He wasn't doing events, Biden. They didn't call him out. It was nothing. It was like their faults on the border. But one thing I noticed, Brian, from the beginning, even with Obama, right? Remember Solyndra? There would be like a scandal, right? So they'd cover the scandal, but they wouldn't move it forward. What happens? But in Republicans, when we have a scandal, they move it forward. They run to the House Speaker. They run to Congressman. They keep it going. Biden, they wouldn't even talk about the scandal unless you covered, you went on Instagram or you went on some networks like ours. You didn't know from the mainstream there were scandals happening in Afghanistan, the failures of Afghanistan, the failures of COVID, the failures of his son. That was all hidden. So what the mainstream media did is they wouldn't even cover him falling downstairs. Everything you do, Brian, you know this now, that the president of the United States does, he falls, his shoe falls, is news. It's newsworthy. It's the president of the United States. They threw out the basic principles of news because they wanted to cover for Biden. They were really stenographers, and they were pretty much the White House press office all in one.
Yeah. We've got about a minute left. If someone has not tuned in to Media Exposed, Adam, let's talk about your show for a second. When can they watch it? And obviously it's right here in Real America's Voice. Give us the 411 on that.
We're right before you, Brian, on Sunday at 6 p.m., right before your show. So catch my show first and then tune into Brian's Sunday in America, where this week we're covering Biden. We cover his first 100 days, Trump's first 100 days. We're talking about that. We're talking about the border. We did talk a little bit about Michelle Obama and her cringe-worthy podcast that's coming out lately. So that and more, we got it again. And a lot more coming up about Trump and the congressional leaders and how they're being covered as well. Because there's a lot of town halls happening, and we don't know if these town halls are real, AstroTurf, paid actors. So we touch on that a lot too.
Yeah, I was at a town hall that MTG did a couple of weeks ago, and it was the Democrats are trying to disrupt the Republican town halls, which people are not paid to go. They want to go and support their representative in their district. Adam, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Once again, watch Adam's show, Media Exposed, an hour before Sunday in America on Sunday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Adam, thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. Have a good weekend.
You too. All right, coming up after the break, what in the world is going on in Texas? I thought Texas was a very conservative state. It is. But the House of Representatives, I don't know if I need to go down there and slap a few people around. Of course, I'm not advocating for violence, but maybe we can force them to do the right thing. Coming up next, Bobby Eberle joins me to talk about the state of Texas. Do not go anywhere on this Friday night. Friday night. Hope everyone's having a great evening. Grant Stinchfield will be back here next week, but until then, you have me. So buckle up, get some popcorn, let's have some fun. Coming up in a few, I love what's made in America, and I love American brands. Brands that really kind of draw in the essence of what it feels like to be an American and kind of go back when everything wasn't so complicated. We'll talk about one brand, a clothing brand, is doing just that. But let's talk about being a Texan. For the most part, I was born and raised in Texas. I consider myself first I'm a Texan, then I'm an American. Being a Texan is a good thing. It's a proud thing. We're proud to be Texans. We're also proud to be Republicans, and we're proud to be conservatives. But in the House of Representatives in Texas, things aren't looking like they should. What is the problem? Now we have all this Muslim insurgents going on across Texas, all these different mosques being built. Sharia law seems like it's about to take over. Is that really going to happen? Or is that just a lot of hype that we're seeing on social media? Joining me now is Bobby Eberle. He is a political strategist. He's a Republican, and he has a show called the 13 minute news hour. But yes, you can get an hour's worth of news, Bobby, in just 13 minutes. It's that easy, right?
I found a way to do it, man. But I appreciate being on, Brian. It's great to see you.
Yeah, good to see you again. You and I go back. I know you're a Texan. We talk about Texas politics quite a bit. What is going on in Texas right now? We'll play some sound from former Speaker Dade Phelan, and we'll talk about some of the issues. But what is the biggest issue right now? Why does it seem like the Texas House of Representatives is leaning more left than ever?
Well, right. It gets worse and worse and worse. And the thing is that Texas should be leading the way. You know, we're the biggest conservative state out there. We should be leading. We've got a great governor. We've got the state Senate that's doing the job. But I think just over the years, so many Democrats realized, hey, wow, we can't win if we don't switch over to the Republican Party. So you've got the Democrats being Democrats, and you've got Republicans being Democrats. And what it ends up doing is nothing to advance our conservative agenda. They try after each session to come back in with these flyers and say, look at all this conservative legislation we passed. Well, guess what? It's Texas. It should be conservative. You shouldn't have to put that on anything. You shouldn't have to sell the activists the base that you're doing a good job. And instead, it's liberal bill after liberal bill giving more and more power to the Democrats. We could go on and on about what's going on in Texas right now. I'll get to some of it. But yeah, in a nutshell, it is not as conservative, especially in the House, and something needs to be done.
Okay, let's listen to some piece of legislation, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Former Speaker Dade Phelan from the Beaumont area, very familiar with him. He's put something what is described as an anti-First Amendment bill. Take a listen to Salt 1, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Representative Phelan, can you identify some of the specific types of political advertising that you think would be a crime under this bill?
Well, again, if you knowingly, with the intent to publish, through broadcast political advertising, including image and audio recording or video recording of an office holder or candidate's appearance, speech, or conduct that did not occur in reality.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, it kind of sounds a little bit like pushing back on what would be considered a deep fake or fake news. I mean, what's your take on that?
My take is that these guys just don't know what they're talking about. This is like, I mean, especially when Gen Z, we're trying to reach out to Gen Z to bring the younger crowd in. They love political memes. They exist for reels and political memes and videos. And this goes after, the language is so broad that you start making fun of Dade Phelan, for example, or some of these other, you know, rhino Republicans, and you could find yourself in jail. And what's funny is that his office door right now is peppered with all sorts of political memes and photos of him that are doctored and altered. I guess he doesn't really have a mega mind head like they show on his desk, but this on his door. But that's some of the things you'll see right now if you look. But this is what's going on. I mean, there was an outrage because they tried to pass a resolution for a Planned Parenthood activist. That finally got pulled. But they are pushing DEI. They've expanded the budget. They've expanded government. They brought in a DOGE component that actually spends more money than it takes away. So it's just outrageous. And in the meantime, Republican priorities such as election integrity, those are languishing. Property tax relief, they haven't addressed that at all. Nothing is being done. Yet Democrats are being given more power, and we see the results in bill after bill after bill.
Let's toss to SOT number 2. You talked about memes. I've been told that I've got a 4-finger forehead. That's just what I've been told, Bobby. I don't know if that's true. I think it's more like 5. I don't mind making fun of myself. But
good,
listen
Brian.
to SOT 2. Well, listen to SOT 2, and let's discuss it on the other side.
I got a big forehead. I'd love for my forehead to be a little bit smaller, but that wouldn't be reality. I'd like to be 6'2". That wouldn't be reality, right? So let the voters know exactly what they're getting every time they go to the ballot box. So why anyone would want to operate in the shadows is beyond me.
I don't want to operate in the shadows.
Well, good. Vote for 366 and you won't be operating in the shadows. Put a disclosure on any mail piece you put out there that says, this is fake. I'm lying to you, voter.
But if someone makes your forehead larger than it should be, I don't think that they should be subject to jail time for that. This is an overreach.
I mean, there's been some really spicy debates on the congressional floor, and I've been witness to that. But that's some pretty good stuff there. But I do see their point. Like, should someone be, handcuffed and thrown in jail for pushing out a mail piece that might not exactly look like the real thing? Look what they've done to President Trump for the last 4 years. They have made fun of
showing,
that man in
Trump's
every
severed
which way
head and
Sunday.
things like that. But I had no idea that this is actually a forehead protection bill. That's what it seems like they're doing right there. But I tell you what, if you just do a quick search on the internet, you're going to see some exploded, extremely large head memes right there. And I had no idea that the true motivation was to protect himself from stuff like that. But again, this is just one of many misguided, misplaced bills that just spend money, they attack our freedoms, and they don't represent Texas conservative values. And that's what it's all about. We, again, are supposed to be the beacon in the United States of conservative legislation, that can-do spirit, being Texan first and then being American, as you alluded to. And in the Texas House, it's completely upside down.
Okay, we've got about a minute left, Bobby. I have seen this all over social media. The Sharia law taking over, possibly taking over Texas, all these Muslim major communities being built. What do you know about that? And am I exaggerating? Am I kind of reading too much into this? Or is that really a threat or a possibility happening in Texas?
No, I don't think you're reading too much into it at all. And we always have to be vigilant. Again, this is a country that's built on Judeo-Christian values, and we should never be afraid to promote those values, embrace those values, and celebrate those values. More and more times you're seeing holidays, Christian holidays, being set aside because of lack of inclusion. Well, this is the United States of America. We're a Christian nation. We should be proud of that. We should stand up for it, and we should fight for that. I mean, what you see on colleges and universities, it's not just in Texas. They are putting in limitations that restrict free speech, and they have a strong anti-Christian bias, and we're seeing that in Texas as well in some of these. I want us to stand strong. I want us to support our faith. I'm a theologian as well as an aerospace engineer, and it is a very important part of who we are as Americans. We should always stand up for it and never be afraid to defend it.
Bobby Eberle, host of the 13-Minute News Hour, joining us tonight. How can somebody get more information, follow you on social media?
All social media is Bobby Eberle 13, and please tune into the 13-Minute News Hour. We'll have a new show on Monday evening.
There you go. Bobby, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it.
Thanks a lot.
All right. We're keeping with the Texas theme after the break. You want to feel like you've gone back in time and you're supporting a time in our country when it was a handshake meant everything. There was no contracts. There was no slighted eye or a slighted hand. If your hand shook another man's hand, it meant something. We come back. We've got a clothing company that embodies all of that on this Friday night edition. Stinchfield Tonight. Stick around. Stinchfield Tonight. I can promise you Grant will be back next week, but until then, you have me, and I'm so glad you do, because I'm glad that you're joining us here tonight. Now, when you think about clothing companies, a lot of people, brands, and what that brand means to you, and why do you buy it? How does it make you feel? Where does the money go when you buy anything, any kind of consumer product? And I think it's important to know that when you buy a product, that the people who made it have good intentions and they represent your values. Well, my next guest, their company does just that. Katie Kemp Magby, she is the creator of Boy Heart Clothing, kind of a Texas-born, United States-born clothing company. And she joins me tonight not only to talk about what it feels like to be an American right now, especially a small business owner operating in this environment, but also what inspired you, Katie, to create this brand that is kind of a throwback to, I'm envisioning like the 1920s, 30s, 40s era with some of your stuff that I've seen. But am I right on that?
You're right. It's actually my granddad. His name was Boy Heart. He was foreman of a W ranch in West Texas. And so Bristol Palin and I are business partners in this. And we were doing real estate together and had been for years. So obviously working together every day, you get to know each other and your hearts and your values. And just, we were both so proud of our heritage and where we came from and our grandparents and parents, and just the, back in the day, like you said, where a handshake kind of sealed the deal. All you had was your name and so much integrity behind that name. And we're raising kids in this world right now that we want to point back to that, we can bring that back around and at least continue to instill that in some of the younger generation,
Now, as far as your business model goes and the amount of time that you've been out in the marketplace, are you meeting your expectations? Are you seeing that your customers and the people you're selling it to, are they understanding the brand and the feeling that you guys are selling?
Absolutely. We're very faith-based as well. So I feel like if you follow us on social media, our posts reflect that. Bristol and I were just talking the other day, when orders are coming in and we're seeing these names that order time and time again, it just means so much to us. And I know for us as individuals, it's important to us for the companies of who we support. So we just feel really blessed and love to see that in return in our brand. And we feel like our message is coming across it. And that's why they continue to come back and support us.
Let's toss to SOT 1. This is President Trump talking about American investments, being a business owner in America, and we'll talk on the other side.
So in 2 months, we had over $8 trillion, think of it, committed. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. There's never been anything like it in any country at any time, and it's all because they want to avoid the tariffs. We want to get here fast. And I said, a number of times, tariff is the most beautiful word in the world.
Katie, the tariff is a very debated topic, but I'll ask you, you've got, I'm sure, friends, colleagues, family members that are in business, neighbors at church. are they confident in the market right now in this country as far as the consumer going back and buying goods like maybe they have not done the last 4 years because of inflation was so high?
Yeah, I feel like so many people that I know in the small business world, they want to bring it back to that where it is Americans, and I feel like that's part of the grit, and you kind of have to ride the wave. But if you don't have faith that Trump's going to bring us back to that and then to that good place, then it's kind of like throwing in the towel. And of course, that's what our brand is all about, is just grit and integrity. And we're hoping and having full faith that that's what our country is going back to.
Mm-hmm. I completely agree. You know, it's interesting to see that little red MAGA hat that made it, you know, that I was on the scene back in 2016, and at the time after the election, it was almost like if you wore a MAGA hat on the street, you might get beat up after this 2016 election. I know that people were scared to wear it after the 2020 election, but now, Katie, being in D.C. and seeing so many people on the streets wearing MAGA hats, when you have a hat like the beautiful hat you have on right now with the American flag, which, by the way, that's a great hat. I would imagine that's probably one of your best sellers, I would think. But, you know, people are proud to wear, you know, apparel now that has an American flag on it.
Yeah. And honestly, when we started our brand, we were in that phase where people weren't. You were afraid you were going to be annihilated. And that's kind of why Bristol and I started it. We didn't want to be fearful in our faith, and we certainly want to be fearful in where we stood politically. And that's what was a big driving force in starting this brand.
Yeah. All right. So people that are watching us right now, you're not a paid sponsor, so I want to be very clear about that. I just love the story of your company. I love the passion that you guys have for kind of going back to the handshake era. But how can people find your products? How can they learn more about your journey and where you're at today, and follow you on social media, of course?
Yeah. So on Instagram, we're at Boyhart, HARTT. Our website is boyhart.com. And of course, it's got our story and just what our brand is about on our website. And then on social media, we, you know, every drop that we make, we kind of just tell the story behind it, whether it's a scripture or an American flag. We just kind of tell where we were and where our hearts were in making and designing that particular piece.
That's awesome. Katie, thank you so much for joining us on this Friday night. God bless you, your family, and I want nothing but the best for you guys. I think you're taking us all back to the handshake era.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. All right. Transitioning from clothing companies to concert tickets. Both things I like, by the way. Kid Rock was in the executive office a couple of weeks ago. I was there with them as we signed, or President Trump signed, an executive order to make sure that ticket scalpers were removed from the process. Did that happen? Is there more that we can do to save concert tickets? That's coming up after the break. Stick around.
Life.
Friday night in America. Brian Glenn sitting in for Grant Stinchfield. Perhaps your plans this weekend are to take in a concert, one of my favorite things to do. Matter of fact, I'm going to a concert in a couple weeks in Ocean City, Maryland. Can't wait to see some great rock and roll. But when it comes to ticket prices, sometimes you look at the final price and you go, wait a minute, that's not what the original ticket price was, because it was due to a lot of things. Join me once again is Randy Nichols. He's Independent Talent Organization. Randy, you were on the show probably maybe about a month ago, perhaps. We talked about this executive order in the Oval Office with Kid Rock. The Ticket Act made its way through Congress, and I know it was intended to kind of, and I'm just reading some notes here, to really kind of make sure that the scalpers didn't get a hold of these tickets, or maybe they were buying speculative tickets on events that were not even public yet. It went through the House. The Ticket Act got marked up. It passed. You and I talked afterwards, and you're telling me that we need to go maybe a little step further and to make sure that we support that executive order that President Trump signed in the Oval Office.
Yeah. So what I have to say on this is it's great that Congress moved forward. They passed something, but we have one major flaw in this bill is the lobbyists got a hold of the folks in the House, and the bill has a carve out that basically makes the law toothless. It states that speculative tickets are illegal once the bill is signed by President Trump. But there's a carve out that specifically states that you can have a concierge service to acquire your tickets in advance of the show ever being announced or on sale. And it basically equates to anyone can still buy a ticket to a show that doesn't exist, that they don't have a ticket for. And I've gone farther and looked at this, and I see, one of the companies that does this is a company called Vivid Seats. And I go on Vivid Seats and I search up an event, and now in very small print on the website, it states that this is a seat saver ticket and you will get the ticket later. Doesn't state anything explaining what that means. So you're basically still fooling people.
How did that not get caught in the go around with the Ticket Act? I'm sure they looked at all this, I would imagine, or did they not? Did they skip over this? Or is there a third party or a lobbyist that's involved to making sure that this type of, I guess, oversight takes place? I don't know. Explain how that slipped through.
Yeah, well, funny you should ask. There were two co-sponsors of the bill. One was Representative Schakowsky in Chicago, which is the home city to Vivid Seats, who specifically offers a concierge product already. The other co-sponsor of the bill is Representative Bilirakis, who several weeks ago was the keynote speaker at a lobbying event for ticket scalpers. So these ticket scalpers realize we need some laws to change because there is so much attention on them. So they've presented these laws that basically look like they're fixing the problem, but these representatives really don't understand the issue close enough. No disrespect to Representative Schakowsky, but I watched her speak on the House floor explaining the process of buying a ticket, and it was clear that she's never bought a ticket to anything in her life on the internet.
That's funny. Randy, that's funny. Okay, so now it's in the Senate. Perhaps we have a chance there. Can Blackburn or some of these other great Republican senators, what can they do to try to maybe write this up or change it, if you will, to better reflect what needs to be done?
Yeah, well, it's interesting because Senator Blackburn fully understands this issue. Her entire office has been great and so supportive of the music industry in general. She agrees that this carve-out should be removed from the bill. The lead on the bill, who approves when this goes to vote, is Commerce Committee Chair Senator Cruz. And unfortunately, currently, he's not looking to make any changes to the bill. So if we could get Senator Cruz to understand, and I truly don't think that Senator Cruz means to be on the wrong side of this. I think his staff, like many people's staff, don't understand the issue. They think they're doing the right thing, and they think, oh, a concierge service is great, but it's truly not a concierge service. It's just a line that you're adding on a website that people won't even see that allows the same process to happen. So we need Senator Cruz to just simply have a conversation on it, understand what the problem is. And if his office could understand that and educate him on this, I think he would immediately jump to the right side of the issue.
All right. Well, we're certainly going to make sure that this show reaches, obviously, perhaps his ledge slap there, and we can maybe this clip can make its way to the inbox of someone who works for him and help educate him on this slight change that needs to take place. And that's for the betterment of concert goers. We all want to make sure, and plus make sure that the money, the artist at the end of the day is the one that's compensated the most, because they are the ones that are, well, they're the artists, as we can all agree. Randy, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thanks for joining us on this update.
Thank you very much for caring about this issue, and have a great weekend.
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Randy. All right, we come back. Final thoughts on what would be described as, is this really what I saw? Or is it a deep fake? That's coming up after the break. Stick around.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
Every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Extender, if you would like that, and make it bigger so it can go outside of your sweatshirt. Would that work?
Is that John Fetterman
Simple. You have to follow our instructions.
refusing to put on a seatbelt
We're not asking much.
on an airline?
Like all that needs.
Certainly looks like him. I don't know. It might be a deep fate. Until next week, have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you next week. Grant Stinchfield.
Live from Studio 6B on a Friday night at the America First Warehouse. Yeah! All right, welcome. Live on a Friday night. We are live, America First Warehouse, Real America's Voice, and across the airways of 103.9 LI News Radio. And look at the crowd here tonight. They are fired up. And they are ready to go. The boys are all here, and it's going to be an exciting night. We are so thankful to be here, to Joe the Box and everybody at the America's First Warehouse, and of course to the LFS 6B audience for coming out tonight. They came from far and wide, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate you being here. Lots to do tonight. The boys are all here. Slick Rick sitting here to my right wearing, well, Slickster, how do you describe that outfit?
Hey, man. This is Leopard Vegas, baby.
There you go.
There you go.
Slick's here in his Leopard Vegas. He's going to have some sports. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
How was your day today?
I was a little disappointed. We had a little setback before the show.
Yeah, we have huge issues at the America's First Warehouse. We'll get into that in a second. Vinnie Mac is here. Vinnie Mac.
Thank you. All right.
Vinnie Mac, how are you? Your hairpiece looks good.
I'm good. I just had it refitted. By the way, Liberace to table 4. Liberace, looking good, huh? Slick. Pulled it right out. Yeah. I made French toast this morning. I was excited. I woke up thinking I'm going to see everybody here, and I started my day off great.
No, we weren't here this morning. We weren't here this morning.
I was.
Oh, you were?
Yes.
In the parking lot.
Yeah, in the parking lot.
I was in the parking lot, yes.
Yeah. All right, very good. Rick Delgado is here. Mr. Delgado, now I noticed that you moved your computer holder.
Yeah, my computer case. I had to move that. I want to make sure nobody here stole it. I saw some sticky fingers on the way in.
Yeah. How was your day?
My day was terrible.
Why? Oh, well, I mean,
he woke up. Do you want to know why?
Yeah, he woke up.
Because of the fashion icon over here having to deal with last night. If you paid attention, all he kept talking about was my jeans. Hey, you got ripped jeans on. You got ripped jeans on. You got ripped jeans on. 6-7 times he's talking about my ripped jeans, and he's like, "You're going to change for tomorrow night, right? You're not going to wear that, right?" So all day I'm thinking I gotta dress up, so I dressed up.
I worry about the guy's fashion.
I don't have ripped jeans.
You went out of your way today, didn't you?
Yeah. Okay. Put on my jeans without.
Stunning.
Hey, Aaron, I'm hearing the show back in my ear. Just so you know, some audio. Stuff we've already said like 30 seconds ago. I'm hearing in my ear, just so you know. Kevin Downey. I mean, I don't mind hearing myself.
Hey, let's repeat everything.
Obviously.
We do.
Kevin Downey Jr. is here, the host of the Kevin Downey Jr. Show.
Thank you.
Mr. Downey Jr., how are you?
I'm good and I'm bad, Big D. I'll tell you why. Number one, my clams have been sufficiently steamed, and I'm going to talk about that in a bit.
Yeah.
And the good news is there's no better place to crank off about your clams being steamed than the America First Warehouse on a Friday for the first time in front of a live crowd.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Mr. Downey Jr. will have some thoughts on some things going on, obviously, in the news. And well, who's last over here to my left? He found his way out of my trunk. Mr. Paul Nolan is here. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I am well. I had a better day than Delgado. That's
that don't take much. Come on. That's not saying much.
I was power washing the deck all day, and so I didn't have any stress all day. I forgot this was happening. I'm lucky I made it
every Friday, Paul. We're here every Friday. So. Well, we have catastrophe at the warehouse already here. The steak truck is not here.
What? Yeah, I know.
I mean,
what's his name? Frank. Frank tanked. Apparently, Frank tanked.
Well,
he didn't come.
I mean, I don't want to start us off on the wrong foot here, but I think Slick probably had something to do with this because you were worried about us hitting the American Express, for the steak sandwiches.
I knew I was going to get grilled for this. I'm the main stakeholder when it comes to eating around here. That's the problem.
Yeah. So the steak guy's not here. So
sorry.
We had problems right out of the jump, but
there's good news, D. In case there are any communists here, there's a truck selling gluten-free carrots out there. You can just gluten-free carrots.
Okay, very good.
There you go.
Okay. All right, that'll make up for it. So there you go. So there's a lot of places to start, but I figured let's have some fun out of the jump here, and because this headline really, I mean, anybody eat dinner before keep it down. CBS. Let's go to them. Vin, and I'll start with you. Yeah. CBS has scored an Emmy nomination for their 60-minute interview with Kamala Harris. That is the basis of a $20 billion lawsuit from Trump.
Yeah.
And they got an Emmy.
Yeah.
Where's our Emmy for what we're doing here tonight?
Right, forget it. Never.
The crazy thing is, they're proposed to get an Emmy for best editing. That's what it's for.
Man.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's not a joke. That's serious. For best editing. Obama gets the Nobel Peace Prize.
Yeah.
Right.
60 Minutes gets an Emmy for a joke of an edited interview with that stuttering person that was running for president. And Trump, I think, just settled for $15 million.
Yeah,
right, for this thing.
The $20 billion.
So they're paying him $15 million.
Yeah, got $15 million.
Yeah. And I
so
guess
they rewarded themselves with an Emmy.
That's what you get for an Emmy.
Vin, do you know, was Milli Vanilli doing the editing? Who was behind it?
It was both Millie and Vanilli. They were very good. Worked out well.
Well, it turns out they do have competition here. According to this, other nominees in their category include Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson for not knowing what anything is, I guess.
Yeah, very smart.
The late Pope Francis, for pretending to be a pope. And let's see, Celine Dion. Their interview. What? Did I say something wrong?
Thank God it's not Sunday. That's all I'm going to say.
Give the guy a week.
Really?
I mean, come on.
Yeah, really.
I mean, she lived. Hello. And ABC's interview with this dude named Brittany Griner. Remember that guy from Russia?
Yeah. Is that a real list?
No, that's a real list. Other nominees in the category, yeah.
We live in bizarre world.
You think I'm
kidding? That's the first I'm hearing about it. So
nothing for Joseph Stalin. Men could compete in women's sports.
Right.
Yeah, that's next.
And Vin's right. They're nominated because of best editing, which they're going to win this hands down because that was an insane job.
Yeah, they did Kamala look smart.
Right.
Wow.
That's a miracle.
And coherent.
I don't know about that.
It looked like she knew how to speak English.
Yeah.
And can complete sentences.
Kevin, you weren't on the show last night. Did you see she's back in front of a microphone now? Did you hear her speech that she gave?
Kamala?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. But, I needed my Budweiser to English translation dictionary to find out exactly what she was saying. Hey, the elephants. Elephants, everybody. Can I get another pink elephant on the rocks?
Yeah.
I was almost president, you scumbags. Who are you? I want a pink elephant.
Yeah. Oh man! So, well, I mean, I just saw that headline. I said, well, that's a place to start because I mean, you just can't make make it up.
It's almost it's very much like the insulation of the media as well. Like they think this is a good idea, and we know how biased and everything they've been doing, but they actually think this is a good idea. Let's create an Emmy for this interview. I can see the room when they're talking about this and when they're talking about the awards and all this. This is how in this small little bubble they live. This is what is perfect evidence of it. Yeah. Because it is. It's a tiny little
version
bubble.
of trolling. They're just trolling us. That's all it is. It's like Trump says 51st state in Canada. It's just another version of trolling.
Gulf of America. Yeah.
And you know what's amazing about the suit is that if she wins, or if 60 Minutes wins this Emmy, I can guarantee you this will be presented as evidence. In the Trump trial, say, look, they even got an Emmy because of the editing that they did.
I did not know that.
It wasn't a real interview.
Right. They were so good at scamming, they got an Emmy.
Yeah. I think the globalists are in full panic mode, and they're just getting high and going, all right, what can we do to make the people think that the interview is real? I know. Give it an Emmy.
Yeah, right. That validates
What do you think, dude?
Can we give him an Oscar?
An Oscar? That's even better, bro.
I'm impressed. Globalists are getting high. This is the things are looking up.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You can't make it up. I guess we'll see what happens there. But let's talk about Trump's first 100 days. We talked a little bit about on the show, but now here in front of the live from Studio 6B audience. Let's go around. Vinnie Mac, I'll start with you. I think the border obviously is at the top. What Trump has done at the border in 100 days, I think only he could do. He stepped in, didn't wait for Congress, didn't wait for permission, didn't wait for anything, just said, no, Tom Homan, let's go, we're going to do this. And he's taken what was $10,000 a day, $300,000 a month, and effectively turned it into, I think he said 3 the other day.
Yeah.
Turned it into 0.
Yeah.
So, put that at the top of the list. But when you think about the 100 days besides the border, what else? What do you think about?
The most impressive thing that this guy has done as president of the United States, and we did vote for him to do this, but it's a huge task, is it's been a full reset in everything. He has tackled the border. He did that right away. He's tackled wars and foreign policy with what he's doing with China, Russia, Israel, Iran, all those pieces. He's tackling the economy and all the unfairness with all the tariffs. He's tackling every piece of what has been wrong. I've never seen a president do this. Even when Ronald Reagan came in, it was one issue, which was the Soviet Union and the economy maybe. And then he tackled those two things over the course of 4+ years. Trump's come out in the first 100 days, not just talked about it, not just waved a wand. He's effectuated major change in 100 days. It's staggering what he's done.
Yeah. Paul, what do you think about?
Well, exactly. The Red Sea's open for business. The shipping lanes are opening up. China's quietly rolling back their tariffs. $5 trillion of infrastructure committed back to the states. Manufacturing coming here. Tech giants coming back here, expanding their businesses here. Energy prices will come down once we start opening up our energy resources here. So everything's been right on. And in the first 100 days, the media had a eulogy for Trump like he died already. So the whole thing is just beyond crazy to me.
They keep embarrassing themselves to a point where
like an Emmy?
No one's getting an Emmy for that editing. But no one can possibly take them seriously with the level of things that they're just countering. It's just that defies logic. And I love this because they are burying themselves to every
afraid.
vote.
KJB, the left is so afraid. You said fear. They are so afraid that this will be so successful. There'll be no way to, gaslight us into believing for a second that the economy's not great. When people are paying $17 for a bologna sandwich, things aren't right. I think the charts show everything we need to know. We're going to be booming within a year.
Kev, quickly, and we'll come back after the break. What do you think?
First, I'm going to say, Paul, I've been drunk enough to say I've probably consumed 40 or 50 $17 bologna sandwiches. And when you're hammered, there's really nothing better. You don't really care about the dollars. I just need to. I think he's done.
On that note, let's hit the break, and then we'll come back with Kevin Downey Jr., Rick Delgado, Slick Rick. All thoughts on the first 100 days of President Trump live from the American First Warehouse on a Friday night. Live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this. Roberts with the live from Studio 6B audience, and they are fired up, and we are happy to have him here. Happy to be here. Joe DeBox and the crew. Slick Rick's here. He's doing Sioux Sports. Vinny Mac is here. Rick Delgado, Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan. We got you covered.
How you doing?
Thank you, Vin. Everything going on. We were talking about Trump's 100 days, and I'm going around everybody so far. KDJ, I'm up to you. When you think about his 100 days, what do you think about?
Thanks, Big D. I think it's been magical. I think there's a bunch of victories. Everyone was crying about eggs. Eggs came down. Oil's coming down. Everything's coming down. But my favorite thing is, other than blowing up a bunch of Houthis into spare parts, it only took them 100 days to rile up the Pinkos so much that they're wiping their bahookis on Teslas now.
Yeah.
That's right.
He got them to do that. That was another one. You think I can get him to? Yeah, I got that. He did it.
Yeah. Delgado?
I'm sorry, the Bahookis?
Bahookis.
I love it.
Yeah, that's an official term of the show now.
It's a native tribe.
Let's see. First 100 days. I think recently the arrest of activist judges has really excited me. Finally, right? They're not going to learn a lesson until somebody actually learns a friggin' lesson. Yeah. So that's been great, but I think my favorite part has been every single day that Stephen Miller gets in front of a microphone and destroys the media.
He's amazing. He's amazing.
How about him as
he's something?
Yeah. He might be Trump's new NSA.
He's
Not at Waltz is over at the UN.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Stephen Miller at the NSA?
Yes.
He's an endless supply of ear candy.
Hello.
Yeah. It would be amazing. So every day he talks. Couldn't be any better. That's all I need.
No, absolutely. Slickster?
Big D, man, besides the unbelievable pace that the president has worked over the last 100 days, blistering. I love what he's doing. But on my end, I like what he's doing with getting men out of women's sports, getting men out of women's bathrooms. Yeah. Enough of that. I like how he's taking care of the education department for our young people. We have a third grader today. They're the future of our country. They're the ones who are going to take care of us when it comes to wiping our bahookis, Kevin. So the bottom line is that we got to make sure we raise these children right, and the president is setting a great tone with that. In fact, last night he had a stirring speech at the commencement for Alabama University. We all caught that last night on the show, and I'm going to go right into that story. Trump mocks trans athletes in women's sports to roaring applause at commencement speech. At one point in his speech, Trump physically reenacts trans weightlifter beating female competitor. This is Jackson Thompson of Fox News. President Donald Trump stirred the hearts of the University of Alabama graduates when he reaffirmed his promise to keep men out of women's sports. During a commencement speech at the university's graduation ceremony on Thursday night, Trump gave a shout-out to the school's SEC champion women's track and field team before lighting a raucous applause by vowing to defend women and men's sports, I should say. As long as I'm president, we will always protect women's sports. Men will not play in women's sports, Trump said before the crowd erupted in cheers for its loudest and longest applause of the night. No way, they say it's an 80-20 issue. No, it's a 97-3 issue, I think. Trump said no men will not be playing in women's sports. I said that, and I classified it. Very powerful executive order. And then later in the speech, he did mock the woman with the man with the women's record and all. So the president, I like what he's doing, Big D. He's cleaning up sports. He's also making sports great again, because now people are starting to forget about the kneeling, and they're starting to watch sports again. And Trump's a big sports fan. We know that.
Yeah.
And a great golfer, too, by the way.
100%.
Yep. With a granddaughter that's going to be a hell of a golfer.
She already is a hell of a golfer,
I know. She's going to be a pro.
And I know he says someday down the line she's going to maybe compete with him or beat him. And I think she probably does that now if you count every stroke.
They're not going to let that get out.
No.
Yeah. And that's a wrap, Big D. Back to you.
All right. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use if you want to shop at MyPillow. All the great stuff. LFS6B code at checkout. Let's do some news. Rick Delgado's got the news, brought to you by our friends at Eternal Lifecoin, eternallifecoin.com. Check it out. It is an absolutely beautiful piece. And I want to thank all the audience members who got one, who've left reviews. The people at Eternal Lifecoin keep sending us some of the reviews that you've put up, and they've been great. So we appreciate that. Rick Delgado's got the news. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, this was actually from a little bit ago, but it just kind of caught my attention recently. And jumping off of what Slick was talking about, keeping men out of women's sports, how about also keeping boys out of girls' restrooms as well?
Yep.
As this one. Yeah, check this out. This is a video clip of a father named Brandon Matthews out of Caribous County, North Carolina, where he castigated the school board for allowing boys into the girls' bathrooms without providing them with a safe alternative. Here he is, cut number 6, video from his time in front of the school board, and he brought his daughter with him. just to make a point. Check this out, cut number 6, as he confronts the school board. Check it out.
Sweetheart, tell these people, do you want a little boy to watch you pee?
No.
No, why?
Because it's inappropriate.
It's inappropriate. My 8-year-old daughter knows it's inappropriate, and yet y'all sit there silent. If a little boy follows my daughter in that bathroom and touches her, you will have a new rather of dangers. This is ridiculous. You're opening up opportunity for problems to happen.
Now
you
check
either
this
create a new bathroom for those who are confused, or you send them to the staff bathroom. I want to prove that you're all hypocrites, because each of you ladies, I want you to invite your husbands. Let's go to the bathroom. And I want them to watch you use the bathroom, and let's see if they get mad. Let's prove to the public the hypocrites that sit on this board. Because I bet you'll get mad when I watch your wife. Your husband will get mad when I watch you. Your husband would feel the same as I would about my wife. Now stand up and do something. You're so scared of losing federal funding, it's ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah. Well, that's what a real dad looks like.
How is it possible? You know what I don't get about that, Rick?
You know, you see the board member who's leaning on his chin like he's too bored to listen to this?
Yeah, exactly.
But aren't these people parents? Like the people that we're speaking with, they're parents. Anyone who has a little boy or a little girl is a parent that can't possibly, even if you're a far left progressive, you can't possibly condone this.
You know what the problem is with a lot of these school boards? If you look at the people that serve on the school boards, their kids are already out of school, so they don't care.
Yeah, you know what?
It's all about them keeping their job, keeping their power, and going along with the next thing that's going to, like he says, get us federal funding, because it's all about the money.
Now, here's the question. Is it about the money, or are these just a bunch of communists who are afraid to stand up for their kids? And nope, the narrative is more important. I'm going to throw my kids under the bus. I think this is a lot about narrative, too. Whatever the Marxist elites would ever say, the rest of them will do. Otherwise, they're going to be kicked out of the club, and that would make them something worse than anything. Right. That would make them a conservative. That would make them one of us. And then they would be kicked. They'd be banned from the ranch. They'd be sent to the cornfield by Billy Mummy.
Yeah, I've been canceled. I know exactly what that's like.
Because they'd be considered knuckle-dragging mouth breathers.
Yeah.
So there you have it. Speaking of...
I think to your point, Delgado, I think most people that sit on these boards are really a bunch of two-faced weasels, because they wouldn't stand for it for their kids.
Right. That's my point.
But they sit up on the board and sit there like this, and they don't have to justify their position. They just stand there and go, wrap it up, please.
Yeah.
Right.
But in real life, they wouldn't put up with that.
It's not a
they don't
question.
Put up with it.
I had a little girl. You know, my daughter's 27 now, but when she was going to school like that, I'm with this guy. I mean, somebody would really get hurt if anything like this ever happened. And I think every parent feels that way. If they especially had a girl or a boy, it doesn't matter. But the people on the board, they're just totally two-faced.
The out-progressiving each other in peer pressure is really what it comes down to.
Maybe so.
You know, everyone's going to out-woke each other. And that's where this comes in. They won't even, reason is completely thrown out the window. So,
but imagine in today's age, we have to have board meetings like this in school. I mean, we're old, but not that old. We're not in school that long ago. Could you ever imagine this kind of topic at a school board meeting?
No, when I took the stagecoach to school back then, you know, way back, I went uphill 2 miles.
Both ways.
In the snow. Yeah, it was crazy.
He had a trans outhouse he had to deal with.
My parents would not tolerate a meeting like this. When I was growing up, my parents would just be like, what? That whole generation, they would not even listen to these people, and they wouldn't be elected.
It's like Brian Kemp having to pass a law about boys and girls. Like, who's ever heard of a world that we have to have a law? Do we have to have a law for this?
Yeah.
Right. Can you imagine this like an episode of Leave It to Beaver?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Paul, you hit the nail on the head. Forgive me, folks. I knew not of what I'd done. I used to be a New York City Democrat. It's all about outwoking the other person, the other one, and to the point where, do you want your coffee black? No, oppressed.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night at the America First Warehouse. We're back right after this.
he's got a question. Before he goes, I got to ask, did you go to the Slick Rick Ammirati garage sale for this outfit? Because you look great. You look great, Warren.
I just got released.
Just got released. Warren, what's your question?
Okay, it's pretty simple. I'm thrilled with everything Trump's doing. There's two things I think that are missing. He may hit them later. Number one is the down ballot theft. We all know it happened in a bunch of states, especially California. Those are our people there. They need to get on that.
Yep.
Another thing is, I haven't seen any talk of sanctions for the businesses, airlines, buses, all the enablers for the newcomers. And the CEOs, whoever's running these companies, flying into Westchester in the middle of the night, all this stuff. You need to go after these people and do something about them. So the cap on my question is, there's no messaging about this either. I want to hear more about this. That's what's interesting me right now. I'm thrilled with what's going on, but we need to go deeper. Right?
All right. Let's go.
Agreed.
All right.
All right, Warren. Thank you, Patriot Warren. We got Patriot John. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a personal friend of mine. He's one of the biggest patriots around. He's a cancer survivor. And he's rocking it. He's been on my radio show, which you should also be listening to. John, how'd you get through it?
Still getting through it. 2.5 years, pancreatic cancer. Just got to fight strong. God, faith, my wife,
Amen.
My family, my friends, you.
I love you, buddy. Let's hear it for Patriot John, ladies and gentlemen.
Patriot John.
A man who survived.
Yeah.
All right, KDJ, live from Studio 6B on a Friday. That was beautiful. So to the gentleman's point, the first one, Vin, it kind of goes to like a lot of what we've been talking about. Where are the Epstein files? Where are the things? Who's going to? I mean, we saw the judge get hauled out, but when are things happening? Now we've all had a lot of rope for Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. Mike from the War Room there said that things are happening. The Viceroy said things are happening. Everybody's got to keep their patience. But to the gentleman's point, we need to see more. We need to see more. There's a lot of stuff that happened in 4 years.
Yeah.
A lot of people that need to go down for what they did. And we've got, we live in a very compressed calendar. Midterms are on us before we even blink, even though it's only been 100 days. Everybody's having the patience, but they're getting a little shaky in the hands going, we need to see stuff happen.
Yeah, I think every one of us who supported Trump through this election feel that way. And the thing that really steams my clams there, Kevin, I don't normally steam a clam, but
trademark.
My clams are steaming.
Trademark issues.
This isn't about redemption. I mean, there's a redeeming part of getting some of these people taken care of and dealing with them and getting people arrested. But it's not about redemption. It's simply about resetting our country with the priorities that we all believe the country should have. And the honesty and integrity that goes with being in the public office, the honesty and integrity that goes with being in law enforcement, all of these areas where they breached it, and the honesty and integrity in elections. This is what I'm for. Everybody involved in doing anything bad getting arrested, taken to task, and so on. But not because I want to see them screwed and redeemed. I want to see things straightened out so we can move forward here as a country. Trump's resetting everything, as we talked about before. This has to get reset. Pam Bondi has to step up. Kash Patel needs to pull it out. And then when it's all said and done, we're leveling things out again. We're back to where we were as a country. And that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, you're tired of the several tiers of justice.
Yeah, of course.
And that's what it is. The oligarchs have one tier, and then the people, the people in the inner city who blow up buildings, no problem. And then someone walks through the velvet ropes at January 6th, and they're doing years in jail.
Yep.
So the Justice Department, the whole system has to get fixed. And everyone, I would bet everyone in this room is losing their patience with Pam Bondi and Kash at this point. But I think, like I said, I still think there's about a month and a half, 2 months before I'm at the end of my road.
I mean, let's find out. Everybody in this room, raise your hand if you've run out of patience with either one of them already. Okay, only a few.
Nice.
Raise your hand if you still think that things are going to get done under the two of them and they're going to do the job.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I'm in the praying mode. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I want to see something.
You gave 3 months, right?
I gave 3 months. My 3 months are up.
6.
You gave 6, so I lost the bet on mine. I was hoping to see at least one of the scumbags on the Epstein list just get picked up, put in handcuffs, and charged with raping one of these kids that they obviously did. That we all know they did. Right?
Come on now. Let's go. I wonder, as the Epstein thing was phased out and the Diddy situation was raised up, how interloped and interlapped these two things are. So, if there's cases going on and they have people dead to rights and they can't start releasing stuff, that could be a really good reason why they're going to let that play out the way it is before we see some justice. That's what I'm thinking. There's got to be a bigger case involved. I mean, this is gigantic.
I saw something today in the American Thinker on President Trump, and the title of the article was something to the effect of President Trump is leader of the free world, ? And they had quotations around the world. And I read the article. It's very long and it's very good. But I picked a part of it out because I feel like this is really at the heart of it where we are right now, 100 days in, with the left screaming and the media, of course, doing their thing. But the author said President Trump has rallied the American heartland to stand up, stop the assault on American values, stop the assault on American faith, stop the assault on American liberty. He is tackling the shallow and self-serving deep state, the insular government bureaucracies that have become unaccountable, self-perpetuating through their undemocratic networks of cronyism and nepotism, the DEI mafia. President Trump is prioritizing the administration's efforts to bring America back from the brink of self-inflicted ruin and back onto the path of renewal. His focus is first and foremost on making America great again, not running the world. Hence, his willingness to put America's interest and its values first, to the surprise of many allies who came to perceive the American government as decoupled from the American people and thus easily swayed into subvert the interests of the values of the people. President Trump is aware of America's military supremacy, our unlimited imagination, and our enduring economic vitality, and is therefore aware of how great the world perceives America to be, which is the foundation of our enduring influence. It's nice to have a president who is proud of America and willing to put America first again.
Amen. Not only has he embraced the America First movement, but not many presidents or leadership have really done the second step he's doing, which is we have a big stick. We got actually a giant hammer. When we tell the world, don't buy oil from Iran, you're not doing business with us. That's what needs to get done. That's America First leadership, but that's also America leadership. And he is using that big stick, a big stick, and letting the world know no more. The tariffs are an example of that, and everything else is an example. And about walking away from the Ukraine war, too. It's like, hey, guys, I'm trying to fix this thing. You don't want a deal? Go ahead. Do what you can do, whatever you're going to do. And by the way, nobody buy oil from Russia either.
The other part of that, they say in this article, is that when you look at his policy ideas on reclaiming the Panama Canal, annexing Greenland, Canada becoming the 51st state, all of that bluster, taking over Gaza, depopulating it, encouraging discussion on neo-imperial American, they say, and that's a president who governs like a king. But if you look at the substance of his policies, you see a president willing to truly put America and its people first, and letting the world beyond North America take inspiration, not orders from us.
Right. 100%.
Oh, yeah. Which is, again, going back to Vinny's point there, carrying the big stick, but also backing it up. We saw the Barack Obama, I'm going to draw a line in the sand, right? Yeah. And as soon as that line went over, he drew another line because, he really didn't have the backbone for it. He just wanted to talk tough. Same with Biden. He used the word don't. Oh, like, ooh, boy, that really worked on Russia. They didn't really adhere to don't. But yeah, when you talk about President Trump, he hits them where they're going to hurt. Where are they going to hurt? Economically. Why? Because we are the buyers of the world, right? Yeah. They need to sell stuff. We like to buy stuff. We don't need to buy. We like to buy stuff. So if you got stuff to sell us, we'll take it. But if you're going to be a jerk about it, guess what? We're going to close those doors, and you're not going to be able to sell anything. And hits them where you hit them where. Same with the lefties. You hit them in the pocketbook. because that's when you get their attention, right?
That's right.
Exactly.
You can carry a big stick, but you can't speak softly. They don't understand that. That's why Trump hits them right between the eyes.
Yeah.
That's why they're all up in arms.
Yep.
The left is going crazy with everything Trump's trying to do because they're just weak and they don't understand how to actually effectuate change.
Yeah.
And Trump clearly does.
And the best part about it is the media shift, right, from the narrative. I think we were talking this before the show, Paul, about how, of course, now you see all the time on the mainstream media, the deep state media, what do? Oh, Trump his favorability numbers are going down. Oh, they wish they could vote something different than they just voted in November. Well, that is a lie. And here's the proof. And we go to CNN for the proof. Because if we show Fox News or us, that makes no sense. But if you show CNN, then you kind of see, oh my goodness, this is what happens. Here is Van Jones getting an earful from some other voters, some Trump voters, asking him that very question, if they would change their vote. This is cut number 3. Check this out for yourself.
If you had to do it all over again, would you vote for Donald Trump again, yes or no?
Yes, I would.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Now, in the future, I am not a diehard Democrat or diehard Republican. If there were a Democratic candidate who was more aligned for me, then I would vote Democrat.
If you go back in time, would you vote for Donald Trump, yes or no?
Yes.
I think I might know the answer on this next one.
Yes.
It's immediately yes. No, I'm sorry. If you had to do it all over again, would you vote for Donald Trump, yes or no?
1,000% absolutely.
How did this make it to air?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Somebody lost their job.
Van Jones like, producer, can we get 3 new people, please?
Yeah. Get them out.
They might as well cut to a Mike Lindell commercial there.
You're looking good.
Feeling good. You know, Big D, the scary part for the left on that is the woman in the red jacket who is not on either side, who said, I could go either way, but I would 100% vote for Trump again.
Right.
That's going to scare the crapola out of the liberals because all they know how to do is pander to minorities. Play the whole, you're oppressed, they're the oppressors, we're going to help you get them, right? And now they're going, nah, we're pretty cool. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, there's not one person who I've seen who voted for Trump who was rethinking that vote. I mean, the idea that they try to even frame it. Because why? Because he lowered gas prices, lowered food prices, lowered energy prices, is opening Anwar, thinking about lowering taxes, thinking about getting rid of taxes, thinking about anything he can do for the small business in the country, upward mobility in the country, liberty in the country, individualism in the country. Why? Oh yeah, let me rethink my vote. I mean, the idea that they're even framing it that way is just tells you how crazy
What's
it is.
crazy is that I was gonna say you named everything he ran on. Right? Yeah. You just named everything he ran on.
And has done, not just ran on it,
exactly.
He's doing it.
All right, live from Studio 6B at the American First Warehouse on a Friday night. Man, it's going too fast. We'll be back. Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan, Vinnie Mac with some news all coming up right after this.
Check.
All right, let's try that again. Yay! Welcome back, Patriots. We got Patriot Jeremy here. Jeremy, who is on that shirt?
Slick Rick.
Slick Rick shirt. The man came in wearing Slick Rick swag.
Ah, man.
Jeremy, tell him where you came from to be here with us tonight.
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire.
Wow.
Thanks for coming down.
That's a right.
There you go. Hey, Jeremy, real quick, can you look in that camera and say, fight, fight, fight? Ready?
Oh, fight.
Yeah, Patriot Jeremy there. There you go. Back to you, D. Oh, no, not back to you. Sorry. We got Aaron's dad, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron's dad. Aaron's dad is here. Aaron's dad, how proud of you are of Aaron right now?
I think it's unbelievable. She loves this career, and she wouldn't do anything different.
How's her football picks?
She had a great year.
How are yours?
Better than his.
Better than you think.
Aaron's dad, can you look in that camera over there, please, and say, we love live from Studio 6B.
We love live from Studio.
All right, KDJ with Aaron's dad. The question on how our football picks are, well, better than Dad's.
Yeah, better than ours.
Let's remember week 1 of the odds makers. So, man, by the way,
never gonna live that down, you know.
Aaron's dad was maybe the most upset in the room that the steak guy wasn't here.
Yeah,
I know. By the way,
yeah, I heard about that.
As well, we all are, but
second most.
Yeah,
But he was texting.
We were serious about
The
steak here.
texts I got from my dad today about this steak truck were
Exactly. That's exactly.
Did anyone else hear that? Because I've done some drugs in my liberal past. Did anyone just hear that voice?
No, that was Aaron. That was Aaron's.
That was me, Kevin.
Kevin, yes. You're not drinking too much.
You're getting caught up.
Oh. Not yet.
That was just your inner child.
Yeah.
Hey, is the bar open? The bar is open, right?
Yeah, here it is.
Come on. My inner child is trans.
Oopsies.
All right, let's do.
And 73.
All right, let's do some news right now with Mr. Paul Nolan. Mr. Nolan, what's going on?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to...
Hey, Mr. Nolan.
I'm going to do a little something different outside of some of the crazy stories I'll do in the next turnaround. You know, the media likes to frame things. They all come out with its existential crisis and, you know, it's a threat to democracy and blah, 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 the Operation Mockingbird nonsense. The new one is manosphere. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this. They're starting to pump out the manosphere has too much influence, meaning like the Rogans, Lex Friedmans, you know, all these podcasts that are giving the truth to people outside of the mainstream media. So this is the new thing they're starting to pump out. And if you guys haven't heard of, has anyone heard of Malcolm Gladwell? You know why? Because you guys are normal. This is a guy who the mainstream media has massaged his butt and kissed his, you know, it's so bad how much they pump and prop this guy up. Well, when the left is saying, why don't we have a Rogan type?
Because you need talent.
Yeah.
And testicles.
Well, then they have Michelle Obama, though.
Good point.
Nice. What?
Oh, good one, Rick.
What? What'd I say?
You know, let's keep Big Mike out of this.
Right. Exactly.
So the left keeps saying, we need a podcast that's going to rival. Well, here it is. You want to hear an excerpt? And I listened to this for you guys. Because you don't have to. Because this was as hard to listen to as anything I've ever listened to in my life.
So you're going to play it for us?
Yeah, this is Malcolm Gladwell.
Okay.
And I cut it down to 2 small clips. But the first clip, Aaron, can you run that for me?
Aaron, get the bomb ready.
I did not know that.
I was taking a road trip not long ago, listening to the Joe Rogan Experience, as I like to do sometimes. It was an old episode he'd done with Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
This is real.
Before he became U.S. Secretary for Health and Human Services, the man responsible for running a massive medical science administration.
Right.
By the way, I was once on Joe Rogan. It was a while back. And from my experience that day, I came up with a theory.
A theory.
Which is that all the good stuff
You think I'm going to do 2
in any
minutes of this?
Rogan interview as you approach hour
You may get the
3.
bomb.
When the guest has finally adapted to Rogan's particular seductive rhythms, and when all thoughts of the outside world have evaporated.
Aaron,
if you listen to Rogan,
no, I can't. I can't. I love you, Paul, more than anything, but I can't do it.
So,
I can't do it.
like first thing, that's why the left is so detached. That's their guy.
It screams charisma.
I think I just.
You mean he doesn't connect with people? You're kidding me. What?
I think I just got monkeypox of the ears.
I mean, it really sounds like a South Park character.
Yeah, exactly.
Like doing
exactly right.
like Zoolander's gay evil enemy. Like it's just.
We're gonna have our periods at the same time now.
So you gotta hear. It gets worse.
No.
No way, dude. I listened to 20 minutes of this garbage. We're listening to 2. Aaron, give me the
When I
second
went on Joe Rogan, it was before he had moved to Austin. He still lived in Southern California and operated out of what seemed like an old airplane hangar somewhere deep in the Los Angeles suburbs.
Oh, yes.
I can't tell you where exactly because I had to sign an NDA.
Oh, an NDA.
But it was a vast, open structure.
Oh,
full of
my.
weights,
How about some music?
Monster trucks, dogs, and exceedingly fit young men clutching energy drinks.
What?
The studio was in the middle of the room, inside what looked like a repurposed boxing ring.
Damn you, Nolan! Now I want to go beat up a Tesla.
You sure that's not Seth MacFarlane like doing a voice?
God.
Paul,
was this the guy who wants Trump impeached?
No,
From the other
but
day.
I'm certain. I bet he does, but he's not.
I think Paul nailed the description perfectly. It does sound like he's getting his butt massaged right now while he's on the microphone.
While he was recording it, yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
It does. You were playing that clip no matter what. I went through hell for that clip.
We are now. We'll play more of that clip at 11.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a winner.
Yeah.
You need therapy after listening to that.
Winner.
Yeah.
David, I like that clip.
All right, we'll do more news of Paul coming up. KDJ.
Or not. You know, sounds like they just got fired.
Actually, let me rethink about that. But Kevin Downey Jr. is here. Mr. Downey Jr., what's on your radar tonight?
Well, I got to tell you, D, this one's going to hit close to home to a lot of people in this room.
Can I cut you off for 1 second? I just got a text that said, "Why are we listening to this lesbian?"
I'm not a lesbian.
No, not you. Not you.
I just started talking. Oh, yeah. I drive a Subaru. Fine. Hold it against me.
I'm sorry, KDJ. You can go ahead now.
This is great news. It's going to hit home to a lot of people. It could get emotional. Ashley Babbitt lawsuit has been settled.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Good.
I shall proudly read in my broadcaster's voice. The Justice Department said Friday that a settlement in principle has been reached with rioter Ashley Babbitt's family, Patriot Ashley Babbitt's family, to resolve a lawsuit they filed over her death. No, I'm sorry, that's murder. You misspelled it. During the January 6th Capitol protest. They said attack. I say protest. Because if you're at CNN, well, that would have been the definition of a mostly peaceful protest until the cops started throwing stink bombs at patriots. I might have been there, I don't remember. Anyway, allegedly. Allegedly.
Yeah, that word doesn't work.
It's all over. The Department of Justice says, they don't know how much money yet. They're looking at roughly $30 million for the Babbitt family.
Good.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It'll never be enough. It'll never be enough, but it's a start.
Right. Can't get her back.
All right, more news of KDJ coming up. Vinnie Mac as well. We'll do some more sports with Slick. All on a Friday night. That's a quick hour one. Hour two coming back right after this.
Yeah, that 30.
Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth,
And we're doing it on Getter
Every single day. So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the America First Warehouse. You can clap for that. You can clap for that. The America First Warehouse, the most patriotic venue in the galaxy. We've got Patriot Tina. Let's hear it for Patriot Tina stepping up. Have you been here before, Tina?
Absolutely. Kindred spirits, Americans,
Absolutely.
who we love. Trump, more importantly, we love our country. More importantly, want the best for our country. And Trump is doing a wonderful job. No complaints whatsoever. I love my country. I love you all. Kindred spirits. We love Trump. More importantly, my question is about our food sources. What are we eating? How many people are eating popcorn in the store?
We've got popcorn. We have no steaks.
Here's the deal.
No corn pop.
My question is about our land and our country. It's being flooded with pesticides. Yeah. And that is I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I worry about my children, that little young boy there, what is he eating?
I'll ask him.
And here's a very important thing you need to know. Do you know Italy, Switzerland, Germany, Spain will not let our food into their country?
Yeah. Is RFK Jr. going to fix that?
Well, I'm hoping, because really, I am so scared about our next generation. The food is our soil is depleted of nourishment. Right. And if you're not taking supplements, you're ruining your body, your mental state. You know, everything starts in the gut.
Absolutely.
We eat.
Yes, thank you, Tina. Let's hear it for Tina, folks. Tina, we're out of time. Thank you.
All right, KTJ, very good. Live from Studio 6B with Tina. Wow. Live from the America First Warehouse. And listening to Tina made me think when she's talking about pesticides and maybe things being sprayed to our food and our land, I thought, let me go to the craziest person here on the panel. Delgado, what'd you think of what Tina had to say?
What Tina had to say? Oh, my, I'm so glad you came to me, Damon. It's almost like we're kindred spirits here.
Yeah, right.
Not really.
What do you mean, not really?
I'm just saying.
Make the sequel to Twins with the two of you guys.
Yes, exactly.
Delgado, are you lifting heavier weights or buying smaller T-shirts? Which one?
I buy my T-shirts are all medium.
Yeah. Let me give credit to the Zen Master. He gave me that one, boy.
Flex Seal.
Downtown.
Flex Seal is a sponsor.
Anyhow, Tina's story just reminds me of something that I was looking into.
I'm sure it does.
It does.
Yeah.
Because it's all relative. What she's talking about, we're talking about the food. We're talking about, what comes into our bodies, whether it be through food, through water, or even through the air. And, of course, it reminds me of this report that I found about UK scientists about to spray chemicals into the sky, also known as chemtrails.
Oh, yeah. That's real.
And you know why they're doing it, Damon?
No.
Because they want to block the sun so they can lower the temperature of the Earth. That's their goal.
Makes sense.
Yes, right?
England's doing it right now.
Yes.
They're experimenting.
Here is the clip that I was talking about. I didn't think I'd get to this tonight, but thank you for Tina for bringing it up.
Yeah.
Because
She brought up chemtrails?
Simpatico, yeah.
No, she's basically
close to it.
I think they're still pissed the Beatles came to the United States.
Here is cut number 8. Here's the video of the UK scientists on cut number 8. Check this out.
Yes. Bill Gates is backing the first high-altitude experiment of one radical climate change solution, creating a massive chemical cloud that could cool the Earth. It's called solar geoengineering, and it's highly controversial.
Sounds good.
How long will it be that countries keep experiencing these climate impacts before someone gets desperate and says, hey, we need to cool the planet with solar geoengineering?
It would look something like this. Thousands of planes would fly very high and use nozzles to inject millions of tons of light-reflecting particles into the stratosphere. It would create a thin chemical cloud of those particles around the whole planet, blocking some sunlight from reaching the surface. It would mimic a giant volcanic eruption, which we know cools the Earth.
Yeah, so there you have it. Because that's what they're working on.
Like I'm back in 7th grade science class over here.
This clip. Turn the projector on.
I'm not good on my science. Didn't the dinosaurs die because something got in the air to block out the sun?
Yes, exactly. And Bill Gates, that's his aim, is to block out the sun. This story from Forbes. Bill Gates' venture aims to spray dust into the atmosphere to block the sun. What could go wrong?
Yeah, nothing at all. It seems perfectly safe. Nothing to see here. But I did this on Monday. The EPA demands answers from unregulated geoengineering startup launching sulfur dioxide into the air. So this is happening in little pockets everywhere. 24 states have stopped geoengineering, has legislation to stop it. Several countries, including Mexico, have stopped geoengineering in their country. So this has been going on a long time. This is not new. It's been going on for a long, long time. And I'm glad Zeldin is actually on top of it.
Yeah,
he's aware of it. He's discussing it. And this is no... It's in
Long Island zone.
Rick, let me ask you something. I'm just wearing my tinfoil hat. It kind of seems to me like Bill Gates and the rest of these...
I said you're kidding.
Seems to me Bill Gates and these globalist reptiles want to, I don't know, reduce the population to around 500 million. Is that what we're getting out of this?
I believe that's what we're shooting for, yeah.
I think so.
You know, he goes from trying to come up with computer viruses to coming up with genetic viruses, and now he's trying to release a virus into the air in the form of blocking out the sun.
Yeah, how about like the low sperm count across the whole globe, especially America? You know, birth rates are down everywhere across the world. You know, they're talking about 3 generations. We could go like whimper away with, with underpopulation. And it's pretty clear, the evidence. Eugenics has always been around, always will be around. The elite think we are mouth-breathing animals taking up their space. So that's the true story of it all.
Good point, Cora.
All right.
I did not know that.
Blocking out the sun and low sperm count weren't on my bingo list tonight, but here we are.
Let's talk low sperm count for a few minutes, shall we?
How about underwater cities?
Vinnie Mac is here.
Yo.
Vinnie Mac.
Hey.
What is... what's been steaming your clam show?
It is weird, wacky stuff, yes. A couple of things. You know, I watched again this morning Trump's commencement speech. Yeah. And he said a couple of things I thought that I really didn't pick up when we watched it last night. You know, we were doing the show. You know, the show that we do on Weeknight. Anyhow, he said a couple of things I thought was really cool, and I want to address this right to the fake news in this way. I want to say, dear fake news, borders are not racist. Speech is not violence. America is good. Terrorists are bad. Men should not play in women's sports. Police are not criminals, and criminals are not victims. And faith. He laid out these very basic tenets in that speech in a very articulate way, and I was like, wow, he said it so concisely, it just made so much sense, and it was very clean, and it's the antithesis of the... antithesis is a big SAT word for you there. It's like, of what the left is doing. But I do have a story that I wanted to cover, and before I cover that, I just wanted to say how much I love Melania Trump. Oh, yeah. She gets no following. She gets no kudos.
Class act.
This is a great first lady. She's given such a raw ride. You know, you see Michelle Obama out there talking about how, you know, embarrassed she is, how much she hates the country, how she can't sleep in the White House, all these things she can't do.
See your new one, how expensive it was?
How expensive it is.
She seems oppressed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Melania Trump has so many great things to say about her, but I saw an interview with her where she talked about she got her visa. She had then to go back, renew her visa. She went through this process that immigrants go through when they come into this country and they want to do business. You know, she was a working woman and she was a model. She's brilliant, speaks 5 languages. And I don't have a lot to say about her other than I love her. And I think she's underappreciated. Every woman in this country should really embrace Melania Trump.
She epitomizes grace and elegance.
Timeless beauty. Timeless beauty.
Grace and elegance.
She's everything. And the two of them, I don't know, have you noticed this? Last time around, they looked like they were in like. Now they look like they're in love. Yeah. I mean, they really look like a great couple. They're laughing. They're having a good time. Yeah. But I want to go to the story that really caught my attention, besides the lawn signs on the front lawn of the White House, which I thought was great.
Trolling 101.
Yeah, they're trolling the media. But I have said this all along when everybody's freaking out about the tariffs. The tariffs this and China and the hardball and the economy and the stock's up, the stock's down, all this kind of stuff. And I get it. There's some real people affected by this. I know businesses that are affected by this, all of these types of things. I get texts almost daily from business people that I know asking me, what do you think's going to happen here with China? Because I have production here. I have this, I have that. And I said, just wait it out. It's a hard game of chicken we're playing right here. And what happened today is China has reached out. Now, they reached out in a China way.
Right there.
They basically said, yeah, well, we've gotten a few phone calls and we're open to talking. This is how China does it. They can't seem weak. You know, Xi can't seem like he's come in, you know, begging to settle this. But now they're talking, and it's been 100 days. It hasn't even been 100 days of the tariffs. You're talking 30 days. And now they're talking, and they're talking about fentanyl. These are two critical things. What has transpired, I think, here is that
they have nothing to do with that, right?
No, of course not. No, it's criminal what they have done there. But the key inflection point, in my view, is Europe. And we talked about this last night, that Europe stuck with us in this, because China doesn't come to the table unless Europe sticks with us. Now that China's talking, think about the horizon that we're about to go on. Because when this does get resolved, I mean, we have weathered a storm with this economy that's not even that much of a storm. The Dow's at 41,000. It was at 40,000 a year ago. I mean, everybody's in a total state of panic.
The S&P has gone up 9 straight days.
It's gone up. Yeah. Unemployment numbers came in right.
That's never happened before. When was the last time 9 straight days of S&P up? But we're in an existential crisis. Yeah.
But the other side of this is, and Trump has been right, the golden era of United States of America. Because if you look at where we are and where we're actually going to be, with the playing field being leveled here with China and the rest of the world, this is remarkable stuff. It's not small stuff. And I know we're going to talk about this later, but all the companies that have come here and put $11 trillion into our economy, then the tariffs. Wow. I mean, this could be the most prosperous time ever in our lives.
Yeah.
So I wanted to cover China, talking to us.
Well, you know, I saw a report in Zero Hedge today on China that I believe China has quietly exempted some U.S. goods now. And I think it's to the tune of something like $40 billion, which is a quarter of U.S. imports.
Yep.
And they've done it very quietly. But to your point on Trump, you know, and this is what I think he likes to do, it's kind of like strategic chaos. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
absolutely. And it ends up forcing concessions, because this game of tariffs is like a game of pressure. It's a pressure game, and it's
exactly
like,
right.
I'm going to start with the pedal absolutely all the way down, and then at some point we're going to bring some precision into this when the leverage is right and the timing is right. And I said this before, it's a little game of musical chairs, and you don't want to be the one standing without a chair when the music stops. And he put the pedal down all the way, everybody freaked out, and now the pressure builds, and now it becomes precision out of that strategic chaos that's going to force these concessions.
Yeah, you nailed it. And it's also the time frame. This is no time. 30 days.
This is nothing, right?
Come on.
And it hits them, what we were talking about before. You hit them where it hurts, in their pockets.
Yep.
All of a sudden, she is in trouble.
Hit them.
All right, live from Studio 6B, live from the America First Warehouse, Real America's Voice, 103.9 LI News Radio. A lot more to do. We'll get back to sports. Kevin Downey Jr., Paul Nolan, Vinnie Mac, Rick Delgado with some more news. Harry on the highway in here. Aaron and Fran holding it down. The two crews all here on a Friday night. Not here. I got breathing. Well, if you're sick and tired of being lied to, taxed into the ground, and treated like an enemy just for loving your country, well, you're not alone. Millions of patriotic Americans over 50 are fed up. You worked hard, raised your family, believed in God and your freedom, and now the left wants to erase it all. But here's the good news. President Trump is back in the White House. He's fixing our trade deals, cutting our waste and corruption, and bringing Christian values back to the forefront. But this battle isn't his alone. It's all of ours. That's why you got to look at our friends over at AMAC. For just $16 a year, you join a conservative powerhouse that actually fights for you. You can get the AMAC magazine, access to real money-saving discounts, and become part of a movement that's taking this country back. Go to amac.us/Studio 6B. Again, amac.us/Studio 6B. Join the fight. AMAC is on your side, and of course, so are we here live from Studio 6B, and of course, this audience that's here tonight is on your side as well. And I know this audience has responded unbelievably to AMAC. They are great people doing great work. Check them out, amac.us/Studio6B, amac.us/Studio6B. Well, it's a new day in America, new administration in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of excitement and optimism about the future, but the reality is there's a lot of work to do, especially when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The truth is that the forces that are responsible for breaking our healthcare system aren't going to simply go away. The challenges our system faces won't disappear overnight. Now more than ever, you want to be prepared, and that's, of course, where our friends at the Wellness Company come in. Their doctors are medical professionals you can trust. Their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. Whether it's the medical emergency kit, the contagion kit, the first aid kit, or the travel kit, these prescription kits contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use. So from flu to strep throat, from COVID to bird flu, from a trip to the beach to a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part. Protect the health of yourself and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice, twc.health/voice today and order. You can use promo code VOICE to save an additional 10%. Well, tax day may have passed, but for millions of Americans, the real trouble is just beginning. If you missed the April 15th deadline or you still owe back taxes, the IRS is ramping up enforcement. Every day you wait only makes things worse. With over 5,000 new tax liens filed daily and tools like property seizure, bank levies, and wage garnishments, the IRS is applying pressure at levels we haven't seen in years. Increased administrative scrutiny means collections are moving fast. The good news? Well, there's still time for Tax Network USA to help. Self-employed or a business owner? Listen up. Even if your books are an absolute mess, like Harry on the Highway has been doing them for you, well, they've got you covered. Tax Network USA specializes in cleaning up financial chaos and getting you back on track fast, even after the deadline. It's not too late to regain control. Your consultation is completely free, and acting now could stop those penalties, threatening letters, and surprise levies before they escalate. Call right now, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV. If you missed April 15th, you haven't run out of options. Let Tax Network USA help before the IRS makes the next move.
All right.
Nice. All right, 21 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Friday night at the America First Warehouse. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice, 103.9 LI News Radio. Of course, on all socials. Make sure you follow us on socials at LFS6B, and make sure you head over to livefromstudio6b.com as well. Let's do some more sports. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell, My Pillow. LFS6B is the code. All the great stuff at Lindell's. If you're shopping for Mother's Day, Father's Day, birthdays, whatever it is, he's got great stuff. LFS6B is the code to use at checkout. Slickster, what's going on?
Big deal. Let's take a sweep of the scoreboard. NHL West first round. You know what? Sound like the Blues right there, too, because the St. Louis Blues are leading the Jets right now 1-0, and the Jets just scored, made it 1-1. 14 to go in the second period, and the Blues are looking to stave off elimination and not be singing them at the end of the game. There you go. And we got the race of sports, guys. Come on, I got to have a minute here. More NBA action. We got playoffs, guys, and congratulations to the New York Knicks last night with their big win. Jalen Brunson with an unbelievable shot at the end, one for the ages, historic game. Yes. And the Knicks are moving on in the playoffs to the second round after beating Detroit in a well-fought game last night, 116-113.
That's weird, wacky stuff.
It's weird. And, well, we got NBA action just underway. Golden State Warriors looking to close out the series against the Houston Rockets at home. And, well, they're in San Francisco at Chase Arena. And they're leading, right now they're trailing 9-3, 8 to go there in the first quarter. We'll keep you updated. I'll give you another sweep of the scoreboard a little bit later. And I don't know if anybody heard about that plane that landed on a golf course a couple hours ago, but plane makes emergency landing at Riviera Country Club after engine issues. Riviera hosts the Genesis Invitational. This is Ryan Morick of Fox News. Plane landed abruptly at a famed golf course Friday due to apparent engine issues. The single-engine aircraft made an emergency landing in the middle of Riviera Country Club, but no injuries, thankfully, were reported. According to Traffic News Los Angeles, 3 passengers were aboard the aircraft that landed around 1 p.m. The pilot facing apparent engine issues issues, skillfully maneuvered the plane to avoid hazards, landing safely on the course, TNLA said.
Aaron, do we have this?
You have that clip?
You have my screen here or no?
TNLA added that the Federal Aviation Administration and National Transportation, well, of course, they're going to be investigating the accident as always. This course will host the Olympic Games in 2028 and has hosted a U.S. Open in 1948 and 2 PGA championships. So plane came right down in there. Whoa, look at that. Wow. That's something else. I think that pilot's got...
That's where OJ used to play, by the way. That's in Brentwood. And by the way, he's definitely still guilty.
I think he's right there in the bunker.
Let's not jump to conclusions.
Allegedly.
That proves it. He's guilty.
Oh, there you go.
That. Holy.
Wow. Look at
Is
this
he
guy.
trying to play through?
4?
4? I should have yelled 2. Yeah, that's unbelievable. Wow.
I think that was Harrison Ford making another landing.
That pilot's going to be charting a different course next time. And Big D, that's a wrap in sports. I'll throw it back to you now.
Man, thank God he got that thing on the ground. No one was in the way. No one got hurt. Man, unbelievable.
Man, oh man.
Look at that.
Incredible.
The pizza's here.
Wow.
How do I get to the range quick?
Harry, that's not Southwest either.
All right, Slick. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Let's do some more news with Rick Delgado. Mr. Delgado, what's going on?
Well, Damon, let's go to your former home state, the state of Connecticut, which is a state of delusion now. If you're looking at the Senate Democrats, have you seen the video of the Senate Democrats?
See, was that another unprovoked attack?
Yes, it was.
I mean, I don't know.
I said former home.
Have I seen the video of what?
Of your state.
What do you mean
Democrats.
Your boy.
No, I don't live there anymore.
That's why I said your former home, the Senate Democrats.
Well, you said your.
Well, they're still yours.
Can't we all just get along?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, good. Well, I've got it for you.
Oh, please.
Here they are.
Great. We can't wait.
Revealing a new level.
I'll take the check, please.
A new level
Thank you.
of Trump derangement syndrome.
Oh, of course.
As only Connecticut can do.
Yeah.
Here they are. Check them out for yourself.
Yes.
Good thing you left the state, Damon. You're safe. Cut number 1.
1990, I said, see ya.
Cut number 1. Check this out. Celebrating
I'd rather
Trump's
have
100
100
days.
bad haircuts than to deal with 100 days of Donald Trump.
I'd rather have 100 vaccination shots in my arm.
I would rather have to take 100 scammer calls than go through the last 100 days.
I would rather have 100 children on a bus singing 100 bottles of beer on the wall.
I would rather sit on Interstate 84 in a traffic jam for 100 hours.
I'd rather cook 100 family meals, and believe me, my kids are going to find this very funny, than 100 days of
They're
Trump.
the ones.
I'd rather take the bar exam 100 times than have another 100 days of the Trump administration.
How many times she needed to pass it?
Aaron. I was too slow on the draw. Sorry.
There you are.
Oh my God!
Come on.
Another level of TDS.
Why is it they always look the part?
Yeah.
Always.
They're just right out of central casting. Why is that?
I'd rather remove my son's scrotum than have another 100 days. Animals.
All right, we're back. More news coming up live from Studio 6B on a Friday night.
patriotic venue you're ever going to see. We got Patriot Matt with us this time. Come on over, Matt. Matt, what is on your mind?
Well, first of all, let's have a big hand for the best show on TV, radio, internet, and everything. Woo! Alrighty. So what we want to touch on, folks, is patience, right? We talked about the first 100 days. Just remember, this administration has come in and done swift things. They've taken care of a lot of things. Doge, Trump, they have taken care of a lot of great things, and there's a lot of good things coming. So I know we talked about it, but there's more coming. So just be patient. They're doing great jobs. Tariffs, it's not a negative word. It's a positive word. You want to know why? Because more jobs are coming back to America. Apple, Hyundai, all right? Just to name a few companies. But also, we touched on it before, negotiations, right? China's coming back. Mexico in the beginning, remember, it's all been forgotten because the left is trying to push all this negative information. Remember when Mexico came and said, they put 10,000 troops on the border, right? The borders are now secure. We talked about fentanyl being controlled, right? All a part of the negotiations of tariffs. So when they say tariffs, it's a positive word. Good things are coming. Keep the positive thoughts coming. Trump and the boys are doing a great job, and so is America's. Live at 6B.
Yeah, thank you. Live at 6B. Tom, Patriot Tom, coming up, friend of mine. Tom, what's on your mind?
Well, Kevin, I just wanted to do a shout out to all my friends and family in the Getter chat.
Oh, yeah.
They're too numerous to mention except for our good buddy Ravmod 3. Tommy, you're great. You're the best brother. We thank you. And I have a limerick.
Is it TV cleaned? Is this about a woman from Nantucket?
No. By the way, do you know why there's a limerick about Nantucket?
No.
It's because you can't rhyme math is vineyard. But here's my ode to Rav. There's a network called Rav. It's really the best that we have. They give us the truth with receipts and with proof, and the chat's like a warm, soothing salve.
Whoa!
All right.
Yeah. We should turn that into a rap.
Nice.
Let's get back to Big D.
Patriot time.
All right, very good.
I don't think I can trust a man who uses the word salve in a sentence.
What, there's not a certain je ne sais quoi to it?
I guess so.
Man, I love that. That was great. Hey, to the point, though, to the point of all of that, patience and good stuff happening, let's talk a little bit about the economy. We saw some job numbers this morning. And here's what I was thinking, because, again, the media does their thing where they frame everything in certain ways. And, of course, everybody's supposed to be in fear because the market's going to go to zero and everything's going to go to zero and we're going to go into recession. And maybe we will, maybe we won't. We won't know that probably till mid-2026 if we're being honest about it. But here's what I do know. Trump's March jobs report beat expectations. Here's what I do know. Trump's March CPI report beat expectations. Here's what I know. Trump's March PPI report beat expectations, and Trump's April jobs report beat expectations. So once might be an accident, twice might be a coincidence. I see a pattern here starting already, Vin.
Yeah, well done. I see more than a pattern, because you're talking about proof, okay? The proof is in the numbers, right? Well, here's the other proof. $8 trillion from 23 major companies bringing their businesses here. That's the economic stuff that's going to move this country. Pharmaceutical companies, automotive companies, co-packing companies, all sorts of manufacturing companies, steel companies. They're all coming here, and they're putting $8 trillion into the economy. So you look at the jobs report. I mean, I can't wait to see the jobs report a year from now, 2 years from now.
Hey, guys,
good jobs, by the way.
Yeah. Guys, I got the list on whitehouse.gov, just some of them. Project Stargate, which is an open-based AI, and Oracle, $500 billion private investment. We have Apple, $500 billion investment. NVIDIA, $500 billion investment.
NVIDIA is huge. That particular investment,
without a doubt,
is game-changing for our country. It puts us at the forefront of AI.
Without a doubt.
They're a stud.
IBM, 150. Then Johnson. How about pharmaceuticals coming here? Everything's coming from China, but now we have Johnson & Johnson, $55 billion. Roche, it's a Swiss drug company, announcing another $50 billion. Eli Lilly, $27 billion. I mean, this is, Novartis, Hyundai, Venture Global. It's just a massive, massive list. So we haven't even seen I mean, there's got to be an explosion in the market in the next 2 years. It just has to be.
Well, $8 trillion after we all lived through COVID. And one of the things that was embarrassing to me as an American was through COVID, we realized we make nothing. We couldn't even get rubber gloves, okay? We had to go to China and order rubber gloves at 20 times more the prices. There were 40 different middlemen in there. We couldn't get anything, our drugs or anything. It was embarrassing. I don't even say it was weak in our country. It's just embarrassing to be an American and realize we don't make anything. That's not what we're founded on. Trump has flipped that script with the list you just gave, and it's a long list. It's 23 companies and running.
Yeah.
And remember, Mike Lindell converted one of his factories to produce stuff here in this country.
He was one of the few.
Yeah.
I was speaking to someone today. I'll throw this out to all of you.
Tim Waltz?
No? Tim Waltz's daughter?
No, it wasn't any of that.
It was Tim Waltz.
I was speaking to someone today, and I think they're a supporter of Trump. I didn't ask, but the way he talks, I think he's a supporter of the president. And he said to me, Damon, I love Doge, what they are, and Elon, and I think he's there he doesn't need to be doing this or putting up with these headaches and everything. But when you really look at what they found, it's like 0.1% of 1% in the end. Like, really, what have they really found as far as cutting money? When we talk about $36 trillion in debt going to $37 trillion, you think about $250 trillion in unfunded liabilities. You look at what the Republicans have put on the table, $14 trillion in new deficits, raising the debt limit by $5 trillion, spending $345 billion immediately. We know the problem with Congress. I saw that picture of Congress on the front steps taking a picture. They put it out saying, "Oh, you're Congress," or whatever, and I was like, "Yeah, it's great, nice picture. Why don't you go back in the building behind you and go there it is, and go do something, for crying out loud." Number one, but
tell some of your donors to pound sand.
Yeah, but so what's your response to that? To the Doge thing? Yeah, okay, they're great. We love what they're doing, but in the grand scheme of the numbers, they found specks on the beach and they still got a lot of sand around.
Yeah, that's right, and that's nonsense. Okay, number one. So Doge has 3 premises to what they're doing. 1, waste. They're finding waste. In the short time they've been there, they found a lot of waste. Okay, and they're going to find more. This is going to continue. Corruption. I mean, they've already referred like 50 things to the FBI. There's corruption everywhere. Our entire government is one giant corrupt mess when it comes to spending money. They found money going to the Institute of Peace. How many look at the number here? $55 million a year going to them. Part of that goes to the Taliban. And they don't even have a check and a balance to it. But the third piece is efficiency. When they talk about efficiency, it's not how do we make the government efficient, it's how do we make all these processes accountable and efficient. So we have places in our government where they're working off of computers that we probably used in the early 80s or 90s. They're still working with floppy disks, They're doing, they've got dial-up, It's like, remember those old days with AOL and all that stuff? So the efficiency side is game-changing. The corruption side, we got to clean it. And that's one of the things they're doing. And then as far as the waste and all that, they've just scratched the surface. I think Elon's on it. By the way, this guy's a hero. This is one of the greatest Americans of all time. Easily. Not only the cars and everything else he's created, but just doing what he's doing for Doge. He is a hero. He should be on Mount Rushmore. What he is doing, nobody's ever come close to doing anything like this.
Carving it, or he should climb to the top of it?
He should climb to the top of it with his Nikes on. Yes, this is very good.
By the way, Vin, he's an African American.
He happens to be.
Yeah. Did you see the Department of Peace had guns all over it? It was.
Well, they didn't want them to come in. They had guns to keep them out.
Giving Taliban money, and they're armed to the gills. All right.
Yeah, same with the IRS. They have more ammunition than I think some parts of the military do.
I don't see the IRS on TV.
Not more than you, KTG.
No. Been stocking up for a while.
What do you think about Doge? What do you think about Doge and people who say, well, they haven't really found that much when you look at what we're spending, and no one seems serious about actually cutting spending except for, Thomas Massey and a couple others, and they get hammered every time they talk about it. So what do you say to that?
I think it's a start where they are. We'd love to see everything happen at once. Like Matt said, it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. And the more it happens, the more you're going to see they're going to attack Teslas because they're a bunch of idiots, a bunch of malcontents. And when the Marxists at the top say, all right, the flying monkeys, seize them, they're going to go and do stupid stuff. And the more he finds, the more it's going to get. And I like what he's doing. And I predict this summer might be a little more violent than the George Fentanyl Floyd Summer of Love. Summer of Love with 2,200 cops injured. And,
Well,
I like where it's going.
What's oh, go ahead, Paul.
Please.
I was going to say, what's interesting too is that he's going to be stepping down, right, from running Doge, but it doesn't mean that all that work stops. They're continuing on.
Exactly.
This is a long-term project. It's going to be going on for years. So,
well, we saw the
just
people,
starting.
Right? I mean, we saw the 2 interviews that Doge did. They did one on Fox, and they just did another recent one.
The one on Jesse was great.
Yeah, we got to meet Big Balls.
Yeah.
And, they talk about how this is going to go on for years. So if they started out in the first 100 days and already found, $150 billion? I'd take one of that, right?
This is
and just keep going.
Project forward.
And just keep going.
Just 150 that stopped. This is a continuing bill. It doesn't stop.
So you add
maybe
that.
Maybe the criminals will stop doing what they're doing as well.
And that's where I was headed to. The fraud part is that once this starts going on and they start pulling back and they start seeing where it's going, and you talk about the fraud, because the fraud, then you get the people, and once the people start getting rounded up, all this stuff is going to stop.
I think the one big thing that's important is USAID was a rent-a-riot. They pumped so much money through George Soros funded, he's got 1 million NGOs, right? And all they do is, sending these paid provocateurs to set cities on fire. That funding is slowed down. I don't think they're going to have any kind of legs they had like with Floyd, unless they have their coffers filled from God knows how long.
They do.
I just can't see it being that bad. But because I don't see the people like us putting up with it again.
No. But he's talking about this last night when they interviewed him, when Jesse had him on. He said, we're following the money trail. No one's ever done that. This never been done.
You're a conspiracy theory if you say follow the money.
Well,
that's it's crazy. Like, that's labeled conspiracy.
He's following the money.
Good investigation.
What he said when he was following the money is, it never ends. Like, I'm following the money to 100 different places, and then I show up and there's nothing in the account. So what happened here? He is really following the money for real, and that's where we're going to find the real crooks here, who are buying mansions in Virginia and in D.C. using taxpayer money. By the way, this is our money. What everybody's forgotten is we pay taxes. This is our money. They work for us. I mean, everyone's forgotten this. Trump is bringing that back.
One more to go Friday night at the America First Warehouse. We'll try to get around to everybody. Live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have Mateo. Let's hear it for Patriot Mateo. Mateo, where'd you come in from today? Massachusetts, all the way to Long Island. How did you feel on the road from Massachusetts to Long Island coming to see live from Studio 6B?
It was great. Second we leave Massachusetts, all done. It's amazing.
He's happy to leave Massachusetts. Mateo, how old are you?
8.
8, so that means you spent half your life under a Joe Biden administration?
Technically, yes.
Oh, how do you feel? How do you feel about Joe Biden?
He's a very weak man. How did he even get into office?
They cheated. Mateo knows they cheated.
They cheated, but how can they even cheat that much?
Because they're evil, vile, communist reptiles. Mateo, if you could vote, would you have voted for Donald J. Trump or Kamala Harris?
Donald J. Trump!
Yeah! All right, Mateo. I'm sorry you got to go back to Massachusetts. Not yet. You can stay here for a minute. I know you're not in a hurry to get back. All right, what do you think about Elon Musk? We were just talking about him on the stage. Do you like him?
Yeah, he's goated.
He's goated? He's goated?
He's a goat.
Oh, he's the goat.
Yeah.
Greatest of all time. There you go. All right. Mateo, I want to thank you and your family for coming down from communist Massachusetts to join us. Remember, ignore the pinkos stinkos. Call them that when you see them. They're the chubby blue-haired gorgons who you'll know when you see them. You'll smell them before you see them. Trust me. I smell an apparatchik. Mateo, are you going to go into politics when you're older?
Who knows? Maybe, maybe not.
All right, here's a question they're going to ask you. What's a woman?
A woman is someone who cannot change into a man.
Well, folks, we have...
What'd you pay this kid?
We have the next Supreme Court justice. I know that much.
He's the smartest guy in the show.
If not president. Mateo, thank you very much. I want you to look at it.
Oh, my.
My God.
Mateo. Yeah, thanks, buddy. Back to you, Big D.
Oh, man. Smartest guy on the show. Hands down.
Send all the therapy bills to Kevin Downey Jr. if you can after this.
Oh, man.
What do the kids call it? Riz?
There's hope for our future.
This kid's got the
There's
Riz.
hope for our future.
Holy
Thank
cow.
God.
That was the highest IQ segment ever on this show.
No doubt.
Holy cow. Yes.
We lost half our knuckle draggers.
D, did you just email me a pink slip?
I got one too.
Mateo's got my job?
Oh, man.
Oh, man, that was great.
That was great.
That was great. Live from Studio 6B on a Friday night, the America First Warehouse, Real America's Voice. And, of course, 103.9 LI News Radio right here, Long Island, New York. Let me quickly get around to all the boys here and see what else is on their mind that we haven't covered. We've covered a lot of stuff tonight.
I sure have.
Paul Nolan, anything else on your radar?
I assure you, this is not from the Babylon Bee.
Okay.
This is from the New York Post.
Oh, there you go.
Luigi Mangione will be immortalized in San Francisco on the stage in a sickening musical comedy glorifying him. It's going to be Luigi the Musical. This is not a fake story. This is, again, how far from reality the left is. This is what we're up against. How they ever won an election is beyond me. This is pure psycho. This is psychotic.
They stole it.
And, yeah, they stole it.
Right.
Wow.
That's it.
Crazy. Kevin Downey Jr., what else is on your mind tonight?
This really steams my clams. Watch. Gavin Newsom just gave an anti-terrorism award to a mosque linked to 9/11.
What?
I'm not making
my story.
It's not the B. I swear to God. I swear to God. You know what? He's giving them an award for anti-terrorism. You know what? I'm be honest. I've been Catholic a long time, and I've never seen a nun explode.
Yeah.
Why not give it to them?
Is this the religion of pieces?
This is the religion of pieces, blowing stuff up. The award went to the imam, whose name is You know what they say about those little Muslims kids? They blow up so fast. Bang!
Oh my God. Send your letters to Kevin Downey Jr., P.O. Box 45782.
I'm available for kids' parties. You're a funny guy.
Yeah.
I've got my new agent Mateo over here. You're a good man.
Yeah. That's the best move you've made right there. Yeah, that's the best move you've made.
Living in a bouncy house.
Oh, God. By the way, you can listen to Kevin Downey Jr. 9 to 11 weekday mornings right here on 103.9 LI News, where I will be with him Monday.
Wow,
Monday on the Kevin Downey Jr. Show. Big D sitting in for all 2 hours. So we're going to light up the phones, light up the text messages, and looking forward to it.
LI News Radio.
Rick Delgado, what else is on your mind tonight?
Well, this is a story I saw. I can't top that. Unfortunately, the only story I came across that got my attention this much was a lady pooping on another lady's car.
Well, you might have. Whoa! So you're going to make your best effort to top it.
No.
Was it a Tesla?
I didn't bring the video.
Let's go to the videotape.
There is video.
Oh, I'm sure there is.
I made sure not to include that part.
Yeah.
But I did grab the part of where she gets arrested. This Pennsylvania woman caught on camera pooping on another woman's car and bragging about it being a clean poop.
Wow.
She's a bizarre woman named Christina Solometto. Stay away from her, Mateo.
If you tell me you have another story, I'm just wondering what would follow this. This has got to be the bottom of the last story that you could find, right? Okay.
It's definitely at the bottom.
I had a worse story.
Yeah, he does.
Well, here is the lunatic herself, cut number 9. Here she is getting arrested by the police because she decided that the person she was following was too close. So to prove a point, she squatted on top of the car.
I don't think I've ever bombed a clip before.
Yes.
But, of course.
But this is just her. Now she's laughing.
It's a crapshoot.
Yeah.
She taped me and I asked her
This video's a crapshoot. Aaron?
Is she single? Is she single, Mr. Delgado?
Very quickly, Vinnie Mac, anything else from you?
She's single.
I never thought I'd follow a nun blowing up and pooping on a car, but here it goes. Hey, and this is for Mateo and kids like Mateo.
Yeah.
And Trump standing up for our universities and the sanity of universities and our kids and anti-Semitism. Cutting Harvard's tax-exempt status. Doing the things that are necessary. They are poisoning their minds and not moving on with anything.
Yeah. All right, very good from everybody. Before we hit the last break and go for the night, I just wanted to say how thankful we are to everybody here at the America's First Warehouse, Joe the Box. Everybody here. Also, I want to make sure I mention Aaron and Fran upstairs have done tremendous work to get us to this day. They are the two best. I couldn't do it without them. Aaron and Fran always holding it down. Thanks to everybody on the show. Harry on the highway. Nice job, everybody at Real America's Voice. Everybody at 103.9 LI News. Everybody in the LFS6B audience. As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, emergency personnel. Thanks, guys. Thank you, most of all, the live from Studio 6B audience. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you Monday night back in the studio, live from Studio 6B. We'll see you then.
more and more information keeps coming about the Maryland father who was deported. Oh no! He kind of just keeps getting objectively worse. Also, Ilhan Omar, everyone's favorite congresswoman to make fun of, didn't go high when, that's what Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. And also, running. Is it the new privilege dropping on the woke? Whatever they're talking about. All that more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to that and before we get to our panel, there is a crazy thing going on in California. But I repeat myself, if anything's going on in California, it's most likely crazy. Look, there is a bill called AB 379, which has a provision in it that libs intentionally took out. What is the provision? Well, let me set this up first. Currently, the law in California is such that if anyone solicits prostitution of anyone under the age of 16, it is a misdemeanor or felony. In other words, it is a pretty big punishment. Now, I use finger quotes to say prostitution because in California, the age of consent is 18. So if you're under 18, well, you don't get to consent, and therefore it's not prostitution, it's sex slavery. We'll just call it what it is. So that aside, the current law says, okay, well, it's a felony if they're under 16 and you attempt to purchase them for sex, which again is horrible and we want to get rid of. That goes without saying. However, in this bill, there was a provision that said, okay, we're going to include 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds because currently the law is under 16. And that seems thoroughly reasonable. So reasonable so that Gavin Newsom, the far-left lib Democrat governor of California, said, yeah, it's probably a pretty good idea. Now, instead of just pass this law, the California legislature, the assembly said, absolutely not. We're not going to put this into law, and actively took it out. In other words, it wasn't something that like had this kind of slipped under the rug. We didn't really notice. It's 16. It was in the bill to say, hey, we're going to include 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds in this because, again, they can't consent. They can't be legal prostitution workers, even if you agree whether or not that should be legal. I don't, but that's beside the point. If you're under the age of 18, you cannot consent, and therefore it's not okay. This bill had that in there, and Democrats actively took it out. Why? Because California is where sanity goes to die. That's the only reason I think anybody could actually give. Here to comment on that and so much more is host of the Chris Hand Show, Chris Hand, and Natalie Jean Beisner, whose literal title, and she asked for this, is a former Democrat. So appreciate that. Guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Chris, I want to start with you. So it wasn't like a, hey, this was left out of the bill and nobody kind of saw this. There was an active move by the California Democrats in the assembly to say, hold on. This provision that says it makes it a felony for 16 and 17-year-old prostitution solicitation, a felony, let's actually actively take that out. We all know California is the place where sanity goes to die. Chris, why?
I have no idea. I think you said it best, though. You can't have a child prostitute. You can have a child sex slave. And that's exactly what's going on in California. And the lawmakers there don't want to punish individuals going after underage prostitutes. It's insane. Personally, I would advocate for wood chipper feet first. I know that's a little bit extreme, but that's just kind of the route that I would go. As a father of 4, I think that you need to go that route with these kind of heinous crimes. The people in California don't even want to punish these kind of heinous crimes. I would act like I'm surprised, but it's the state of California, and I don't think that there's any surprise in them doing this kind of insane activity ever. Is there? Yeah. Are you surprised?
Yeah, Chris, that is a pretty controversial statement. Wood chipper feet first is a little bit more aggressive and dangerous than head first. Head first, it's over almost immediately. Clean. And the controversial statement of the day is feet first versus head first if you go into the wood chipper for, again, abusing children, which I think is probably an adequate penalty. Natalie, even Gavin Newsom has come out and said, this is pretty reasonable. What are we doing, guys? And his own party is going against him. Is there a competition in California who can be the most woke? And if by woke you mean legalizing the abuse of kids, is that like what's going on here?
Probably. I'm in California, and that's part of why I'm no longer a Democrat. Just to be completely clear, in my state currently, as of today, soliciting someone who is 16 or 17-year-old is a misdemeanor, not a felony, and it's punishable by 2 days up to a year in prison. And it's my understanding that up until last year, when Newsom signed a law, that soliciting someone who's 16 and 17 or soliciting someone who's under the age of 16 could have been punished as a misdemeanor or a felony for your first offense. So it was like the judge's choice. And now it's a felony for under the age of 16. And like you said, this bill had a provision that would have made it a felony for 16 and 17-year-olds. And the Democrats voted against it. And their reasoning was that they said that teenagers who are LGBT or in interracial relationships with someone who's maybe 18 or 19, that their parents were going to weaponize this law against those teens. And I don't know why they specified LGBT or interracial, because you could have, say, a white young woman who's 17 in a relationship with a white young man who's 18. But what they really mean is that Christian conservative parents who they think are bigots and racists are going to use this to go after the Black 18-year-old man who's in a relationship with their 17-year-old daughter or whatever else. It's completely crazy. And it's, again, an example of them putting the interests and the hypothetical feelings of like a very small minority over children, just children of every color, every orientation, whatever else, just everyone's feelings over children.
Yeah, and it is ridiculous. Chris, I probably should have showed you this video before I got your answer, but I want to get a brief reaction from you to this. This is one of the co-sponsors of the bill, I believe, saying, well, let me know if you think this person is, in fact, hinged or unhinged. Play that clip real quick.
The author and I are doubling down. 30 seconds. It is not the intent, but it is the commitment that we bring a bill that is better than what was presented. If you do not vote for this today, where you said that you cared about 16 and 17-year-old was a lie, that you don't care.
Yeah, their contention was, well, the only reason this provision was in there is Republicans playing politics. And I think we just witnessed a video of one of these co-sponsors of the bill also playing politics. Chris, do you have a quick reaction to that?
She seems fun. she seems like somebody you'd want to hang out with and have over your house for dinner, doesn't she? No, completely unhinged. But do you expect anything else coming out of California? I honestly just feel bad for these people. They walk through life so upset about things they shouldn't be upset about, including making it a felony to solicit minor prostitutes. It's insane. These people need help.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. And speaking of things that are ridiculous, I'm not sure if that was a great enough transition, but the NPR, the National Public Radio, or as some people call it, nakedly progressive radio, is, facing some criticism by the conservatives, including President Trump, who's trying to... We talked about this. We don't have time to explain the entire hierarchy of it, but there's an organization that the federal government funds, and that organization funds a lot of individual radio stations and TV stations that then purchase the syndicated NPR. Again, kind of complicated. President Trump is going after their funding. Natalie, I think a lot of people who are formerly on the left or even moderately on the right now maybe don't even mind NPR if they were true to their cause of, we're down the middle. But unfortunately, there were 0 people in the NPR newsroom that identified as conservatives or Republicans. Is this going to be welcomed by the majority of American people who kind of think, yeah, NPR has gone off the rails, and if they're as far left as they are now, they probably shouldn't deserve funding? Is that, you think that's something the American people will buy?
Yeah, I think it's welcomed by anyone who's not an unhinged progressive Democrat. I mean, there was Pew Research in 2019 that said that 87% of NPR's audience identifies as Democrat. And there was actually a really good, I don't know if your listeners are familiar with it, but there was a really good piece last year in Barry Weiss's Free Press by someone who had worked for NPR for 25 years, was a liberal Trump hater. And he wrote kind of a tell-all of how they lost their diverse audience. And for that, he was put on leave and then eventually kind of forced to resign because there was so much hostility. And if your audience doesn't represent the American people, by and large, which is what this man was admitting, who hates Donald Trump and is, again, a liberal raised by a lesbian, well, then why do you deserve our federal tax dollars? And of course, they're going to act like the sky is falling. But really, if you look at it, it's like PBS, their federal funding is 15% of PBS's budget and 1% of NPR's. So everything's probably going to continue as normal, and they're going to keep being a mouthpiece for the DNC. And no one's even going to notice that this happened or that federal funding was cut. But of course, they're going to act like, the sky's falling.
Well, that's the thing, is direct federal funding is a small percentage of it, but they go this roundabout way, and it actually funds like closer to half, if not 60% of it. Chris, I'm curious here, so do you think in order to attempt to avert Trump pulling funding, NPR will try and go more of the conservative route, or at least be somewhat down the middle? And if they're going to do that, they're going to have to hire people that may be more conservative. And if they do that, would you be willing to take your radio show to NPR in order to hopefully get them to avert the gaze of President Trump trying to cut their funding?
No, and I don't even know what that would look like if they tried to be more conservative or more down the middle. I feel like we wouldn't agree with it anyway. But I mean, without the taxpayers funding this stuff, how are we going to get hard-hitting reporting from NPR, like stories about cannibalism and eating women's placentas? That's a real story, by the way. How are we going to learn about all of the wonderful things that the left is doing and all the evil things that the Trump administration is doing? It's funny, when they did the RNC and the DNC, it was 72% negative coverage for the RNC, 88% positive coverage for the DNC. This is not a nonpartisan organization by any stretch of the imagination. And I think if they had to monetize it, and we've talked about this before, if they had to monetize it in the same way that my radio station monetizes it privately, I think that they would fail. I'm more excited about the PBS losing their funding. As a dad of 4 kids, I am so frustrated when Elmo is pushing vaccines and Pride Month, and when Arthur is telling kids that white people are racist. I don't think that has any place in a kid's show. And I don't think any parent who was raised on PBS, if they're not paying attention, is safe to leave their kids watching PBS unguarded. Yeah. So I'm more looking forward to that aspect of it. I think adults can figure things out for themselves for the most part. But the kids, going after the kids is always much more touchy for me.
Yeah, until they start airing reruns of Mr. Rogers, I don't think I'm letting my kids watch PBS anytime soon. Chris and Natalie will be back right after the break to discuss the Maryland father and everyone's favorite congresswoman to dislike, Ilhan Omar. All that and more coming up after the break. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes?
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice.
Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life.
Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for sticking with us. I think we've all seen just about enough as we can handle of the Maryland father. First, he was a Maryland father that was stripped away from his family. Then, okay, wait, well, he's an illegal. And then, okay, wait, well, he's also a gang member. Oh, it actually turns out that he might have beaten his wife, according to court documents. Oh, wait, he was pulled over human trafficking. Yet another thing came out about the Maryland father that Democrats are so eager to defend and go down and pay homage to, as the senator from Maryland did. Let's bring our panel back so we can listen to this audio. So we all probably heard the story that the wife, or just baby mama, I'm not even sure if they're legally married, of the Maryland father filed a court complaint that, well, he was domestically abusing her, which again is terrible. Nobody's trying to make light of that or belittle that in any way, shape, or form. But now there's audio that, backs up the already written statements that we've already seen. Let's listen to this and get your guys' reaction.
I came to fill out a protective order. I think it was in December. But I didn't show up to the court because his family, washed my brain telling me that his dad was sick and not to do it. I would call the police. I have a lot of police reports. And I kept trying to get to the door basement to try to open the door, and then he pushed me. So then when I was able to go outside to get a phone, I called 911 from a disconnected phone. So I saw a neighbor walking his dog, and I opened the door and I was like, help. And then when he heard me, he grabbed me from my hair and then he slapped me. And then the neighbor, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to react. I have pictures of the evidence, all the bruises, because even on Wednesday, he hit me around 3 in the morning. He would just wake up and hit me. And then last Saturday for my daughter's birthday party, before I went to my daughter's birthday party, he slapped me 3 times. And then last week I did call the police. My sister called the police because he hit me in front of my sister.
Holy cow. That's honestly kind of difficult to listen to. Natalie, my question then, after hearing that, even though we already knew we had the writing samples for the actual court filing that she listed, it makes it worse somehow. Why was this guy even still in the country? That's what I'm now asking, is holy cow, it feels like there was enough evidence to boot this guy out a long time ago. What was going on there?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. The coverage on this has been crazy. I was just on college campuses this week with Walkaway, and so many of the kids there think that this guy is a U.S. citizen who was deported. And now we have all of this information coming out. I mean, did you see the body cam footage that came out of Tennessee in the last couple of days when he was pulled over in 2022? And right there on the camera, one of the law enforcement officers says he's hauling people for money. And then apparently they called the FBI under Joe Biden, and the FBI said, don't detain this guy. So then they just released this guy who they knew was trafficking. And now we come to find out that he's also an abuser. And you said it in the beginning that Democrats have kind of shifted their message away from Maryland dad. And now, it's not about him. It's about due process, because I think it's a point of pride. They know that they're too far into this. They can't back out now. And they just choose the worst people to be their heroes.
Yeah, I can't get through my head what is going on that side. Unless, of course, it's this. Actually, a lot of people don't know this, Chris. Buried in Article 8 of the Constitution, the Founding Fathers said that the craziest people among us have to defend illegal gangbanging, wife-beating domestic traffickers. Of course, it does.
I missed that part.
Almost got through that without laughing. But yeah, they don't have to defend them, Chris. What is... If there's a message to libs, I would say you don't. There's no requirement that you have to defend this guy. Why are they continuing to do it?
I don't know, man. It's the insanity of the left, and I guess it just goes back to Trump derangement syndrome and orange man bad. But part of me looks at the wife and I go, "What are you doing?" And I tried to think about this last night, and I'm thinking she doesn't want to give up that give, send, go, man. She's raising too much money off the back of this Maryland man that we all know is a gang member. We all know he's a spousal abuser, human trafficker. You were talking about the body cam footage. It was hard to understand what he was saying underneath that thick Maryland accent. But when you got to the police, you could understand what they were saying because they had the Tennessee accent, so it was a little bit easier for me being in Tennessee. But the police said they're hauling ass. These guys are ass haulers. They're making money trafficking humans. And this is who the left defends. I don't want to interrupt the left. I don't want to interrupt our enemies while they're making a mistake. But you would think that they would have some little bit, at least in the back of their mind, just iota of knowing this is probably a bad idea.
Yeah, it's hard to stop your enemies when they're punching themselves in the face, but at the same time, it's very difficult to watch. Also, yeah, it's probably just overt TDS, which I think we had a panelist on the other day saying that Trump derangement syndrome might actually be the biggest epidemic, surpassing COVID, that is spreading around the world. Speaking of the Maryland father, one of our favorite congresswomen, at least I think I can call her a congresswoman, maybe a congress they, I'm not actually sure. Ilhan Omar was asked by, I believe, a Daily Caller Foundation reporter about the Democrats paying homage to the Maryland father, and this was her response. Watch this.
Congresswoman Omar, I'm Miles Morrell with the Daily Caller News Foundation. Do you think more of your Democratic colleagues should be traveling to El Salvador to advocate on behalf of Rodrigo Garcia?
I think you should off. Yeah, that's
I'm sorry, what, Congresswoman?
off.
Who should?
You.
Why me?
We're not taking any questions right now, but here you go.
Yeah, thanks.
Natalie, I am reminded of the iconic Michelle Obama speech, "When they go low, we go high." And of course, Ilhan Omar exemplifying the fact that they just take the high road every single time. And that's just what they do. Considering the fact that the biggest thing that Dems have, or the libs have in general, is this good feeling, heartfelt, motivational. How does that play into that? Or is it the fact that they're just getting so frustrated, the only thing they can resort to is yelling epithets at people?
Yeah, they seem to like the F word lately. I think of like Jasmine Crockett, who said, I think, F you when she was asked about Elon Musk. They just like to insert that in anywhere. And honestly, I know we're not surprised by this, but it is a little bit shocking that she's a sitting representative and she's asked what is a legitimate question and she doesn't even try to answer it or try to spin the answer or even just ignore it, that she just like lets that fly out and then doubles down and then triples down later on social media. And honestly, I'm kind of in a minority on the right. I don't even really like it when someone like Nancy Mace gets a little too argumentative, I think, and not professional and doesn't represent us well. But then Ilhan Omar comes in and is like, hold my beer, and does something that's 100,000 times worse. And I mean, she's supposed to serve at the will of the people. And I really just don't think that this is it. It's just also like a walking billboard for why Democrats shouldn't be in power anymore and why we ironically need to be strict on immigration, which is what she was kind of asked about there. So
yeah,
didn't want to answer.
You mentioned that tweet too. She retweeted that and said, no, I stand by what I say. F off, spelled it out. Chris, she's got to run for re-election every 2 years. This is a congressional seat, so 2 years comes pretty fast. I would imagine anybody in that district, even Democrats trying to primary her from her own party, would be running that ad nonstop. Do you think at this point, given all of the things she's said, is this the breaking point that gets her booted out of office? Do you think that's going to make any difference whatsoever?
No. In the District of Somalia, where she is, she has a lot of supporters, and this is just going to be a feather in her cap. I don't think that she has to worry about it at all. In fact, out of all the Democrats, I think that she's probably one of the safest. Let's be perfectly honest. People love her. But this new face of the Democrat Party that we're seeing, You mentioned Jasmine Crockett. Ilhan Omar is right in there. Is this the dark woke that we have been told about, where you're getting a little bit rude, a little bit crude, and you're, letting the swear words fly? It's okay if that's what you want to do. I thought you were going to play the clip of her talking about American values, which I thought was even funnier because, she married her brother and her father was, complicit in genocide when he was in his home country. So there's that. But no, I don't think she has to worry about re-election. I think she's going to be good to go. And I think that this is just emblematic of the left, and their supporters are going to eat this all the way up.
Oh, I disagree. I think Ilhan Omar perfectly represents traditional Christian American values, Chris. I don't see what you're talking about at all. Of course, I'm kidding. Speaking of people who I would say don't represent traditional American values, Tim Walz's daughter. And look, I'm not a big fan of pulling family members of powerful people into the conversation. But at the same time, if you're going to be out there talking with authority because your parent is the governor of a state, sorry, you're fair game. Here is the young little Walls talking about the new form of what probably will be the next white supremacist movement. Watch this.
Running as an act is political. And you know who taught me that? Tim Walz. The first thing he told me when I was first getting into it in high school was that running is a privilege, and being a part of the running community is a privilege that not all people have access to. Whether it be you just having the time to run, access to funds to buy the gear, access to, healthy quality foods that fuel you as you're training and as you're running, access to, a safe, stable situation that allows you to be in a good mental state to be able to run. All of those things are hard to come by. And if you have them and are a part of the running community, that is a privilege.
Yes, a new privilege has just dropped. Chris, do we push back on this sort of stuff, or do we just go, sure, you say this as much as you want, and see if people come over to your side and allow the everyday average person, who I think would look at that and roll their eyes, to do just that?
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's not every day that a clip can come on and make Ilhan Omar seem a little bit more sane than we thought just moments ago, but here we are. When she says check your privilege with running, I just think of all those white European runners that are winning marathons and, the big races in the Olympics. And I think, yeah, you're right. This is a white supremacist sport. And then I think of the barefoot Ethiopian who won a marathon, with no gear at all. Check your privilege at the door, pal. Apparently you're a Nazi as well. This is one of the most insane clips that I've seen from her. And she's been putting out a lot of clips. I agree with you, leaving the families out of it. But she has entered herself into this conversation. So at this point, she's fair game. And I just wonder, are you getting your talking points from, I don't know, ChatGPT? Like, is there a woke version of ChatGPT where she gets all of her talking points? Because they all seem very, very sterile and very similar to the last video that we saw. But she's insane. I don't understand it. And she said this is the first thing her dad taught her when she got into running. Check your privilege.
Ridiculous. Natalie, so is there a next step for this? What can we predict is going to be the next version of privilege or white supremacy or whatever it is? Is it baking? Is it mowing your lawn? What's the next thing? And should we start a gambling pool on what they're going to come up with next?
I don't know. Maybe being sane is a white privilege. I don't really know. So I think someone needs to take her phone away because, like Chris said, it's like every week some stupid video comes out, and she's not doing her dad any favors. I mean, when Tim opens his mouth, he's not doing himself any favors, but his daughter is not helping at all. And when I first watched this, I assumed she meant running for office, which would maybe kind of make sense. But then I realized she meant just running down the street, which makes no sense whatsoever. And I really can't believe that this is what her dad taught her, like Chris said. I mean, maybe he said being part of the running team is a privilege, not a right. But did he genuinely, I guess it's Tim Walz, he genuinely meant that running is white privilege. And I mean, she tries to tie it into climate change and how if we deport people, they can't be part of the running community. I mean, it makes no sense at all whatsoever.
Yeah, that's a good point. If you run too much, you might change the weather on accident, and that would be bad. Chris and Natalie, thank you guys so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. What do you think at home? What is going to be the next thing that is a privilege that the wokes decide to be their hill to die on? Email us, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email us whether you agree or whether you're wrong, tpt@tpusa.com. Coming up next is a clip from the Alex Clark's Cultural Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
So why did a strict carnivore diet at first appeal to you? And then why did you switch to animal-based, which includes fruit, honey, and dairy, right?
Yeah. So I have struggled with autoimmune issues my whole life. When I was a kid, I was over-medicated by my parents for my asthma. So asthma and eczema are part of this allergic triad. Hay fever is the third part of this triad. So like allergies, it's called atopy or atopic dermatitis is eczema. And I remember getting Theodor, which is theophylline, in my applesauce as a kid, and it tastes bitter and it makes you kind of hyper. That's the way we used to treat asthma, was with an oral medication called theophylline. My parents would force me to take my albuterol inhaler at dinner. I didn't want to do the medications, but they were trying to do the best for me, but they really over-medicated me because I had these issues as a child. Now, granted, I was a child eating a standard American diet. I know my parents wanted to do good, but I was sitting at, in the living room with my father watching TV, eating a Hungry Man TV dinner.
Really?
Yeah, it was in the 1980s, so it probably wasn't as bad as junk food is now, but it's still pretty horrible and surely full of seed oil. So I was eating pasteurized milk, factory farmed meat, factory farmed chicken, seed oils, and all of the grains, no limitations, no real attention to nutrition when I was a kid. And it wasn't any surprise to me in retrospect that I had autoimmune issues. So I struggled with them throughout my life, and they were they fluctuated. Sometimes they were worse, sometimes they were better, but I had a number of eczema flares in my life that were pretty bad. And eczema is like a itchy, bumpy rash. And sometimes it's just cosmetic or a nuisance, but other times it can be a really problematic thing. When I was in medical school, I started doing jujitsu, like so wrestling on mats. And when I would get eczema on my knees, it would get infected from the mats. And you get sort of a super infection called impetigo. So you get a skin infection where the skin is cracked and open from this eczema. And I mean, I've had times in my life where eczema was so bad that it affected my sense of self. I mean, I remember being on a date with a woman when I was in residency, and I had eczema on my arm so bad that I told her it was poison oak. I don't know why I was so embarrassed to tell her it was eczema.
Wow.
But that was really the breaking point for me when I was in my residency. So I'm probably like late 30s. I'm just sick of this recurrent eczema my whole life. And I'm thinking, why do I still have eczema? At that point in my life, in my late 30s, I'm still eating I'm eating a much better diet. I'm eating basically entirely organic. I'm eating meat. I'm eating fruit, but I'm eating nuts. I'm eating seeds. I'm eating vegetables. And I might have eaten milk sometimes, but I was eating basically like a paleo type diet. So not really restricting any food group, but not eating junk food anymore. And still I'm having major flares of eczema. So I kind of threw my hands up and I heard about this thing called the carnivore diet. I actually heard Jordan Peterson talking about it on Joe Rogan's podcast.
No way.
Yeah. And I'm in residency, right? So I've been to medical school. And I just thought, this is so interesting. Autoimmune illness is rampant. And I think that autoimmunity affects so many of us. You're having your issues with it too, right? In ways that we're not even understanding as humans. What is causing us to have these autoimmune issues? And I heard him talk about carnivore and I thought, what if it's some of these plant foods that we think are healthy that are actually triggering our immune system? And I can talk about why they might do that in a moment, but I did a strict carnivore diet at that point for a year and a half. Eczema gets way better, completely resolves, but I'm only eating meat and organs like liver and heart and animal fat and salt for a year and a half.
A year and a half, you did only those things.
Only those things.
And then when and why did you decide to be like, okay, let me add some other stuff?
So eventually I started to have issues with electrolyte balance, probably related to long-term ketosis. So there's a lot of talk about ketosis or keto diets or low carbohydrate diets now, but I really think that in a lot of people, those are very stressful. And what we know is that insulin is this peptide hormone in the human body that gets released when you eat carbohydrates. It also gets released when you eat protein, not so much with fat, but insulin is valuable. Insulin gets a bad rap. Some people in the health space are saying you should never see insulin. You should minimize it as much as possible. I don't believe that. I think that insulin is clearly valuable for humans, and insulin gets out of whack when you get underlying metabolic dysfunction, but insulin doesn't cause the metabolic dysfunction. It's something else, which we can talk about. But what happens is when you don't get enough of an insulin signal, and on a ketogenic diet, you get a very low insulin signal, you don't hold on to electrolytes at the level of your kidneys. I was never taught this in medical school. You need insulin to reabsorb sodium, potassium, calcium, and chloride at the level of your kidneys in the descending tubules and all of these loops within your kidneys that sort of help you manage your fluid and your electrolytes in your human body. So it's very interesting to me that in my case, and in a lot of people's cases who do long-term keto, you end up with just massive electrolyte insufficiency. And you
so
just
what's
cannot.
the max amount of time you should do strict, hardcore carnivore diet?
I think it's going to be very dependent on the individual. And I actually don't think most people need to start there at all. What I learned from it was valuable though, and I don't want to gloss over this. What I learned was that many of the foods that I thought were healthy, whether it was salad or nuts or seeds, or in my case, probably mushroom extracts, were probably triggering my eczema. So there's a value there for people to understand that a lot of autoimmune issues, I believe, are triggered, not entirely, this isn't the panacea, but I think for a lot of people, autoimmune issues can be triggered by foods we think are healthy, oats or quinoa or spinach or kale or broccoli or almonds.
Well, it's just like an individual food allergy.
It's very individual. Yeah. A food sensitivity, probably. Yeah. And a carnivore diet is so precise that it can really help understand that. But my transition to animal-based was this sort of thought process of saying, can I eat more foods, more variety, more flavor, more color, but also not trigger my immune system? And what I found is that for me and for a lot of other people, just through experimentation and sort of crowdsourcing this information, you think, oh, when you think about plants, the fruit is the colorful part of the plant that the plant wants you to eat. And this is the problem with vegetables, I think, for a lot of people, is that vegetables are the leaves, the stems, the roots, and the seeds of plants. And these are the parts that plants don't want you to eat. So there's a clear communication going on here, or an attempt at communication between plants and animals, or plants and humans. These are the parts of the plant that the plant needs to photosynthesize, to gather energy from the sun, to make sugar, to have their energy, but plants can't run away from us. So between, over the last 400 to 500 million years of divergent animal and plant evolution, plants have developed thousands and thousands of defense chemicals. We're never really told about this. And humans and other animals in turn have developed mechanisms, enzymatic systems to detoxify those plant defense chemicals, but not all of us are great at that. And some of us have problems with those defense chemicals and they can be harmful for humans. So the idea that kale is entirely good for humans, I would argue with that.
So you think kale is bullshit?
I do think kale is bullshit. Generally, that's a black and white statement that has kind of been made historically, and it's kind of fun because it gets people thinking about it.
What other vegetables, like you were really anti-kale, but is there any other top vegetables you're like, do not eat this?
Spinach is a big one.
Okay.
Spinach is a big one because of oxalates. So oxalates are essentially oxalic acid. It's a dicarboxylic acid. It's a breakdown product of amino acids in the human body that we can get large amounts of in food, much, much higher than we would
So then
make.
what's this like whole campaign? Like, why was it drilled into us as kids that like spinach is so healthy? Like that's the ultimate vegetable.
I think Popeye just led us all astray. like, I don't know. I mean, there's urban myth that potentially the whole deal with Popeye was related to a misplaced decimal point having to do with iron.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, so if you think about, so let's just think about spinach because it's a good model system. So when you think about spinach, like what's beneficial about spinach? Well, it probably has some B vitamins, it has some folate, and it has iron in it. And a lot of people are deficient in iron. It's hard to get meat for all of us, whether we can't afford it or we don't have access to it. Like people all over the world often don't eat enough meat. So plant foods with iron can be valuable. Iron deficiency anemia appears to be very common in humans, especially women who menstruate every month and lose iron when they're bleeding. But the iron in spinach is just not nearly as bioavailable as the iron in meat, which is heme iron.
What kind of meat would have the most?
Red meat.
Okay.
Or dark meat chicken.
Okay.
In fact, if you think about organs, the spleen has the most iron. Some people I've eaten spleen in the past. That's a whole separate story.
I'm not surprised.
I know, right? But in terms of things that we commonly eat, it would be red meat that has the most iron in it.
So if somebody goes full carnivore, what are like the immediate benefits they're going to start seeing?
I think that their gut is probably going to get quieter. They're probably going to have less gas and bloating. Although some people, when they cut out all fiber, go the other direction and get a little diarrhea because sometimes we need the fiber to hold on to, or at least manage the recycling of bile acids. But some people who go strict carnivore do have like less problems with their gut, less gas, less bloating. A lot of people who go strict carnivore do have improvements in autoimmune issues, whether it's autoimmune thyroid disease or skin issues like psoriasis and eczema, or autoimmune gut issues like Crohn's colitis or ulcerative colitis. Basically, being in the carnivore space for years now and then sort of being carnivore adjacent now, I've heard probably thousands of stories, almost every diagnosed autoimmune condition getting better with intentional dietary changes. But what's interesting to me is that I haven't really heard that many people say that these things come back or get worse when they add a few foods in their diet, like fruit, that make it much more manageable long term.
So
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
Immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, back to my 13-year-old, owning this space every day, getting a convert. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us.
He said it best at Turning Point USA. We're relentless. We're changing minds on campuses every semester, defending conservative values, and fighting for America's future. Your donation helps keep us on campus. Join the movement and donate to TPUSA today.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Thanks for sticking with us. Also, you can donate to Turning Point USA, which is the best in making sure conservative ideas remain on college campuses, tpusa.com. You can also email the show anytime you want, tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong, and if it's horrible and disgusting. We haven't read emails in a while on the show, because we run too long on the panel, and that's totally fine. But then we run out of time to do the fun videos. So we got several emails. They're very complimentary. Very much appreciate those of you who watch it and email and send compliments. Very much appreciated. We'll have that as a catch-all on this Friday. But it is Friday, so we got to get to Fun Friday. This first clip I thought was, well, it's fun for us to watch. It probably wasn't fun for either of the people experiencing it in the moment. There is an argument between what I believe is a boyfriend and a girlfriend, and the boyfriend takes some extreme measures in order to get out of that argument. I'm not sure if I can blame him, but we'll let you be the judge. Watch this. You know, I am inclined to say that's never okay. However, there's like 1% of me that goes, give me the context. What were they talking about? What was that argument over? And maybe there may be a small little bit of justification that would say, yeah, I might have jumped out of that window. Also, maybe, I don't know, she was telling him, I'm a Democrat and I voted for Obama and Biden and Kamala Harris, and maybe that would have warranted the guy jumping out of the window. I think it actually might. Let's get to this next clip. I think this is fun, making fun of libs by being libs. It's sometimes difficult to tell sarcasm and satire, and this blurs that line just a little bit. Watch this.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry I'm late. I was getting a triple abortion. I have an announcement to make. I identify as, we're in a polycule, so there's 5 other people that we're dating as well, and 4 of them are undocumented. No eating until you do your land acknowledgement. Meat is murder! I'm living in a free Palestine encampment.
I like the last one. I'm living in a free Palestine encampment. The problem is, all of those are real things. You have people protesting, blocking traffic, saying meat is murder. You have people living in free Palestine encampments. You have people that are in whatever a polycule is. I guess they're dating 5 other people at once, and that's a thing, I guess. The issue, I keep going back to this. Our friend Seth Dillon at the Babylon Bee has the hardest job in all of the world trying to make fun of people that are doing things so objectively absurd that it's difficult to even satirize because, all of the things about that is funny and interesting. Going into the weekend, I feel like this is an apt and appropriate reminder from, it looks like a priest here that, he's talking about church, and, if you don't like it, he has some suggestions. If you don't like church, try again. You have a chance to do that this Sunday. Have a great weekend. That's going to do it with us here at Turning Point tonight. Charlie's going to take us out. We will see you Monday, same time, same place. Have a great weekend. Spend some time with some family. Unplug from the news of the day because you only need to watch Turning Point tonight. It's also the Charlie Kirk Show and all the other shows that you do watch. But we'll see you Monday, same time, same place. God bless America.
Introducing the Onion, the non-lethal self-defense platform. Lightweight and simple to use. It uses an easy-to-load 5-round magazine and is powered by an 8-gram CO2 cartridge. Byrna launchers fire a 68 caliber chemical-filled projectile using a patented pull-pierce technology where the CO2 canister is only punctured on the first trigger pull, meaning your launcher is always at the ready. It's capable of incapacitating an attacker for over 30 minutes and is accurate and effective at over 60 feet. It requires no permits, no background checks, and is interstate travel friendly. With Byrna, you will be prepared to defend.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Well, it's important to note, too, that the stock market is not the economy. The stock market can react to jitters and news. The economy is growing incredibly strong and is only going to grow stronger with the tax cut that we see coming and deregulation. Let's go to CNBC. Let's play cut 483.
Jobs report for April hitting the wires. Non-farm payrolls greater 177,000. We're expecting, as Joe pointed out, 133,000. 177,000 would be the second best of the year outside of what's in the rearview mirror.
Now, you have to wonder, are the Democrats happy about this? I mean, they're the ones saying that the recession is, are they thrilled that the American economy is doing better and it's actually only going to further improve? You see, the prediction was that by now we would have major job losses. We have the tariffs. They said by the summer we're going to see major drop-offs, but this jobs report has exceeded expectations.
Well, yeah, this just reminds me of just about every other chapter of President Trump's political career where the elites and the experts tell us he's doing it wrong, only to find out in the end that he's doing it right, that his instincts have been right all along. Now, he's not right about everything. Listen, we're free to disagree with President Trump, but I time and time again, whether it's foreign policy, energy policy, tariffs,
President Trump has an instinct for these things. He's a businessman. He's seen it up close and personal. I've always been a fan of tariffs. We have internal disagreements on our team about tariffs. I get it that it causes jitters in the short term, but we're already seeing, especially with like auto manufacturing, where they're starting to replace producers and their supply chains. They're reshoring those supply chains. They're already working on it. Ford has come out, said they're building 2 new plants. Hyundai, Toyota, all of them are making moves to reshore supply chains, which is going to increase American jobs.
Also remember, they told us that if the border was closed, it would crater America without cheap illegal labor. This is a very important point. The border is completely secure, 99% border crossings.
It's incredible.
And then we have deportations happening. So it turns out actually when you close the border, more Americans get hired. That actually on the books, like what a concept.
Well,
there's a direct correlation with you close the southern border and American jobs actually increase.
There's actually a clip from Bernie Sanders in 2015 talking about how he is not for open borders. Why? Because that depresses American wages. This is a very, very clear line. And you've made this point on the show a bunch of times, and it's a point that it's worth reiterating, is that we are looking down the barrel of an AI revolution, of a robotic revolution. So if you're going to keep flooding your country with cheap third world labor,
it's unnecessary.
You're also going to be causing a problem down the road where those jobs no longer exist. And that time frame is way closer than most people realize.
Here's Scott Bessent, cut 145, talking about how the doomsdayer said it was going to be the worst stock market ever. Again, the stock market is not the economy. The stock market can react to economic news, but we're seeing the stock market catch up remarkably. I think it was at 41,000. The Dow was at 41,000 this morning.
Yeah.
Again, invest for the long term, everybody. Play cut 145.
There was a story 10 days ago that said this is the worst April for the stock market since the Great Depression. 10 days later, the NASDAQ is now up on the month of April, and I haven't seen a story that says, oh, stock market has biggest bounce back ever. So
it certainly has gone back and forth.
I think a lot of this is media driven.
Of course, and this is the most important clip of them all, which is this is Joel Scheilman, who's a CEO of a company called eShares. Even these CEOs believe the propaganda. They think like, well, the economy must be bad because everyone says the economy is bad. So he is on the front lines of hiring and investing, and he's even surprised at how good the numbers are. Let's play cut 489.
What's interesting, the numbers, by the way, were very, I was a little surprised to see how strong they were, but this is very encouraging because we're already seeing many of the companies dependent upon foreign suppliers already reshoring some of their jobs. In fact, I talked just recently to a couple of entrepreneurs who are getting off their China dependency. They are going to other Southeast Asia companies for their supplies, and they're starting to look at domestic manufacturers. So they're putting orders in already for the third and fourth quarter for this. So,
and you combine all this together, President Trump, this economy will only get better. And it's very important, everybody, because the media has almost been calling and cheering for an economic collapse. I mean, can you think of anything more sinister and more wicked than a group of people that want Americans to suffer? They actually, if they got their way, the market would go down to 25,000 and people would be out of work. They say, see, I told you Trump is this terrible and awful person.
Well, it's an existential dilemma for them, though, Charlie, because if Trump succeeds, that means their entire worldview is cast into doubt.
These are bad people. I hate to say it that way. They're not patriots. If you are cheering for the downfall of America and you're cheering for, if you want bad economic news, then you care much more about political power than any sort of patriotic allegiance to the United States. You wanted to play a piece of tape here?
Yeah, I want to play Charles Payne, 484. One more piece of econ here, and this is talking about manufacturing directly, 484.
As I look at this initially, the one thing that really jumps out to me that I love, transportation and warehousing, up 29,000. Yep. The price, some of this manufacturing, some of these deals that the White House has announced, maybe we're starting to see that already play out.
Well, talk about
yeah,
that.
I mean, so the White House has said that it's over $5 trillion in foreign investment in manufacturing. And by the way, speaking to our earlier point about technology and robotics and AI, these are investments in warehousing, data warehousing, energy capacity. These are high-tech investments in the future from Apple, NVIDIA, and others, SoftBank.
Mm-hmm.
This is not like, those images in your head of the steel welders, although we love the steel mills, don't get me wrong. This is the jobs of the future.
Advanced manufacturing.
Exactly.
Okay, we got to get to one of our partners here. We want you guys to email us freedom@charliekirk.com. This is a very breaking news day. Late last night, we're going to cover this next. President Trump signed an executive order defunding NPR and PBS. Do we like that, everybody? Do we like that? See, we have a live audience here in San Diego.
The interaction's good. Yeah.
They love it, and I didn't have to tell them. I didn't have to ask them to clap like Jeb Bush. They loved it. And we're also going to go deeper into some of the other really good news of the day, including what I thought was a phenomenal segment that Jesse Waters did with Doge. I don't know if you guys caught it or not. It was a really, really good picture of these super geniuses that are going through the spending practices of our federal government. And just look, we'll talk about the psychology of Elon Musk and how he has all the money in the world and he's going in to try to make our government more efficient, and that makes you a villain in modern America.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
The jobs report for April hitting the wires. Non-farm payrolls a greater 177,000. We're expecting, as Joe pointed out, 133,000. 177,000 would be the second best of the year outside of what's in the rearview mirror.
436,000 increase in the number of people who are employed. So this is an amazing report. The number of people, the labor force participation rate rose. So this is a really strong number. I wanted to mention one other quick thing. About 2 weeks ago, every headline, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, was, the stock market is crashing. And since then, the market has been up, like 2,800 points.
Yeah,
so,
well, you don't see that
by the way, I don't see headlines about that.
That was the point. That was the point that Scott Bessent made.
Just a few hours after we got into their headquarters, we found that their chief accountant had actually deleted over a terabyte of accounting records from several years. So you'd have to ask the question, well, why would somebody do that? And the Doge team, fortunately, was able to recover that data with the help of a few great employees at the Institute of Peace. And I think the most troubling thing was they received $55 million a year from Congress, and any money that went unspent, instead of returning that to Congress, they would sweep it into a private bank account.
The Chinese need to de-escalate these high tariffs because there is the equivalent of an embargo as we speak. We're going into the holiday season. Orders are placed for that now. So if those orders aren't placed, it could be devastating for the Chinese.
A little bit of breaking news coming into us from Germany. The Reuters news agency is reporting that the country's domestic intelligence agency has classified the Alternative for Germany party as an extremist entity that threatens democracy, a move that enables it to better monitor the party, which came second, of course, in February's federal election.
I dropped out of Harvard and came here to serve my country. And it's been unfortunate to see, lost friendships. Most of campus hates me now. But I think fundamentally, I hope people realize through conversations like this that reform is genuinely needed.
Well, this is textbook human trafficking. I'll remind viewers that there are 8 other individuals in this car that Kilmar Abrego Garcia was driving. They were driving allegedly from Texas to Maryland. That's a 3-day journey. Not a single piece of luggage in that vehicle.
We were far too dependent on China. We allowed them through unfair trade practices to deindustrialize us. That's a very dangerous place to be, and President Trump is taking it on, and he's doing it now because it needs to be done now. It cannot wait any longer.
Well, I actually think this shows a huge amount of confidence in Rubio. If you talk to people in the White House, you talk to people who supported Donald Trump. They believe Rubio has done a terrific job. He has been a consistent spokesperson for the president's priorities. He did a great job on the El Salvador issue, did a great job on the student visa issue. He is one of the smoothest communicators that the administration has. It's obvious they have a lot of confidence in him, not just because they gave him Secretary of State, but they put him in at USAID. They've had him do a massive reorg in the State Department.
He's a busy guy.
I've seen the way things are working. There is no chaos.
What's interesting, the numbers, by the way, were very, I was a little surprised to see how strong they were, but this is very encouraging because we're already seeing many of the companies dependent upon foreign suppliers already reshoring some of their jobs. In fact, I talked just recently to a couple of entrepreneurs who are getting off their China dependency. They are going to other Southeast Asia companies for their supplies, and they're starting to look at domestic manufacturers. So they're putting orders in already for the third and fourth quarter for this. So
even if you agreed with supporting alpaca farmers in Peru, well, actually, most of the money never made it out of D.C. Mm-hmm. It's going into the pockets of people in the neighborhood. I believe the GAO estimates, this is not our estimate, I believe it was on the order of only 10 to 15 cents in the dollar actually gets to the end recipient, whether you agree with that cause or not.
So maybe no one got a sex change in Guatemala.
It's possible.
If you want to change the world, you have to have the courage to be an outsider. Progress never comes from those satisfied with the failures of a broken system. It comes from those who want to fix the broken system.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is perfect cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99. Order now.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, welcome. We are here live in beautiful San Diego. We have a live audience here, and we also have producer Andrew as well here on this beautiful Friday. And it is a great day to be alive. Lots of news to cover. And in the second hour, we canceled our traditional members call, and instead we're going to have a open Q&A with our supporters of Turning Point USA.
It's going to be amazing.
And so just everyone watching on Real America's Voice or the amazing streams, or on, how many radio stations are we on now?
About 210 across the country.
Yeah, and we're praying for Dennis Prager's recovery, but we have taken over Dennis Prager's radio footprint, which we're very honored, and to continue his legacy and to continue his great work, and we hope Dennis will return soon. And by doing that, we're going to have a great Q&A in the second hour, so we're going to have a lot of fun there. So let's dive into it. There's a lot of news over the weekend, including a jobs report. What was the jobs report this morning, Andrew?
Well, the jobs report beat expectations. I think Stephen Moore put it really well, where this was over 400,000 actual new jobs that the people being employed, over 400,000. Jobs report will say 177,000. That beat Wall Street expectations, which had it around 130,000. But non-farm payroll went through the roof. We're seeing a lot of manufacturing get reshored. So the changes that President Trump is making in the economy, namely through tariffs, tax incentives, regulatory incentives, they're already showing signs that those are working. Stock market took off like a rocket this morning. And actually, what's interesting, 2 weeks ago, Charlie, everybody was saying the sky is falling, the sky is falling. We got a recession is imminent. And here we are, about 2 weeks later, the stock market's up 2,800 points and counting. And you have a lot of these changes that are being implemented in the economy already taking effect. So,
do we have the clip of Steve Moore talking about this? Let's go here. I think I have it. 486. Let's play cut 486.
436,000 increase in the number of people who are employed. So this is an amazing report. The number of people, the labor force participation rate rose. So this is a really strong number. I wanted to mention one other quick thing. About 2 weeks ago, every headline, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, was, the stock market is crashing. And since then, the market has been up, like 2,800 points.
Yeah, well, you don't see that
by the way, I don't see headlines about that.
That was the point. That was the point that Scott Bessent made.
Well, it's important to note, too, that the stock market is not the economy. The stock market can react to jitters and news. The economy is growing incredibly strong and is only going to grow stronger with the tax cut that we see coming and deregulation. Let's go to CNBC. Let's play cut 483.
Jobs report for April hitting the wires. Non-farm payrolls a greater 177,000. We're expecting, as Joe pointed out, 133,000. 177,000 would be the second best of the year outside of what's in the rearview mirror.
Now, you have to wonder, are the Democrats happy about this? I mean, they're the ones saying that the recession is, are they thrilled that the American economy is doing better and it's actually only going to further improve? You see, the prediction was that by now we would have major job losses. We have the tariffs. They said by the summer we're going to see major drop-offs, but this jobs report has exceeded expectations.
Well, yeah, this just reminds me of just about every other chapter of President Trump's political career where the elites and the experts tell us he's doing it wrong, only to find out in the end that he's doing it right, that his instincts have been right all along. Now, he's not right about everything. Listen, we're free to disagree with President Trump, but I time and time again, whether it's foreign policy, energy policy, tariffs, President Trump has an instinct for these things. He's a businessman. He's seen it up close and personal. I've always been a fan of tariffs. We have internal disagreements on our team about tariffs. I get it that it causes jitters in the short term, but we're already seeing, especially with like auto manufacturing, where they're starting to replace producers and their supply chains. They're reshoring those supply chains. They're already working on it. Ford has come out, said they're building 2 new plants. Hyundai, Toyota, all of them are making moves to reshore supply chains, which is going to increase American jobs.
Also remember, they told us that if the border was closed, it would crater America without cheap illegal labor. This is a very important point. The border is completely secure, 99% border crossings.
It's incredible.
And then we have deportations happening. So it turns out actually when you close the border, more Americans get hired. That actually on the books, like what a concept.
Well,
there's a direct correlation with you close the southern border and American jobs actually increase.
There's actually a clip from Bernie Sanders in 2015 talking about how he is not for open borders. Why? Because that depresses American wages. This is a very, very clear line. And you've made this point on the show a bunch of times, and it's a point that it's worth reiterating, is that we are looking down the barrel of an AI revolution, of a robotic revolution. So if you're going to keep flooding your country with cheap third world labor,
it's unnecessary.
You're also going to be causing a problem down the road where those jobs no longer exist. And that time frame is way closer than most people realize.
Here's Scott Bessent, cut 145, talking about how the doomsdayer said it was going to be the worst stock market ever. Again, the stock market is not the economy. The stock market can react to economic news, but we're seeing the stock market catch up remarkably. I think it was at 41,000. The Dow was at 41,000 this morning.
Yeah.
Again, invest for the long term, everybody. Play cut 145.
There was a story 10 days ago that said this is the worst April for the stock market since the Great Depression. 10 days later, the NASDAQ is now up on the month of April. And I haven't seen a story that says, stock market has biggest bounce back ever. So
it certainly has gone back and forth.
I think a lot of this is media driven.
Of course, and this is the most important clip of them all, which is this is Joel Scheilman, who's a CEO of a company called eShares. Even these CEOs believe the propaganda. They think like, well, the economy must be bad because everyone says the economy is bad. So he is on the front lines of hiring and investing, and he's even surprised at how good the numbers are. Let's play cut 489.
What's interesting, the numbers, by the way, were very, I was a little surprised to see how strong they were, but this is very encouraging because we're already seeing many of the companies dependent upon foreign suppliers already reshoring some of their jobs. In fact, I talked just recently to a couple of entrepreneurs who are getting off their China dependency. They are going to other Southeast Asia companies for their supplies, and they're starting to look at domestic manufacturers. So they're putting orders in already for the third and fourth quarter for this. So,
and you combine all this together, President Trump, this economy will only get better. And it's very important, everybody, because the media has almost been calling and cheering for an economic collapse. I mean, can you think of anything more sinister and more wicked than a group of people that want Americans to suffer? They actually, if they got their way, the market would go down to, 25,000 and people would be out of work. They say, see, I told you Trump is this terrible and awful person.
Well, it's an existential dilemma for them, though, Charlie, because if Trump succeeds, that means their entire worldview is cast into doubt.
These are bad people. I hate to say it that way. They're not patriots. If you are cheering for the downfall of America and you're cheering for, if you want bad economic news, then you care much more about political power than any sort of patriotic allegiance to the United States. You wanted to play a piece of tape here?
Yeah, I want to play Charles Payne, 484. One more piece of econ here, and this is talking about manufacturing directly, 484.
As I look at this initially, the one thing that really jumps out to me that I love, transportation and warehousing.
Yeah,
up 29,000. Yep. The price, some of this manufacturing, some of these deals that the White House has announced, maybe we're starting to see that already play out.
Well, we'll talk about.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, so the White House has said that it's over $5 trillion in foreign investment in manufacturing. And by the way, speaking to our earlier point about technology and robotics and AI, these are investments in warehousing, data warehousing, energy capacity. These are high-tech investments in the future from Apple, NVIDIA, and others, SoftBank. Mm-hmm. This is not like, those images in your head of the steel welders, although we love the steel mills, don't get me wrong. This is the jobs of the future.
Advanced manufacturing.
Exactly.
Okay, we got to get to one of our partners here. We want you guys to email us freedom@charliekirk.com. This is a very breaking news day. Late last night, we're going to cover this next. President Trump signed an executive order defunding NPR and PBS. Do we like that, everybody? Do we like that? See, we have a live audience here in San Diego.
The interaction's good. Yeah.
They love it, and I didn't have to ask them to clap like Jeb Bush. They loved it. And we're also going to go deeper into some of the other really good news of the day, including what I thought was a phenomenal segment that Jesse Waters did with Doge. I don't know if you guys caught it or not. It was a really, really good picture of the super geniuses that are going through the spending practices of our federal government. And just look, we'll talk about the psychology of Elon Musk and how he has all the money in the world and he's going in to try to make our government more efficient, and that makes you a villain in modern America. I want to tell our audience about Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson Ministries are great supporters of our program. I want to point you to their podcast. This is The Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and approves it to many issues that we're facing today. Each episode will make you recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact our world today. It is called The Culture and Christianity podcast. It's informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. That is alanjackson.com, great partner here of The Charlie Kirk Show. We will be right back live from beautiful San Diego with our incredible Turning Point USA supporters. We'll be right back.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Democracy lives in light. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, we are here live in beautiful San Diego with our wonderful Turning Point USA supporters. We're also live on Real America's Voice right now and all of our platforms. We had an amazing event yesterday at University of California, San Diego. We're going to talk about that. Thousands of people. Did anyone go there, attend there? You are a brave soul. And so one person. Wasn't it great, though? It was incredible. If you have not seen the campus energy, you have got to go to one of these campus events. Wasn't it worthwhile? I mean, to see this, it's hard. I could show up a picture and I could show you, look, the pictures are fine. But to actually see it firsthand, it is a game changer on these liberal college campuses. And actually, the sponsor of these campus tours that has allowed us to actually do more is YREFI. I encourage you guys to check it out. It's YREFI.com, YREFY. I think they're here somewhere. Is Lane here? He's around here. But anyway, we went to them. We said, hey, we want to do the most ambitious campus tour ever. Here's what's going to cost. And they said, we want to underwrite that. So God bless them for that. You guys could check it out. They do private student loan debt refinancing, which a lot of these students have student loan debt, unfortunately. You guys could check it out at YREFI.com. That is YREFY.com. In fact, we have 3 more campus tours coming up in the next week because we have nothing else going on, right? We got San Francisco State University, Long Beach State, and we close out our campus tour at University of California, Riverside next week. Stay right there, everybody. All right, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here live in beautiful San Diego at our supporter retreat, Friends of Turning Point USA retreat, late last night. President Donald Trump signed a pretty ambitious executive order, one that I truly appreciate, which is he defunded NPR. I got to do that in your NPR voice.
It's amazing how you don't even have to call. There's no applause sign here for those listening on radio.
I'm going to do that in my NPR voice.
It's very exciting.
You see, I always say that NPR is left-wing radicalism said very smoothly.
It's like laundered in.
I know.
They launder in the radicalism.
Welcome, everybody, to the NPR broadcast.
Wouldn't it be nice if capitalism was no more?
Did you know you're a racist?
Yeah.
Buy a tote bag.
Did you hear that white people are awful?
Exactly. Let's go. Do we have a cut? Let's go cut 507. President Trump defunding NPR and PBS.
President Trump is looking to slash funding for NPR and PBS, alleging bias in their news reporting. The president signing an executive order on Thursday directing several agencies to stop federal funding for the public broadcasters. That order also calls for the Corporation for Public Broadcasting to root out indirect sources of public financing for PBS and NPR. Both get about $500 million in public funds.
Not time out. Now, defunding is also one way to put it, but here's my challenge to NPR. Go raise your own money like Turning Point USA has to raise money. You see? You gotta go meet your own donors. You gotta go talk to people. Just don't go to the U.S. taxpayer and have us subsidize your radicalism. And so think about that. That's $500 million.
I mean, I think NPR and PBS are completely redundant anyways. You already have New York Times. Right? I mean, what do we need? What do we need NPR and PBS for?
The problem with PBS
used to have some good stuff.
Is that PBS is able to get into child environments because it's PBS with incredibly sexually explicit content that is now laced in this trans insanity and this radicalism and critical theory. But look, NPR especially has become, and it's too bad because I actually remember a different NPR growing up. I mean, they were still liberal, but it was at least like entertaining. I mean, you guys remember Garrison Keillor was like not Little House on the Prairie. Was that what it was called? Was that what it was? Little House on the Prairie, right? No, it was what? Prairie Home Companion. That was close. He was from Mankato, Minnesota, if I remember correctly, right? And that was somewhat listenable. And then Wait, Don't Tell Me was a pretty good show, if you guys remember, on NPR. And then they had the car show every Saturday morning, which, right, you know what I'm talking about? Like, and now you listen to NPR, and they might still have these shows, but this is what's important. NPR was really smart. They took the taxpayer money, and they diversified into podcasting. And NPR podcasts are very popular because they have $500 million to produce it. And they are, like, unspeakably radical.
That sounds like they should be making money then, Charlie.
Well, that's right. But here's the thing. So the third biggest podcast out there is NPR. We right now are on the charts. We're number 9, which is great, in Apple News. And just so we're clear, I go through NPR's list, like the list of their episodes. Continued crackdown on immigration. Trump defies the law. I mean, it's so outrageous. And so if you want to go do that, NPR, you've got to sell a lot more tote bags if you want to finance yourself. And that's fine. This is my position with Harvard. No one's saying you can't exist. Go raise your own money. Go to donors like we do on the conservative side and go convince people to voluntarily give you money.
You know what would happen if PBS and NPR had to start, making money and justifying their own existence? You'd get classics like Ken Burns' baseball. Come on, that was actually fantastic. If do we have any baseball fans out here in the audience? Come on now, just give me some. All right, thank you. So Ken Burns and baseball, they replay this stuff still because it's still their most popular content, as opposed to their more radical stuff. But
yeah, and look, the New York Times is not publicly financed, and they do fine. They have a subscription-based model, and I do not. They know this. NPR is so redundant. What niche are they really filling, other than they're just more left-wing noise? And I will say this, if the Republicans in Congress fail to defund NPR and PBS, because Trump can only do so much by an executive order, that will be one of the easiest failures that we have seen from a Republican Congress. Could you imagine if $500 million of taxpayer money was going to Breitbart, Turning Point USA, or the Charlie Kirk show? The Democrats would never put up with it. But that is an equivalent. And another funny thing is they often say it almost gets no money, so this is pointless. Okay, so what's the holdup? If they say, like, well, we don't get that much money. I'm sorry, $500 million is a lot of money when you're running a media operation every single year. Every year you get $500 million. Not to mention, during all the Floydapalooza stuff post-2020, their articles about like the looting and the rioting was so outrageous, was so out of the norm. And so I got to be honest, I love this. It might not be a ton of money in the grand scheme of things, but beyond that, the rebalancing of the American narrative war that this would do,
the media landscape,
is remarkable. Think about how conservative this country could become if we weren't subsidizing the Democrat Party with our own taxpayer funding to have them have a bigger microphone than they actually should have. We'll be right back, everybody.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. 100 days in, and President Trump is reshuffling the talent that he's assembled in his administration. He's moving National Security Advisor Mike Waltz from that position to the United Nations after nominating the former Florida congressman to be the next U.S. ambassador to the UN. For the time being, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as Waltz's interim replacement. This will mark the first time since the 1970s that one person will serve both as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Both positions are top administration assignments. Taking to Truth Social on Thursday, President Trump clearing up reports that Waltz was forced out of the White House following his part in the Signalgate controversy. Quote, "From his time in uniform on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my national security advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role." That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates. This July, there's a global summit of BRICS nations in Rio de Janeiro. The bloc of emerging superpowers includes China, Russia, India, and Iran, and they're meeting with the goal of displacing the U.S. dollar as the global currency. They're calling it the Rio Reset. As BRICS nations push forward with their plans, global demand for U.S. dollars will decrease, bringing down the value of the dollars in your savings. While this transition won't happen overnight, the Rio Reset in July marks a pivotal moment when BRICS objectives move decisively from theoretical possibility towards inevitable reality. So, Learn if diversifying your savings into gold is right for you. The Birch Gold Group can help you move your hard-earned savings into a tax-sheltered IRA in precious metals. Claim your free information kit on gold simply by texting America to the number 989898. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of satisfied customers, allow the Birch Gold Group to arm you with a free, no-obligation information kit on owning gold before July and the Rio Reset. Again, to get this information, simply text the word America to the number 989898 today.
The hardest working radio show in the business. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are here live with our amazing friends here in beautiful San Diego, and it's great to see all of you. For those of you watching on Real America's Voice or on radio, these are the top, most generous people of Turning Point USA, and they help make everything we do possible. And many of them are going to have questions coming up in the second hour, and so we're looking forward to that. And so we say thank you to everyone in the audience, and also to the people in the virtual audience watching right now. You know, we have over 400,000 people that give money to Turning Point USA. Isn't that amazing? 400,000 people. And so we say thank you to everyone from the $5 donor to the $10 donor on upwards from there. We're very, very excited. So I want to talk about one of our partners here, and then we're going to talk about Doge and NPR. We got a lot to talk about. But I have to play this piece of tape. So as you guys know, over the last year, we really decided to start posting a lot more on TikTok and reaching billions and billions of people. Your grandkids might watch us on these social media channels. And so this is one that has literally, I think it's 30 million views, at least 11 million on TikTok. And I get accused a lot of, not a lot, Charlie, you interrupt the people you talk to too much, which is not correct. And so you be the judge. Did I interrupt her too much? Play cut 517 of this viral video on TikTok.
Are you actually going to let me talk for longer than 5 seconds?
Go ahead.
You keep interrupting me. Every time I try to actually explain my point and have a reasonable conversation with you, you cut me off. I was trying to explain, you cut me off, started talking about something completely different. You started bringing up random stats and random facts to try to make me look stupid.
Isn't that great?
Your face is the best part.
Come on, continue. So TikTok is also helping out here, the Charlie Kirk Show. I want you guys to check out TikTok, economicimpact.com. A lot of small business owners are on TikTok. I'll be honest, we have gone so viral on this platform, reaching the next generation in a way that we never thought was possible, right, Andrew?
I could go on and on about this.
But over 7.5 million businesses, from family-owned shops to entrepreneurs, are using TikTok to compete and grow. You have to go where the people are, and we've certainly gone very viral there. Check it out at TikTok, economicimpact.com. Okay, let's close the thought on NPR here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And let me just, I made a point in the break that I think is important. When you do not have to raise your own money, you don't have to earn it. And therefore you don't have to actually have the best possible product, which allows you to become super radical. And so if NPR actually had to go to donors would ask the question, well, what do you do? Why do you exist? What is your impact? Instead, they just go to Congress, specifically Democrat members of Congress, and they say, I'm just gonna do air cover for you and for your agenda. They
feel entitled to. Yeah, this is great. So throw up 513 on the screen, please. So this is an article from NPR, and here's the headline: Trump says he's ending federal funding for NPR and PBS. They say he can't. This is
NPR reporting on itself in the third person.
In the third person, it's like. They say they is you. Why don't you just say we think this is bad? You know,
this is them trying to be like, no, we're objective journalists. So I'm going to say the third person they.
This is the height of absurdity. But here it gets even more absurd because Catherine Mars, the head of NPR, and this is a clip from her.
Awful.
And she's a radical who is trying to kind of whitewash some of her past, but you can't hide the clips. The internet is forever. 515.
The number one challenge here that we see and is, of course, the First Amendment in the United States is a fairly robust protection of rights. And And that is a protection of rights both for platforms, which I actually think is very important, that platforms have those rights to be able to regulate what kind of content they want on their sites. But it also means that it is a little bit tricky to really address some of the real challenges of where does bad information come from and sort of the influence peddlers who have made a real market economy around it.
So this is the head of NPR saying that the First Amendment is a real problem for publishers. So she's anti-American, she's anti-free speech, and this is subsidized by taxpayers. And here's the last point I'm going to make, Charlie. The Democrats say this is an earmark of dictatorship, that you're trying to play, winners and losers in the media space. No, the earmark of a dictatorship and of authoritarian regime is that you have state-sponsored media that says what you want it to say.
And that's what they have. Let's just be clear. Why is it that Canada has struggled to have an equivalent right-wing movement? Because they have CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, which is all publicly financed, and it is so left-wing. And also the BBC, the British, Broadcasting Corporation, same sort of thing. So when you have these instruments, these organs that are funded by taxpayers, now thankfully in America we are still a semblance of a free society, and the First Amendment is our birthright. The reason we're able to push back on this nonsense is we're able to speak freely without threat of imprisonment. But in these other countries, they are the predominant news organization. It's very similar to Pravda in the Soviet Union. Pravda literally meant truth in Russian, where you weren't able to question it. And NPR thankfully has been flailing, but don't underestimate their influence. What they've been able to do on podcasting is legitimate because they poured so much money into it, and there's no reason why taxpayers should subsidize it. Do you have that other clip of the congressional testimony? If not, we can move on to Doge.
Yeah, we probably do. I'm not sure what it is, but there is another element to this. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Germany just today,
I have it.
The news, is that they have now the intelligence community in Germany has now labeled AfD, Alternative for Deutschland, Germany, as a radical entity. So this allows them now to harass AfD, to censor them, to basically surveil them, and essentially criminalize their activities.
Correct.
And so AfD is now the most popular party in Germany. It's essentially the closest equivalent that we have to MAGA, if you will. It's a nationalist party, but in Germany they have all the vestiges of World War II hanging over them. They've lost their confidence in that, so they instantly say, "Oh, we got a fascist party." That's not what this is. This is like strong borders, open borders party. It's very MAGA in spirit and in tone, and now it's probably criminalized.
This is, by the way, why are we still subsidizing Germany if they're locking up and potentially criminalizing opposition political parties? They say that America is a threat to democracy. Europe is no longer the democratic beacon on the hill that they say they are, and they haven't been for quite some time. Let's play cut 494.
You a little bit of breaking news coming into us from Germany. The Reuters news agency is reporting that the country's domestic intelligence agency has classified the Alternative for Germany party as an extremist entity that threatens democracy, a move that enables it to better monitor the party, which came second, of course, in February's federal election.
And I want to this is what would have happened if Kamala Harris would have become president, everybody. If Kamala Harris was in the White House right now, Turning Point USA would be recognized as an official extremist organization. They were already spying on groups like ours. They were already trying to infiltrate us. And it's amazing how on July 13th, not only did Donald Trump dodge a bullet, but America dodged a bullet too, preventing Kamala Harris from becoming president of the United States. Because we look at what's happening in Canada. These other countries are not becoming freer societies because America's course correcting. They're doubling down on becoming unfree totalitarian countries. And it's chilling. In Germany, if you say something that's considered racist online, they will raid your home, they will take your devices, and you will face prison time. What is considered to be racist? If you question mass migration. If you say that immigrants are making Germany not as nice of a place, they could raid your home.
If you question Muslim immigration.
No, that's right. If you say that Muslim immigration might be, which of course it is, everybody. We know that it's a problem in Germany. If you say that, they will come and knock. Can we get that piece of tape, actually?
Yeah.
I think it's really
60
important.
minutes.
But every day I wake up and I just say, thank you, God, that Donald Trump is president. Because I look at these other Western countries and they are becoming more and more radical. They're becoming more and more extreme. In the United Kingdom, where I'm actually going to go debate at Oxford soon, they're putting people in prison and in jail for making documentaries, for challenging the status quo. And I hope Americans, especially American conservatives, can understand that the trajectory is away from speech and away from quote-unquote liberal democracy. And think about how insane that clip is you just watched. Well, we're going to punish the most popular political party because it's a threat to democracy. Oh, really? So what the people want is a threat to democracy. Every time you hear the word democracy, you must replace it with oligarchy. Now, let me restate that statement. We must now lock up and penalize the top political party because it's a threat to our oligarchy. Now it starts to make sense. When they say democracy, they really mean oligarchy.
Well, and they view the election of Donald Trump as a cautionary tale because America was unsuccessful in clamping down on the speech.
We are the one that got away.
Yeah.
Every other Western government right now has become less free, from France, from Germany, UK. I mean, from Brazil. Brazil is an unfree country. You're following what's happening in Brazil. They're basically killing Bolsonaro right now in medically controlled hospital. I encourage you guys to, listen to our program because we cover this stuff, because the mainstream media here in America doesn't really cover what's happening in these other countries. And it is an exceptional moment that we live in the United States of America. Do we have the clip here? Is it loaded up?
1 second, yeah.
Yep,
518.
Okay, so I want to just preface this. This is just one of hundreds of clips we could play. This is 60 Minutes that went to Germany. This is the Stasi, the secret police in Germany, doing midnight raids on young people, taking their devices and then putting them potentially in jail because they said stuff on the internet.
Wrong thing.
That was wrong. This is where Western democracies are going. What is it?
518. Play
518. Play it.
It's 6:01 on a Tuesday morning, and we were with state police as they raided this apartment in northwest Germany. Inside, 6 armed officers searched a suspect's home, then seized his laptop and cell phone. Prosecutors say those electronics may have been used to commit a crime. The crime, posting a racist cartoon online. At the exact same time across Germany, more than 50 similar raids played out. Part of what prosecutors say is a coordinated effort to curb online hate speech in Germany.
Guys, this is Germany. This is not Ghana. This is a country we subsidize with our taxpayer dollars, by the way.
And military.
Our military. And they did 56 a.m. raids against people that posted racist cartoons for breaking the law. This is what Kamala Harris wanted to bring to the United States of America.
And by the way, who knows if it's really racist?
No, but by the way, I mean, just their definition of what is racist is, and by the way, being racist is not a crime. Let's just keep on repeating that, okay? You're allowed to be unseemly. You're allowed to push boundaries. You're allowed to say things that might be improper. That is what free speech is all about. But free speech is not a German value, and free speech is not a European value. And so, just to reiterate that, you have to wonder, you might as well put the Berlin Wall back up at this point. It's like the Berlin Wall fell, and who actually won? Did liberty win or did communism win? Because that's not what the promise of the fall of the Berlin Wall was. But what we are getting at, which is very important, the fundamental point, is that we in America are actually trending in the right direction. These other countries are going in the wrong direction. And we have this island now, this island of liberty surrounded by totalitarianism. Canada is just as bad. All right, I want to tell you guys about one of our partners here. It is Z-Factor. If you guys have trouble going to sleep, listen carefully. Z-Factor is great. It can help you guys get to sleep easily. It goes beyond melatonin. It uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to help relax your mind so you can fall asleep quicker. And once you're asleep, it helps you stay asleep. 100% drug-free. It's safe to take regularly. No groggy feeling when you wake up. Go to relieffactor.com to check it out. That is Z-Factor at relieffactor.com. Play only $19.95, the 46% savings. Call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is number 1-800-4RELIEF, or visit relieffactor.com. Better sleep without drugs. See how Z-Factor from Relief Factor can get you the Z's that you want. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. We do want to hit Doge. We're going to do that after the break. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. We're here live in beautiful San Diego. We'll be right back.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to play a little tape. You guys are going to see the full video tomorrow. We'll play for A Real America's Voice. Let's play cut 508.
One of the most exciting and encouraging developments in politics in the last few years has been the incredible success of Charlie Kirk's organization.
Charlie Kirk is running his own political operation and a giant media operation. They're getting people active in politics for the first time, but conservative politics.
When I go to these campuses and we're drawing these huge crowds, we're saying the stuff you're not allowed to say. We are the rebellion type energy.
They must be so thirsty for it.
Of course.
This last week, I guess you were at USC, you were at University of Florida, you had thousands and thousands of folks. When you go to these college campuses, I love watching your TikTok, which is next level. And clearly that's expressed by my 13-year-old son.
I want to meet this guy.
Yeah.
My daughter, Sophia, who's 13, heard Charlie Kirk was going to be nearby. And she said, "Dad, could you get me a photo with Charlie Kirk?" And I said, "Yeah, I know Charlie." She goes, "You know Charlie Kirk?"
Why are people coming out to see you on campuses, and what kind of response do you get?
The crowds alone, we're drawing crowds of 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people. We are drawing people outside of the campuses that were welders, electricians, and plumbers, and the working men that heard that we were in town, and they just
How'd they hear?
Social media. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. I need to tell you guys about the Herzog Foundation. Turning Point Academy is doing such amazing work, as you guys know, and we're proud to partner with the Herzog Foundation. Are you rethinking your child's educational path and wondering if their current school truly supports your family's values? Well, you're not alone, and the Herzog Foundation is here to help. With the Trump administration working to abolish the federal Department of Education and return control to the states, there's never been a better time to explore Christian education. The Herzog Foundation is your trusted guide to navigating these changes. Whether families are considering a Christian school, a hybrid model, or homeschooling, they provide the resources families need to make informed decisions. Visit readlion.com to access must-read articles. That is readlion.com. Stay informed, stay equipped, and shape your child's future. Portions of the Charlie Kirk Show are brought to you in part by the Herzog Foundation and The Lion. Okay, let's go through the Doge clips here.
Well, let's set the stage here. So Jesse Waters got an exclusive invite to go sit in on a Doge meeting. Now, they don't do these meetings at normal business hours because they never stop working. This team is a bunch of geniuses that all they do all night and all day is work on fixing really rudimentary problems like, oh, do the databases talk to each other? Is there a tech issue that's allowing waste, fraud, and abuse? This was at 10 p.m. They did a roundtable, all these super geniuses that have built their own businesses or dropped out of Harvard or whatever, and he's brought them together to solve some of the most confounding problems in our federal government.
And I just want to reiterate, you know how thankful we should be that we have the smartest young people on the planet that want to go into our government and make it more efficient? Do you know how they've been treated by the media? It should be applauded, right? Yeah. How they've been treated? Their public information's been made, their private information's been made public. They've been doxxed, so many death threats. They've been hunted and followed in the streets. The media relentlessly is going after the personal information of these young people. I mean, these are wicked operators in the media. So how about this one? Let's play cut 496. When I say they're super geniuses, I mean, I've met these young kids. Remarkable. Play cut 496.
Just a few hours after we got into their headquarters, we found that their chief accountant had actually deleted over a terabyte of accounting records from several years. So you'd have to ask the question, well, why would somebody do that? And the Doge team, fortunately, was able to recover that data with the help of a few great employees at the Institute of Peace. And I think the most troubling thing was they received $55 million a year from Congress, and any money that went unspent, instead of returning that to Congress, they would sweep it into a private bank account, which had no congressional oversight. And that's what they would use to fund things like events at their headquarters and the private jets.
Sounds illegal, doesn't it?
Private jets?
Yeah, it sounds illegal.
The other things that came out of this discussion, just mind you, is our founders established essentially 4 agencies of the federal government. Today we have 400. 400. So you were hearing him talk about the Institute of Peace, which is another sort of smaller agency. And it's just the amount of bloat is tremendous.
I want to get to this one. This is 480. Elon Musk reveals Department of Education we're using taxpayer dollars to rent out stadiums. Play cut 480.
Department of Education. And there was no receipts required, so people could just draw down on it. And when people looked into it, this wasn't us, this was before us, they found that money was being used to rent out Caesar's Palace for parties, rent out stadiums, et cetera. And so the one change that Doge made with Department of Education is we had the simple requirement that if you draw down money, you must first upload a receipt. That was the only change that was made. You must upload your receipt. And upon doing so, nobody drew down any money anymore.
But as soon as we asked for anything at all, suddenly the requests were like, oh, we don't need it anymore. Huh, that's interesting.
No one's ever asked them questions. I want to play this one. This is one of the super geniuses who dropped out of Harvard. Play cut 493.
I dropped out of Harvard and came here to serve my country. And it's been unfortunate to see, lost friendships. Most of campus hates me now. But I think fundamentally, I hope people realize through conversations like this that reform is genuinely needed.
And we're running out of time, but I do want, this is just a montage of Democrats going after trying to make the government more efficient. Think about that. Play cut 482.
Unelected shadow government is conducting a hostile takeover of the federal government.
This smash and grab by Elon Musk is going to stop.
This is the most corrupt bargain we've ever seen in American history.
Honestly, I just want to reiterate it. We are so lucky. We are so blessed that not only Trump won, but he empowered Elon Musk. And every day when you guys are worrying about the country, you have the brightest minds imaginable that are literally working 24/7. These guys do not sleep. They do not sleep. They sleep like 2 or 3 hours a night. They have these like sleep pods that Elon brought into the White House. I don't know if you guys heard this. They do 90 minutes of sleep at a time at 3 times a day. That's it. And these guys are all up, and their only focus is to make sure that your taxpayer money is better spent. And I just can't say how thankful we are. No other country has this going on right now. And it is a phenomenal development for the well-being of our republic. Okay, coming up in the second hour, we'll be taking questions from all of you guys. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back, everybody.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The pocket hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Thieves are stealing homes from right underneath homeowners while they're still in it. My next guest is helping protect you from being a victim, though. He's qualified to do so because he once was the crook who committed title theft and mortgage fraud. His crimes landed him on the Secret Service's most wanted list and 13 years in prison. Now, Matthew Cox is using his powers for good and serving as a public educator for Home Title Act. Matthew, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I hate that that's the introduction, but that is the reality, which I think does qualify you to help protect people who might be dealing with this. Explain how it all starts. Explain how people begin to become victims.
Unfortunately, you don't actually have to do anything. You just have to own a home. And someone like myself could drive through the neighborhood, get your address, look up your address on public records. They could create a transfer of deed or a warranty deed in their name, file the deed, and then they can sell your house or borrow against your house. Even if you have a mortgage on the house, if the victim had a mortgage on their house, I would simply create a satisfaction of mortgage from their mortgage company, and now they don't have a mortgage. I would transfer the title out of the true homeowner's name into someone else's name, and then I could refinance the house or sell the house or do pretty much whatever I wanted to the house, even if the homeowner was in the house.
You know, as I'm listening to you describe how people would become victims to this sort of crime, the thing that comes to mind is there've got to be some sort of safeguards in place to keep this from happening. Someone shouldn't just be able to go into the county recorder's office, forge all these documents without some sort of check from the county recorder's office to safeguard me as a potential victim.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? You would think that's how it's supposed to work, but it just doesn't. The information is available online. Anybody can go search the information, get the information. They can apply for a mortgage. You do not get notified. The only way you would get notified as a homeowner that there was a change to your title or that this crime is being committed is if you had your title monitored by a service. That service would notify you.
And that's where Home Title Lock comes in, correct?
Absolutely. Home Title Lock is a company that I work with. They're amazing. And what I like about them is that they do a lot more than just notify you. Once they notify you, they'll hire an attorney that will actually protect you and work for you in order to correct any problems that have occurred. So if someone like me comes along and takes out 3 mortgages on your house and borrows $500,000 on your house, Home Title Lock will help you with the authorities, with public records. They'll file the paperwork. They'll do the whole court proceedings to correct that, that type of situation as far as your title is concerned. Because let's face it, if you're some guy that works a regular job, you don't know how to fix this.
And how long does the process typically take to get your name and your title back, if you will?
It depends on the court. It could be 90 days. It could be a year. It depends on the court, what county you're in. The important thing is to be able to be notified and have an advocate on your side to help you kind of weather the storm and get through the process. Because a lot of people think the law enforcement will do that. The law enforcement is ill-equipped typically to handle this situation, unfortunately.
Since you were on the inside, you were an inside man, if you will, on these crimes, put into perspective for us how prevalent this kind of thing is. Is this kind of a one-off, it's something unique, or is this something that we're seeing happen daily, really quickly, 30 seconds?
Yeah, so it's funny, when I was doing it was a very rare crime, but in the last decade or two, it has absolutely exploded, and it is happening all of the time. And it is much easier of a crime to commit now than it was 15 years ago when I was doing it.
All right. Well, we appreciate your expertise. Thanks for being here with us. Folks, all the information you need is right there on your screen, HometitleLock.com.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. We are here live in beautiful San Diego with our wonderful Turning Point USA supporters. For everyone watching on Real America's Voice or on radio, that we're here. And maybe you say, how do I get invited to such a amazing thing as that? Well, you can go to tpusa.com and support the great work we're doing, and you very well might show up at one of these great events. We're going to take questions live from all of our great supporters. Lorraine, what is on your mind? And thank you so much for your great support.
Hey, Charlie, I'm just curious your thoughts on Gavin Newsom made the announcement that California is already doing Dodge, only better.
Are they? So, Andrew, you're a native Californian.
I'm not native.
Well, you're a Californian.
I'm a parasitic species to the people of California. I'm an invasive species.
What, is he doing Doge but better?
No, of course he's not. No. This is laughable on its face. Yeah, you saw this Gavin Newsom puts his finger in the air and sees which way the wind's blowing and says, I can get on that train. And so he's actually pretty level-headed when you meet him in person, and he'll kind of come to your frequency, to your level. And so I think he just sees the way the political movement is going, and he wants to get out ahead of it. And of course he's not going to do that. You cannot do anything sensible in the state of California without being sued up left, right, and center, without having this commission get in the way of that, and this committee get in the way of that. Of course he's not doing this. And by the way, nobody is flocking to Gavin Newsom's sides like they would Elon Musk, with the brain power and the patriotism and the sensibility that you would need to get it done.
And again, people vote with their feet. People are leaving the state in record numbers. It's the highest housing prices, highest cost of living, most homelessness, and also the greatest wealth disparity of any state in the country. It is harder than ever for regular middle-class people to get ahead here in the state, and so I don't know what they're going to Doge in the state of California, but Gavin Newsom's done nothing but protect the special interest in California. God bless you, Lorraine. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Bernadette, what is on your mind? God bless you. I love the shirt.
Turning Point USA shirt. Speaking of parasites, I was just wondering, how do you feel about changing the word abortion back to its original name, termination of pregnancy? And how that will maybe pop some neurons on all these college campuses that you're going to. Leads to the next question: were you ever a pregnancy? Were you part of a pregnancy? What is a pregnancy? And then it can open a big door. Because the third-party insurance companies changed it to the benign word abortion so they could get more of them. They wiped out the word termination of pregnancy, because I was a nurse before I was a doctor at that time, and they made us change it on the admission sheets. Just your thoughts.
I haven't thought that deeply about it. You know Blake on our show? Blake disagrees in the chat. He says he thinks the opposite, and so you guys can debate on that off
I'll get him later.
You'll get him later. Great. He says people do not actually like abortion as a word. He thinks termination is a euphemism. He thinks it's backwards. I haven't thought that deeply about this. Have you, Andrew?
No. That being said, I think both terminate and abort. I mean, the pro-choice movement. It doesn't say they're pro-abortion, right? So we like to throw that back into their face and say, you're the pro-abortion movement. They hate that already.
I just want to throw the word pregnancy back in.
Yeah, well, I do like that. It's interesting. I just did a quick Google search of the definition of pregnancy because I was curious what it would say. It says pregnancy is the state of carrying a developing fetus in utero.
There you go.
Well, it's not fetus is a little baby, basically.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, the whole dialogue is filled with euphemisms, kind of reminds me of adultery. No, it's like you're having sex with somebody else, and that's not nice. So when you use the harsher words, it really brings the truth down. So whatever that combination of words that really brings the truth home to that person, I'm all for.
Thank you.
God bless you, Bernadette. Talk to you soon. Thank you. Okay, next question. Yes.
We have a new friend named Madison here with a question.
Okay, great. Hi, Madison. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Wonderful. I'm a mom of 4. I'm a native Californian. I've lived here my whole life besides college. And my kids go to a public charter school, thank God. And however, I know in the United States, we have failing schools. We have failing test scores. We have failing public education in general. The dropout rate is skyrocketing. And so how would you, saying that the United States is the best country in the entire world, how would you explain that?
You know, it's actually interesting. Our education's way better if you take out a certain portion of the population, which is people without fathers, specifically in urban areas. Our education actually at the top level is really, really good. But look, I mean, you are diagnosing a serious problem, which is our public education system is a catastrophe, right? And it has been for quite some time. Our private education is the envy of the world and continues to be. We do private education better than almost anybody else on the planet, especially classical education and even more so Christian education. But the main reason why is government-run education so terrible? And there's a lot of factors into this, but public sector teacher unions, I believe, have done more damage to America than the Sinaloa drug cartel. And I believe public sector teacher unions are the true cartel that are holding kids back in the country, in this country. And so, second to that, this is why I'm really happy that Texas passed school choice and Arizona has school choice. We need full school choice so that parents can actually choose what school they want to send their kids to and not be locked into the local failing public school. I did a tweet the other day, and let's find that it was about school choice, where there were 30 schools in Illinois, 30. In Chicago, where not a single kid can read at grade level or do math. Let me just tell you a very basic truism. Unless you are Michael Jordan, unless you are LeBron James, if you cannot read by 5th grade, you're probably going to jail. That's literally, go to jail or you're going to live just a very sad life. What happens is we have millions of people that are illiterate, literally illiterate. They go to school every single day, and they are doing something called failing forward. So Mississippi, it's called the Mississippi Miracle. Mississippi had some of the worst schools in the country. And they changed a lot, but one of the things that they changed was a super simple practice, which the left hates. No more failing forward. That's it. And so Mississippi, half of the state is very poor black. Half the state. So 50% of Mississippi is black, half of it is white. Approximation, I think it's like 30 or 40%, but it's one of the highest black populations in the country. And it goes to show, and so all the left was like, this is racist, you must fail forward. And Mississippi said, no, we're not going to. So what is failing forward? It means that by the time you're in 2nd grade, if you can't read, you can't progress to 3rd grade. You're going to keep on repeating 2nd grade until you can read. So what happens is sometimes you had to redo 2nd grade 2 or 3 times. And Mississippi went from like 45th of education in the country to now top 5 in proficiency in reading. That simple. It's called the Mississippi Miracle. Can you get the data?
Yeah.
And
I've got it.
I will. Yeah, the Mississippi Miracle. Can you just?
It refers to the remarkable improvement in Mississippi student reading scores, particularly in 4th grade, over a relatively short period of time. The state's reading scores, once among the lowest in the nation, are now amongst the top. So that happened virtually overnight. And what's interesting is that it's at 3rd grade. They hold a ton of kids back at 3rd grade. And so if you're just not cutting it, the teachers can see it and they hold you back.
So 10% of all kids in Mississippi were held back at 3rd grade. 10%. That's what needs to happen. In the country, if we get rid of fail forward, our education gap with all these other countries would change dramatically. So it's not that our education system is terrible. Partially it is in government. It's just the way we do it. Think about it. Why would you be allowed to advance into another grade if you are at that grade level? Finally, let me just add 2 more things to this. If you are trying to teach a kid to read, phonics is the way to do it. Phonics is the way to do it. And thank you for the applause. That means you are a very elevated audience, honestly, because when I say that to some places, they say, what the heck are you talking about? So phonics has been removed from our schools completely because of why? Really lazy teachers. I'm going to be honest. Lazy teachers don't like it. They're like, oh, it's too much work. Phonics is, we're going to go to some other ways. And so teachers find phonics unexciting. Well, too bad. It works. It is kind of tedious. It's the best way to get kids to learn to read. They want to do flashy and trendy stuff, and they don't want to get into proven practices. I'm going to read this tweet here. 2024 Illinois data. Not a single child tested proficient in math in 80 schools. 80 schools. And some of these are very well-funded schools. It's not a funding issue. Some of these are charter schools. Not a single kid can do math at grade level, and only 24 out of 80 of them can read at grade level. And so you ask yourself the question, why is it? Because we put up with failure, and we fail these kids forward. And then finally, we're running out of time on here. I could talk about education all day long. School choice, and we must crush the public sector teacher unions in a way. We must have an all-out blitzkrieg plan and understand that the American Federation of Teachers and the National Education Association are keeping kids back in a way that is evil. And I will make the moral argument after the break. They know how these kids' lives would be better, and they're holding them back because of their own, union thug bosses. Thank you. I want to tell you guys about ReliefFactor.com. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free supplement that helps your body fight pain naturally. Developed by doctors, Relief Factor uses a natural formula with 4 natural ingredients. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF. That is 1-800-4-RELIEF. So visit ReliefFactor.com. Fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. That is ReliefFactor.com. All right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. That was a great question. And I will add one more thing onto it after the break, and we'll take more questions from our wonderful Turning Point USA supporters after the break.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve. It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed. And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where truth lives.
Okay, everybody, love the energy in the room. We are back now on Real America's Voice Live from beautiful San Diego. We got some great friends here in the audience. Yesterday, let's show the pictures from on campus. This was yesterday, because I told the team, I said, listen, we're in San Diego. We're not doing enough. Okay, we got a couple hours of radio every day. We got a lot of meetings to do. We got a presentation to prepare for. Let's just go to a college campus on top of it. And so we like layering at Turning Point USA. If we're in one place, we try to layer 5 or 6 things on top. That's how we're so effective. That's at University of California, San Diego yesterday, everybody. Isn't that amazing? And the sponsor of that is YRefi. I think they're here somewhere. We met with them. We said, hey, we want to do the most ambitious campus tour we've ever done. They're a student loan refinancing company. They do great. So go to YRefi.com. That is YREFY.com if you want. And also, anyone that you know that has private student loan debt, you should check it out. They're here somewhere, so say hello. They were so generous and so quick. I said, guys, we have this campus tour. It's going to cost XYZ. We're going to be moving very fast. They said, we'd love to help sponsor it and underwrite it. And it has now reached billions and billions of people. So they deserve a lot of credit, and it's YRefi.com, YREFY.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have an amazing question line forming here. I hate to make you guys stand, so we can find some orderly way to do it. But if you guys like standing, so be it. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Let's go to the next question of our wonderful Turning Point USA partners and supporters here.
Hi there, Charlie. My name is Daniela Bloom. I am a proud pro-American, pro-Israel Jewish American, and it is not lost on me and many of us how you are truly on the front lines supporting Jews and Christians for our Judeo-Christian values, for Israel. We thank you every single day.
Thank you.
My question is, we see how powerful TikTok has become and how you have used that platform. Unfortunately, myself and many other pro-America, pro-Israel creators continue to get censored and banned. Where do we stand on the TikTok negotiations with the Trump administration and its ability to have better freedom of speech for its citizens?
Yeah, thank you for that. And so we were banned multiple times, right, before
12?
Yeah, 12 times. And again, this is all very well reported. And I reached out to TikTok after they got banned by Congress. And I said, hey, you guys say you're this free speech platform. Let us speak and not be banned. And so, to their credit, we've gone super viral and billions of views. Right now, I'm not sure what the status is. I think a lot of it is in limbo because of the China tariff situation. I will say, and I know this is not your perspective, and I think Israel needs to get much better at the PR war. I think it's terrible with public relations, to be honest. There's a lot of truths about what's happening in that region that a lot of people do not understand. And I think some of the Israel PR is very cringe at times, to use kind of a Gen Z term. There is a belief system out there of some pro-Israel forces like, oh, TikTok's a waste of time, let's not do that. I reject that premise, and I know you probably agree with that. We need to engage in those public spaces. If I can help you, get unbanned or uncensored, I'd be happy to help with that. But here's the major, one of the more fundamental issues when it comes with the fight and the debate for Israel is that it's very hard for those of us that are not Jewish to make the contention when most Jews do not care about Israel that much. When I actually have to debate Jews on Israel on campus. It's very hard, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm a Christian that cares about Israel, but I care about America obviously most. But Jews on campus are telling me that I shouldn't care about Israel and that, Israel's a terrible apartheid state. I'm sure you know the Jews of which I speak.
For sure.
Right.
Know them well.
And they exist. And I don't think they're a majority, honestly, but I think that some of them are waking up post-October 7th. Yeah. But let's also be honest, 2/3 of American Jews are very liberal, right? And one of the, and I'll throw to Andrew, I know Andrew has a thought on this, but just one other element and contextualization on this that I want to make sure I add. What's very frustrating is that anti-Israel belief system is an outgrowth of a left-wing worldview, because you think of everything through oppressed, and they look at Israel as prosperous and their neighbors not so prosperous, and so they look at it through that lens. Unfortunately, Jewish Americans have financed their own demise. Jewish Americans have financed these left-wing organizations and colleges that have led to the rise of anti-Israel sentiment. So it's very, very frustrating. Andrew, do you have a thought here?
Yeah, I just want to make one other point, and that's we have to avoid the temptation of clamping down on free speech or trying to censor or using left-wing tactics. There was Ambassador Friedman who said that, maybe we need to deport and jail people that were anti-Semitic. Those types of policies or that approach to dealing with the anti-Semitism problem will only create more anti-Semitism.
And it does create more.
I think there is a distinction between anti-Semitic remarks and inciting violence, and that was the distinction.
Yeah, the problem is a lot of these people were not inciting violence. They're writing op-eds, right? And that's the issue, is that a lot of people were being deported because they wrote an op-ed critical of a foreign country. Now, I don't think, hilariously, if they're critical of America, I think they should be deported. But
hand in hand.
No, yeah, but again, so I don't think they should be here in the first place. But what happens then is our own Turning Point USA students say, wait, why are we deporting people for being critical of a foreign country? And then it plays into this idea that Israel is basically controlling foreign policy.
That's not the case. And amplifies.
Well, then again, so it creates this narrative, and then all of a sudden, again, I will say this, that from our own rank and file at Turning Point, and I've said this publicly, I'll say it again, they are not as pro-Israel as people would say, because no one's making good arguments in favor of Israel, honestly. Some of the arguments are like, well, if you don't support Israel, you're anti-Semitic. Again, that doesn't really resonate.
That's
you know what I'm saying?
counterproductive,
And
yeah.
like, for example, Douglas Murray, who I have a lot of respect for, went on Joe Rogan and made a complete fool of himself. Right? And thank you for agreeing with that. Yeah. And he made some good arguments at times, but he started that podcast by like shaming Joe Rogan, who's the most popular podcaster on the planet, for having like voices that he didn't like, and basically got no pleasantries in the podcast. No, like, hey Joe, good to see you. Yeah. Like, write him like, how dare you have? And like that makes it seem as if the pro-Israel world is like, can't defend its position. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And I just, with people like Joe Rogan, if he could have a survivor of a hostage situation, if he could have someone who served in the IDF, just to bring more balance and nuance to the conversation, everyone would benefit.
No, I agree. And the fact, I mean, that's a fair point. My biggest concern is that Israel is losing support with conservatives for a vast hysterical overreaction against speech, and I see it happening every single day. Right, Andrew? I mean, it's losing support, and Israel's PR is probably the worst I've ever seen of any modern country. It's humiliatingly bad.
I don't disagree. We have the cherry tomato, we have drip irrigation, we don't have good PR.
We got it. Well said. God bless you, and God bless Israel. Thank you. We'll be right back.
Hello, Americans. Pat Boone here. You know, the markets are getting a little crazy, and now is the time to protect yourself from economic turmoil. Silver is in the headlines and creating a lot of excitement as the price of silver is very attractive compared to that of gold, of course. Call Swiss America for the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. See, today, silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by military, solar, and electric cars, which all depend on silver and can increase prices. So, to help you get started, Swiss America is offering beautiful United States walking Liberty half dollars, minted from 1916 to 1947, in 90% silver for a special introductory price. Limit of $250 per customer while supplies last, of course. So call or text the number on your screen to take advantage of this offer. Rediscover silver today.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump is back in Florida as the Sunshine State is becoming a shining example of local and state implementation of his border security and deportation efforts. A record 1,120 people accused of being in the country illegally were arrested this week in Florida. ICE is touting the arrests in this action-packed video that was posted online. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says his state's work with ICE and the Department of Homeland Security is working like a well-oiled machine.
You hear a lot about due process. We have tens of thousands of illegal aliens in Florida at a minimum that have already been issued final orders of removal, and there's hundreds of thousands of them throughout the United States of America. So they've had a lot of process. They've been ordered to be removed. They have not complied with those removal orders, and that's a very, very high priority for our state efforts to continue to identify those individuals and make sure that they're returned to their country of origin.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement reportedly has 517 agreements in place across 21 states, allowing local police to make immigration arrests and detain people for immigration violations. Dozens of additional agreements are coming down the pike. President Trump is at Mar-a-Lago, as I said, for a long weekend away from the White House. He made his way to Florida after addressing graduates at the University of Alabama, whom he calls the first graduating class of the golden age of America. The president delivered the commencement address Thursday evening during a special event in advance of today's graduation ceremonies at Alabama.
I think you have a chance to be the greatest generation in the history of our country because we're turning it around and you happen to be available. You're available. I'm absolutely confident that the Alabama class of 2025 is up to the task. Are you up to the task? You learned a lot about winning here at Alabama, and now we need you to help win for America.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, I want to tell you about America's greatest college. You know what it is? Hillsdale. Well, I love that. Give it up for Hillsdale College, everybody, right? It is charlieforhillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. We love partnering with the great Hillsdale College. In fact, our keynote tomorrow, either for lunch or dinner, I get my times confused, is Dr. Larry Arnn from the great Hillsdale College. So we are so excited that he's coming. You guys should take their online courses in their free 8-lecture series you'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn, as he goes in depth on 4 novels. 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 1930s and 40s, they're highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com. Maybe you read these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them, and maybe they seem intimidating. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com, CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com. America's greatest college, charlieforhillsdale.com. And just a reminder, all of their online courses are accessible to you at the online course. You could take their Constitution 101 course, their Federalist Papers course. You could take their Winston Churchill course, their Roman history course, and more. charlieforhillsdale.com. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Charlie, for having us. My name is Owen. I'm a student at Florida State University. Care, a lot about this movement.
And our Turning Point USA leader.
Yes, sir.
So
yes,
give
sir.
it up for Owen.
And thank you for coming to campus. Yes. Thank you for coming to campus in February. It was a ton of momentum. It was incredible. So I appreciate that. So obviously being in Florida, I work in state politics a lot, and it's a little messy right now on the conservative side, unfortunately. You got a lot of division between the governor and the legislature. You have division between Byron Donalds and Casey DeSantis. And, it's a shame because when conservative states are able to be unified, they can do really incredible things. So what would be your advice, I guess, to kind of mend these gaps and these difficulties and really, get us back out there? Because, if we're divided in 2026 and everything, that's going to have an avenue for Democrats to come in and pick up seats.
It's a really important question. So here's where we get to the tough stuff, right? There are, and this is to the wonderful point previously that we had offline, there are major fissures happening on the right currently, more so than I think that people realize or recognize. Leadership can solve a lot of these issues. In Florida, the problem is you have Byron Donalds, who's likely to be the next governor of Florida, and I hope he is. I'm a big Byron Donalds fan. And you have Ron DeSantis, who's not too happy about that, and so there's some infighting there. Let me be perfectly honest, guys. If the Republican House majority and the Republican Senate majority does not deliver on a lot of Trump's agenda, we're going to have huge problems. We're going to have a drop-off of voters that think that they can support a certain candidate and then all of a sudden believe, actually, we're not going to get what we voted for. There will be a huge drop-off and fallout. So what is the solution? Leadership. But how about our leaders should go do what they were elected to do? Like, what has Congress done these last couple of months? Okay, they're getting this reconciliation bill together. I mean, right? I mean, am I right to say, where is the energy? Where is the spirit? Trump is carrying the entire country on his back right now, him and his team. And I don't feel that kind of urgency from Congress right now. Now, I want to try to give them a little bit of time. I know that there's only so much you could do. The number one way to get votes is to actually do what you ran on. If you tell your voters and show them, hey, you told me to do this and I did this, they will vote for you again. And then more people will vote for you. And so in Congress right now, number one, I'm afraid we're not going to get the spending cuts that we need. This is a major thing that we need to keep the pressure on. I don't know about you. I'm not okay borrowing trillions of dollars a year, and I think it's a major problem. So that's number one. Number two, obviously, I think we're going to get the Trump tax cuts. But the third of which, and this is a really big problem, is are we going to get the funding for the border and for the deportation agents so that we can actually finish this job that President Trump was elected on?
Homan's asking for $175 billion, just so everybody's clear, like the price tag on the mass deportation.
And DOGE cuts are hopefully going to help a little bit, but Republicans in Congress are just as addicted to spending as Democrats. So to your question more precisely, if leaders start to deliver on what they said they're going to do, a lot of this infighting will stop. If we fall significantly short of the promises we made, we're going to have some big problems in the Republican Party.
And I want to say something just because I think I can say it and maybe Charlie can't. I'm actually a big fan of Ron DeSantis. That might get me in trouble with some people. Other people might like it. I was very supportive of him. I didn't think he should run for president. But I'm looking at this, and I genuinely cannot understand why Casey DeSantis is qualified to be the next governor of Florida. Like, what qualifies her other than being around the governor? So I don't understand this. It feels very weird to me that it feels like one of those big mega churches where the wife of the pastor is just like, I don't know. It's something's off there. Yeah, we love Byron. I think let this process play out. Obviously, that there was some back and forth with the legislature, especially on that immigration. I was getting calls on that left and right. DeSantis saying that this is the toughest in the country.
And look, DeSantis has done a lot of great in Florida, and I think that it would do him good to hand off the baton to Byron Donalds and do so gracefully and endorse him and stop the infighting. I think that's the right move. Thank you, man. Thanks for your great leadership. Thank you.
Hi, Charlie.
Hello.
I'm Heather, and I work at a non-traditional Bible-based school here in Orange County.
Phenomenal.
That still teaches phonics. But
that's what I'm talking about.
The high school students are in a government econ class as we speak right now. They're in session, so they're texting me some questions, and being juniors and seniors, their top questions are about college. So do you mind if I ask you 3 quick college
Really
questions?
quick. I want to try to get through this line.
They're super quick. First one, they know you didn't go to college, but if you did, what would you study?
I would have went to Hillsdale, and I would have done, I think they have a PPE, which is philosophy, politics, economics. I could be wrong, but they have some bundle of that.
Okay. And the second one is college still a waste of time if you love learning or just figuring out what to do with your life?
It's a great question. If you love learning, don't go to most colleges because it's not going to happen there. There are some colleges that are places of great learning. St. Andrews College, for example. I mean, Hillsdale being the one that I keep on repeating over and over again. Go to a great books college. But if you are a lifetime learner, you don't need to go to college to learn. I tried to embody that. You can read 100 books a year. You could listen to podcasts. You could take the online courses. If you love learning, you can also just do all the free stuff that is available. But if you want to do it rigorously, here's the problem, is that you think you're going to go to college and be intellectually challenged. You might be, but towards like absolute garbage, like postmodernism, deconstructionist, anti-Christian, anti-Western, which I'm okay with understanding what they believe. But 3 years of diving deep in that literature, that's like bad for the soul, for the record. I mean, it's not good for anybody. And so we live in a golden age of self-directed learning. And if you are a lifelong learner, you don't necessarily need to go to college to do that. But if you want to, make sure you choose a college that elevates good, true, and beautiful things.
Okay, and the last question is, what are your thoughts on the current lawsuit with Harvard and the Trump administration?
Well, I mean, first of all, I am glad that they're trying to defund Harvard. Why is Harvard getting billions of dollars a year when they're sitting on $55 billion themselves? And I mean, not only from their terrible Jew hatred to the previous question to many of their other elements, it is terrible what they've actually embodied and done. Beyond that, though, the biggest critique of Harvard, the easiest way to disassemble it, is they are in direct violation of the Supreme Court decision against affirmative action. Very simple. If I were to give the Trump administration advice, which I've attempted on this, but I think make it a single source complaint. We are not giving you money because you're violating the 14th Amendment and violating the Supreme Court, which is the Students for Fair Admissions case that says that you are actively discriminating against white and Asian students to accommodate black and Hispanic students based on the color of their skin. That is why we're not sending you money. And Harvard would collapse because we have the goods on them. They were the test case actually in the Supreme Court case. So I love the fact that we are pushing against Harvard because we want a meritocracy. And honestly, Harvard, go fund yourself, okay? Go raise your own money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I know what I was saying.
Hi, Charlie. I'm Ken from Florida.
Great to see you.
Thank you for your deep commitment to God and to our country.
And thank you for your wonderful gift. Are we allowed to talk about that? I don't know if we're not or not, but yeah.
All right, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear some comments from you on election reform. We hear a lot of it during elections. We haven't heard much lately. A question is it possible for President Trump to do a written demand to the states to change and be consistent with specific guidelines for elections to maintain their flow of income from the United States government to the states?
Yeah, so the question is about election integrity reform, right? So it needs to happen on a state-by-state basis. I'll be honest, Congress is not going to do this, unfortunately. Now, what President Trump can do, and what he is doing, is instructing certain U.S. attorneys to investigate widespread voting practices that are against federal law. The federal government has a lot of control over funds and can incentivize things, but okay, he's not a dictator, despite what the left says, so he has to be very prudent and careful. Where is the biggest fight when it comes to election integrity? I've done a lot of thinking about this, and I've done a lot of work in this. There is one thing that requires more attention than anything else: the voter rolls. Dirty voter rolls result in dirty elections. It is the original sin. So if we fail to clean up voter rolls, we fail to clean up who's on the voter rolls, then think about it. If you have voter rolls with a bunch of faulty, moved, or deceased voters, and they all get mail-in ballots, then you're creating the prerequisite for massive shenanigans and issues. So the problem needs to be cleaning up voter rolls. Tom Fitton is doing good work on this. What I would like to see, though, is the Department of Justice civilly suing these jurisdictions and these states to have them also clean up the voting rolls, because you would have the whole power of the federal government. That's where I think the best thrust and energy is. We should make it a 4-year goal to go after, to clean up the voter rolls in Colorado, to clean up the voter rolls in Illinois, to clean up the voter rolls in New York and California. I don't want to hypothesize or speculate too much, but I think dirty voter rolls give Democrats maybe a 1 to 2 point advantage, potentially, maybe more. And
depending on the state.
Depending on the state. And so why does that matter? So when you have a bunch of ballots out there that are not tied to human beings, well, Democrats have organized labor. They have a lot of people that then go scoop up these errant ballots, but they're actually real ballots. And that's where we're off. We're like, well, they're fake ballots. Well, they're fake people, but they're real ballots. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So the Secretary of State is sending out legitimate ballots. It's not like they're counterfeit, but they're not assigned to the name, and no one's checking signatures. And that's the other way that we could do this. On the laws of the books in most of these states, is signature verification. And it's never enforced. Signature verification, we have to go back to signature verification, which one of the main reasons why President Trump was able to win Georgia by so much in 2016 was robust signature verification. One of the reasons why it's now this battleground state is we don't check signatures anymore. Why? And this is another thing that why I'm so against all this CRT, hyper-racialization, DEI stuff. Because you're not allowed to check signatures in Georgia because it's racist. I'm not kidding. That's literally what the courts have said. You are not allowed to check signatures because it harms black people more than white people. Not an exaggeration. And so we need to challenge that. And finally, if we can get voter ID, that would be great. I'm not bullish on that. That would require Congress. Democrats know that when there are fewer protections on voting, they mysteriously do better. Let's just put that again. The fewer protections there are, they mysteriously are able to do better. So I put forward 5 or 6 ideas here just right now, and I will say to President Trump's credit, he's not lost sight on this, and I think he wants to reform our elections for good, and God bless him for that.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you for your great support. What do we have, guys?
Legacy Box.
I want to tell you guys about Legacy Box. Go to legacybox.com/Kirk. That's legacybox.com/Kirk. Right now, get 60% off Legacy Box Best Mother's Day sale ever. Buy today and send them when you're ready. Go to legacybox.com/Kirk to claim the special offer. That's 60% off for a limited time. That is legacybox.com/KIRK, legacybox.com/Kirk. An amazing way that you guys are able to save memories for future generations. Legacybox.com/Kirk. We're here live in beautiful San Diego. I want to get to all the questions. If we go a little bit over time, I think that's okay. So if you're in line, we'll get to all of you. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Letting everyone know socialism sucks. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to play a piece of tape here. You guys will see more of this throughout the weekend, but just a little taste of what you're going to see, and also those in the audience can see. Let's play cut 506.
In 2020, they said it couldn't be done.
Millennials are among the most democratic-leaning generation that we've ever seen.
Our generation has a streak of progressivism in it that doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon.
College campuses were hostile territory.
Did you just pull up and start eating the Constitution?
But in 2024, history was rewritten. Turning Point USA changed the game and caused the greatest generational culture shift since Woodstock.
That is true. And that's worth talking about. I got to give credit to Andrew. Andrew said that as kind of a one-liner last night, and we'll prove it to you. You are living through the greatest sudden realignment of a generation, unpredicted since Woodstock. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and subscribe to our podcast. That is the Charlie Kirk Show podcast page. I'm trying to find another good video we could play here. Let's say there's this one here. How about this one where he says tampons are DEI? Yeah, this guy. Have you seen this rocket scientist? This went Very viral on TikTok. This is something else. Play cut 363.
You literally said DEI is based on race when it's not. One part of DEI is literally giving women tampons or pads at work. Oh, yeah, you're laughing because you don't know that.
Giving women tampons is a form of DEI.
Yes, it is. You know why? Let me explain. Yeah, y'all know. I got you. I'm about to explain to you guys. So basically, her daughter, right? She decides to get a job, right? And unfortunately, it's that time of the month. She goes into the bathroom. Calm down. She goes into the bathroom. Stop. She's going into the bathroom.
You're losing the audience, man.
I don't care. I'm talking to you. So she goes into the bathroom, right? And she goes into the bathroom and gets a tampon or a pad that's been given from the job. That is DEI. That is literally, yes. Yeah. You don't know. That's great. Yes, because so in Executive Order 11246, they say that DEI is focusing on a safer environment and a more equitable environment within the workplace and the hiring process.
That is one of the most followed Democrat TikTokers out there. And so you wonder why we're winning young people. That's the best they have to offer. And so it's really something else. You guys could check out the TikTok Economic Impact, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. And we're going very, very viral in many more ways than one. I want to just add on one thing. Just, Andrew, can you talk about, and then we will get to all the questions in the overflow stream, the profound impact of Turning Point USA and how we've kept the energy going post-election?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's unparalleled in at least modern American political history, but probably throughout our entire history, that after an election, when we saw a movement like we saw in the fall semester and spring semester, by the way, that gets, this movement really sparked in spring. I'll never forget 2024 in the spring, we went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Charlie's sitting there, and hundreds and hundreds of students just start singing the national anthem spontaneously. And Charlie and I looked at each other, we're like, something is happening here.
That's true.
And so we decided, hey, if we keep the pressure on, who knows how far we can push this. And you saw this recently with the Youth Yale poll that showed that the youngest voters in our country, 18 to 21, are not just like leaning, they're not just like dipping their toe in the water. They favor Republicans by 11.7%. Can you imagine? 11.7%.
And not only that,
that's all.
Excluding the wonderful company in this audience, a lot more than baby boomers.
Baby boomers are going the wrong way.
Yep.
Gen Z's going the right way.
And so and it's just a remarkable thing that we're experiencing. Let's get to this question, and we'll answer it partially and then over the overflow thoroughly. Yes, sir.
Hey, Charlie. My name is Matt. I come from Scottsdale, Arizona.
Wonderful.
And my question's about the youth. You've built an incredible organization that helps youth from high school through college. But I'm seeing kids being introduced to complex ideas and, let's say, destructive ideas earlier and earlier, younger and younger. And kids are getting cell phones at the age of 8 to 10 years old these days. And so my question for you is, how do we capture and get that group earlier? And do you recognize it as a problem? And what do you think we can do about it?
Yeah, it is a problem. It's not one that we're going to be fixing by organizing. I mean, we're not going to start Turning Point Middle School, despite how many people want us to. The answer is in your question. What's shocking to me is that when I go to a shopping mall and 9-year-olds are coming up and asking me for selfies. Now that's new and it's horrifying. And I'm like, you should not know who I am. No, I mean, seriously, like, don't you have something else to do than know about, like, no, I love your college debates, they're amazing. And I'm like, okay, great, you're 9. Like, when I was 9, we were not watching videos all day long online. I mean, it's like and let's just be honest, like, this is lazy parenting. Parents don't want to parent their kids, they just give them these digital pacifiers. And they're like, here, go entertain yourself, go stare at a screen all day long. So we actually are, again, I'm in some ways a beneficiary of that because our audience has only grown because a lot of 8, 9, and 10-year-old young boys now look at us as role models, which is amazing. But I don't delight in the fact that I go to these shopping mall, grocery store, and it's hilarious. There might be a parent nearby, and the parent's like, who's that? Right? And the 9-year-old's like, you have no idea. Again, so the best answer I have for that is that our digital dominance is paying dividends. And better than them listening to Turning Point USA videos than listening to, I don't know, whatever propaganda that they're seeing on social media. But let's be honest, we have a much deeper structural problem if 8-year-olds are getting smartphones. I mean, that is, That's a bad, bad, bad trend. So I hope it stops. Thank you for that. All right, everybody, on radio and podcasting, Shabbat Shalom, as we always say. And then we are going to continue with the remainder of our questions here live from San Diego on the stream. God bless and subscribe to our podcast. We'll be right back in a second.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
Why was Mike Waltz let go?
So he wasn't let go. He is being made ambassador to the United Nations, which, of course, is a Senate-confirmed position. I think you can make a good argument that it's a promotion. But we brought Mike on to do some serious reforms of the National Security Council. He has done that. I like Mike. I think he's a great guy. He's got the trust of both me and the president. But we also thought that he'd make a better UN ambassador as we get beyond this stage of the reforms that we've made to the National Security Council. Look, I think the media wants to frame this as a firing. Donald Trump has fired a lot of people. He doesn't give them Senate-confirmed appointments afterwards.
President Trump is ready to unveil his big, beautiful budget tomorrow. The White House has given GOP leaders a list of wants after the president met with a group of lawmakers today.
Federal agents announced the biggest illegal immigration roundup in Florida's history. More than 1,100 people were arrested last week.
And Secretary Pete Hegseth directing the Secretary of the Army to cut wasteful spending. The Army is planning a sweeping transformation that will merge or close headquarters, dump outdated vehicles and aircraft, slash as many as 1,000 headquarters staff in the Pentagon, and shift personnel to units in the field.
Shein and Temu, these are two brands that made a name for themselves by being able to ship directly Chinese goods to U.S. households dirt cheap, really cheap. And so now you're seeing Shein raising prices and Temu putting the import tax right into your cart. This administration closed a loophole that allowed these low-dollar goods to be shipped directly to U.S. households.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily here live, Washington, D.C. Today is May 2nd, 2025, Anno Domini. The jobs report that came out today absolutely smashed expectations from Wall Street, especially the same Wall Street that I was told, oh my gosh, President Trump is going to destroy everything. The tariffs will never work. The tariffs, they are losing their minds. Do you hear how the tariffs are, the complication, the calculation of the tariffs wasn't good. It wasn't good. It wasn't set up right. Now, look at the jobs report. Came in tens of thousands, I think 40,000 or 50,000 more jobs than were expected by Wall Street. We are only on the cusp. This is the very beginning of the Trump job boom in America. Yeah, only 100 days is all it took for Trump's job boom to get launched. And analysts are scratching their heads. They're saying, well, I don't know what could happen. Why could it be that the tariffs would do that? I don't know. Well, I'm not sure, because maybe you could actually let the man cook. Just let the man cook. Also, by the way, not only did he stun Wall Street with these numbers, but what have we seen? Well, and thanks to Zero Hedge, they've got a chart up. Let's look at jobs that actually went to Americans rather than foreign-born workers. American-born workers up 1 million. Foreign-born workers down 410,000. Well, folks, that's what I voted for. So I'm going to take my I got what I voted for award and pin it right up to my wall next to the other several hundred of them. Look, there's a lot of people who didn't get this, and I'm just going to say, maybe you need to stop yapping and start listening. By the way, we're also tracking these reports. U.S. saying that they're now pulling out potentially of peace talks with Russia and Ukraine. However, I think that this might be another negotiation tactic. We'll see what actually takes place. This, of course, comes from Russia coming out and slamming the mineral deal that the U.S. and Ukraine signed a couple of days ago. We're going to keep an eye on that. And of course, we're in direct communication with members of the administration every day to figure out exactly what's going on so we can get the story to you, the American people. That's what you hear here every day. Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec. We'll be right back.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec here, back live, Human Events Daily. We are in Washington, D.C. It's a beautiful day in Washington, D.C., and it's an incredible day in America because President Trump's job numbers are stunning, absolutely stunning, Wall Street. And you know what? Sorry, the tariffs are working. Folks, President Trump has always put America first. He's securing our borders, he's strengthening our economy and standing up to global elites who would rather see us fall. And just like Trump is fighting to protect America's future, you should be fighting to protect your financial future too. And I want to welcome in everyone to hear this on the Salem Radio Network. While others are distracted, gold is quietly making history. It's hitting record highs. It's moving part of our savings into real physical assets like gold and silver. That doesn't depend on Wall Street. That's a smart move. Thinking about protecting your retirement is not enough. Taking action is. Roll over part of your IRA, 401k, TSP, or make a direct purchase of gold and silver today and enjoy the peace of mind that comes with it. I trust my partners at Allegiance Gold to make that process simple and secure for you. Call them now at 844-577-7676 or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676, protectwithposo.com, and get a free gold coin on qualified investment. America is worth protecting, and so is everything that you've worked for. Are very excited here on Human Events Daily today. We have a commissioner of the FCC actually joining us here on the program. So I've got to be extra careful that I stay within FCC guidelines today because we got to be careful, folks. We got to be careful. The hall monitor is here and they're going to be checking every single word that we say. Folks, it's Nate Symington. He's a commissioner of the FCC. Welcome to the program.
Delighted to be here. I think we got a lot of cool things to talk about today.
Well, Commissioner, I'd love if I could, and I know it's not exactly your lane, but I'd love to get your comment on this jobs report that's just come out, because I think it really is stunning. A lot of people out there who said, how can jobs be up this much given all of what we were told was a tumultuous stock market and a tumultuous economy over the last couple of weeks?
Right. Well, there's a famous saying that originated with Warren Buffett, that in the short term, the stock market is a voting machine, and in the long term, it's a weighing machine. So when you see a lot of volatility in the stock market, it's a sign that people aren't necessarily sure which way to jump. And it's worth remembering that lots of people on Wall Street make a lot of money, not on betting on the long-term valuations of the company, but instead betting on, for whatever company we're talking about, betting on a particular trading direction. So it's a little bit like if you're handicapping a sports spread or something like that. It's not necessarily important to win or lose. It's important to have an advantage over the spread, to be the smart money and to buy and sell your positions on that basis. So what we could look at is a lot of volatility causing people to shake money out of the system and get on the sidelines because they're just not sure how the strategies they've used for the last 5 years are going to succeed on a forward-looking basis. All of a sudden, maybe long-term valuation has become a bigger player than it had prior. So I'm not a finance professional, but that's my amateurish read from the sides, that at this point, the real economic numbers are going to be much, much more interesting than watching the stock ticker.
Well, I think that's exactly right. And I was kind of making a joke the other day when, there are some people I said, tell me how I know you bought NVIDIA high without you telling me you bought NVIDIA high. Like, I get it, all right? There are certain people that when certain policies are announced, they get very upset about that. But in this profession that we do, the question is, it's not about what affects us directly. It's about what's actually going on in the country. And this is something where, by the way, this idea of onshoring, this idea of providing jobs for the American people. This is exactly what President Trump campaigned on. And, I'm not trying to be a cheerleader here, but I'm pointing out, I'm calling balls and strikes. This is precisely what he said that he would get to work doing. Here we are at exactly 100 days in, and he's got a Trump job boom that is, by the way, it's not something that I'm predicating. It's something that's actually seen in the data. That's what's going on writ large across the country right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, there was a report recently that showed that 25% of Americans would be willing to work in manufacturing. The people who don't like the idea of manufacturing, perhaps they've never had anyone in their family who is involved with direct or primary production, and maybe they just have an email job, so for them it's not appealing, or they don't think it would be appealing. They looked at that number of 25% and said, "Wow, this proves that manufacturing will never find takers in the American workforce." Thing is, only 8% of Americans currently work in manufacturing. So my friends who do manufacturing were over the moon ecstatic, saying, look how many more people want to come work for us. So this is one of these things where it's very easy to misread the tea leaves from a comfortable berth at a DC desk. There are a lot of real Americans who have, perhaps they or their parents had real production jobs that were sources of pride and that were great options for them. And then when those went away, it's not as though they just sat around unemployed forever, but there's a certain amount of, part-time security guard, gig economy in there. I think there are a lot of people who want to get back to work. And as the United States, I think we've got a huge amount of capital that would love to employ them. It's just a matter of getting the parts right.
Well, and that's actually a great point that you bring up, though. People willing, but also there's a lot of people who don't necessarily have the training or the family experience, because a lot of these jobs, right, this is something that has been lost as we've moved our society more in search of these, elusive at the service sector jobs. I remember first time I heard about that when I was, I think still in college. And we're going to move to a service sector kind of. I said, what does that mean? Who are we serving? What are we producing? What are we actually making? And nobody can ever really explain that to you. And ultimately, it's because there's a hollowing of the society. There is no primary industry. This is something, of course, Vice President Vance talks about all the time, because he's literally lived it in a town where they once had a primary vector for their economic activity being factories, or in much of Appalachia, you see mining, of course. Coal mines, now, of course, drilling with fracking and the LNG fields in Lake Marcellus Shale out of Pennsylvania, where I'm from. But we really have lost a lot of this. At one point, it was generational knowledge. Now, I would even just say it's national knowledge of how to go into these types of fields. And this is going to become an issue as we move back towards it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, there's if you talk to people who work in, for example, electrical utilities, or if you talk to people who work in various trades, you'll often hear this question: I don't know where the next generation is coming from. I don't know where the continuity is. I know of at least one major engineering college that shut down its power engineering program a few years ago for lack of interest, which is too bad, because my son was considering going there to study that. But that sort of took that one off the table when we found out it had been shuttered. I guess I would say there is this discontinuity, and probably the form of manufacturing employment that we would look to see grow in the future would not precisely resemble the mass assembly line labor, I guess, media image or vibe that a lot of people have in their bones or just saw it on TV. It's not going to look like that, but it's going to look like something. And even in China, it doesn't look like that anymore. Not so much. There are sweatshops in China for sure. There are, people sitting at a sewing machine 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. But a lot of what we're talking about when we talk about Chinese advanced manufacturing, the kind of stuff we would like to make here, advanced batteries, weapon system components, to be sure, but also just something as simple as the BYD car. The things stopping us from making it here are usually not the quality of worker available. They're usually not even the technology, although there's some integration that we could be doing. It's as much as anything, folks, just capital systematic.
We're coming up on a quick break here. And I'd love if I can hold you over. So honored to have you on the program here today, because I think a big piece of this that we want to look at nationwide is China and what we can do to compete with China and hopefully, and I suspect we can, outcompete China. This is Jack Posobiec. You're listening to Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, and the Salem Radio Network. Right back. Quick break.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Do you have stains in your carpet that won't come out? You need Horsepower Bullshot, the all-new hands-free carpet cleaner and deodorizer. Just spray, and the stain and odor go away. Got pet messes? This black light shows a urine stain is gone in just seconds. The advanced foam action formula penetrates deep to emulsify and neutralize stains and odors. It erases blood stains, makeup, juice, coffee, and more. For older and tougher stains, just give it a little rub and watch as Bullshot works its magic. Red wine spills? They're no problem for Bullshot. And watch up close as burnt bacon grease stains are obliterated right before your very eyes. Get Horsepower Bullshot for only $19.99. But wait, due to rising costs, this may be your last chance to get yours. And there's a strict limit of 3 at this low, low price. So don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com. So call 1-800-690-6127 or visit buybullshot.com now.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice News Break. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you being here with us. It is more than 100 days into the Trump administration, and the president is now reshuffling his administration, specifically his closest advisors. He's moving National Security Advisor Mike Waltz from that position to the United Nations after nominating the former Florida congressman to be the next United States ambassador to the UN. For the time being, Secretary of State Marco Rubio will serve as Waltz's interim replacement. This is going to mark the first time since the 1970s that one person will serve both as Secretary of State and National Security Advisor. Both positions, by the way, are top administration assignments. Taking to Truth Social on Thursday, President Trump clearing up reports that Waltz was forced out of the White House following his part in the Signalgate controversy. Quote, from his time in uniform on the battlefield, in Congress, and as my National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz has worked hard to put our nation's interests first. I know he will do the same in his new role. Now to some economic news that's just in. The United States has added 177 jobs just from last month. It's a slight decrease from the month before, though. In fact, it's an increase from the 130,000 jobs that many economists had predicted, yet still a decline, as I said, from the previous month. The new numbers from the Labor Department of Labor Statistics, are among the first economic indicators since President Trump initiated his new tariff policies. The unemployment rate remains steady at 4.2%. Some industries, however, are already pulling back on expectations of widespread layoffs later this year. For instance, airlines are scaling back 2025 financial forecasts, citing uncertainty over spending on non-essential travel. Tariffs are being blamed for the move. That's a quick check of your headlines. As always, we appreciate you being along for the ride. We, of course, will have more headlines for you throughout the day and as we move into the weekend. In the meantime, keep it locked right here on Real America's Voice. For now, let's get you back to Human Events Daily.
Today, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, who's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live. Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, Salem Radio Network, welcoming in the third hour, the Charlie Kirk Show. We're here live with FCC Commissioner Nate Symington. And Commissioner, just when we left before, we were talking about China and we were talking about capacity. One of the things, as a prior Navy intelligence officer, I think a lot about shipbuilding. I actually do. I spend a lot. It might be a, kind of my nerdy hobby, but it is certainly something that I consider in terms of America's force projection, in terms of our ability to protect our merchant ships out on the open seas and freedom of navigation around the world, an increasingly tumultuous world. Anyone can see what's going on in the Red Sea and the Houthis right now as pertains to that. And yet we've fallen so far behind the Chinese on shipbuilding to the point of where I believe Vice President Vance said that we've only built something like 3 major ships in an entirety of all last year. This is something that falls directly in line with what you're talking about, isn't it?
It absolutely does. It absolutely does. Imagine going back to the United States of 1930, 1950, 1970, and saying one day China is going to build half the ships in the world. Japan and South Korea are going to split much of the difference. Italy will have a piece and the United States will have 0. But that's within, we build a few ships in the United States. There are some regulatory and other legal compliance reasons, but it's not the industry it used to be. The father of capitalism, Adam Smith, was identifying things that governments should be spending on, and one of his examples was the Navy, which makes sense for 18th century Britain. It seems funny to say that we're going to have military shipbuilding unless we have a comprehensive full stack of the associated civilian technologies and people with relevant civilian training to step in. It's very, very difficult to imagine a truly healthy Navy without some sort of strength in this area. And it's strange that, as you say, a Navy built to protect commerce internationally in an uncertain world. And, there's still piracy. There's a movie about it. I'm the captain now. It's funny that in a world like this, the United States has less presence in this area than the international guarantor of the seas would be expected to have. I guess just to put a pin in this one, with the key, when I'm saying advanced technologies to build the Navy, we need a steel industry for this that is truly healthy and flourishing, but we also need an advanced manufacturing sector that's capable of meeting the kinds of price points and capabilities that can only be acquired by long-standing industrial engagement outside of the normal military contracting process. I've heard from people working in this area that the South Koreans can do things in 2 days or a week that might take us 6 months or more to do. And they've developed that expertise painstakingly over time. And if the answer for us is that it's better to repair our ships there, well, that might be a good short-term answer. But as far as a long-term answer, it's obviously got to be development of American capability. Otherwise, we're not going to be up to our jobs of keeping the seas free.
And that's what it all comes down to. right? You know, you talk about these things, talk about Maersk, Alabama, right? We needed our ship to be able to perform that maneuver so that the Navy SEAL snipers from SEAL Team 6 could be able to get in place to deal with those Somalian pirates. And so, you know, it's one of these situations where, you know, these are old problems. These are actually, shipbuilding is one of the things that in many ways built the United States, even back when we were just the 13 colonies. These are not new industries at all. What's new is this idea through globalism that we didn't need these industries anymore, and that we could offshore them and then somehow just bring back the products here through the flow of capital. And it really isn't working. And this is why, for so many reasons, places like Plymouth, places like Portsmouth, places like Newport News, where so many incredible ships are built. This is why those areas have been built up so much, and there's so many jobs out there. Well, guess what? They're going to be lost, and those are going to be Groton up in Connecticut. I could just keep naming off places and areas where there's so much economic activity surrounding this, just from the military side, not to mention commercial. I'm from Philadelphia, by the way, where we've got effectively a mothballed shipyard that used to be one of the great job providers in the area. It was the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Commissioner, where could people go to track you? This was great. This was not what we planned on talking about at all, but sometimes it just works out that way. Where can people go to get more information from you?
Well, my @ is Symington FCC. So SIMINGTON FCC. And that's the same @ on Instagram, Twitter, and Truth Social. Just maybe one last closing comment on the ships. In Primary Colors, which came out in 91 or 92, the Clinton stand-in is already telling people in Portsmouth, you know, we're not going to be making ships anymore. The muscle jobs are going overseas, is I believe the phrase. So he's all but telling them learn to code. So this has been in the air for more than 30 years, and we've had plenty of lead time to deal with it. But, you know, the first step is admitting it.
First step is admitting you have a problem. We'll be right back here at Human Events Daily.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, it truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. President Trump is back in Florida right now as the Sunshine State is becoming a shining example of local and state implementation of his border security and deportation efforts. A record 1,122 people accused of being in the country illegally were arrested this week in Florida. ICE is touting the arrests in this action-packed video that was posted online. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says his state's work with ICE and the Department of Homeland Security is showing that this really can be a well-oiled machine.
You hear a lot about due process. We have tens of thousands of illegal aliens in Florida at a minimum that have already been issued final orders of removal, and there's hundreds of thousands of them throughout the United States of America. So they've had a lot of process. They've been ordered to be removed. They have not complied with those removal orders, and that's a very, very high priority for our state efforts to continue to identify those individuals and make sure that they're returned to their country of origin.
U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement reportedly has 517 agreements in place across 21 states, allowing local police to make immigration arrests and detain people for immigration violations. Dozens of additional agreements are coming down the pike. President Trump is back at Mar-a-Lago, as I said, for a long weekend away from the White House. He actually made his way to Florida after addressing graduates here at the University of Alabama, whom he calls the first graduating class of this golden age of America. The president delivered the commencement address Thursday during a special event in advance of today's graduation ceremonies at Alabama. By the way, President Trump is set to address graduating cadets at the U.S. Military Academy during this graduation season. We'll, of course, be covering that for you as well here on Real America's Voice. Well, that's going to do it for your headlines. As always, we appreciate you being here with us here on Real America's Voice and on Human Events Daily with Jack Posobiec. Now, let's get you back to the show.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live here, Washington, D.C. Another beautiful day in Washington, D.C. I'm glad it's good weather today because immediately after this, I'm going to a fun run, my kids, where they're going to throw paint on me, which be great. I'm really, really excited. I will be taking the jacket off for that. It's a fundraiser. I want to welcome in here the Salem Radio Network as well as the Real America's Voice audience and our next guest, the great Dr. Steve Turley. Dr. Turley, thanks so much for joining us back here on Human Events.
Oh, it's great to be back with you, Jack. Do I get to come and throw paint at you too?
You can come, but I'm gonna have my paintball gun there, so you better be ready.
Oh no! Oh, I'm gonna get it back. Oh, there you go. With my kind of courage,
I'll see some kids when I'm at Poso when I get the Titman A5 out. But Dr. Turley, I wanted to ask you, you know, what we've seen, and you and I were kind of tweeting the other day when Easter happened, that it seemed like from a variety of different signs that this Easter seemed like a bigger Easter. It's hard to say because Easter is always big. Of course, it's the biggest Christian, festival and holiday of the year, liturgically and theologically, of course. But there was more around this Easter. You saw the great King of Kings from Angel Studios, by the way, was breaking records at the box office. And then The Chosen was at the box office with like 3 other movies. I think there was another Christian themed movie that was at the box office. Meanwhile, Snow White went down in flames. Snow woke. What is going on right now? And are we experiencing a Christian revival?
We are. In a nutshell, we are. It's pretty astonishing stuff. Scholars call it retraditionalization, and it's really happening. We're seeing it in real time. I was following your X feed right around Easter weekend. You were on top of it all as usual. But yeah, I mean, the numbers don't lie. In France, there was a record-breaking 17,800 converts baptized across the country. This is 10,400 adult baptisms, 7,400 young people baptisms. This is between 11 and 17, all into the Catholic Church. And keep in mind, these are baptisms. So these are converts coming in. They've never been baptized before. 45% increase from this time last year in 2024. It wasn't just France. Belgium, baptisms were up 50% from this time last year. In London, in the Catholic Archdiocese of Westminster, there were a record number 500 converts who received into the church on Easter Vigil. That's a 24% increase from their previous highest, which was back in 2018. And this is, again, part of this stunning sort of surge, particularly in trad Catholic church membership in the UK. They're on course to surpass, and I bet you know this, Jack, they're on course to surpass the Anglican Church membership for the first time since Henry VIII, since the founding of the Anglican Church. And we saw some comparable numbers here in the United States. St. Patrick's. Yeah. It's stunning. It's stunning. 350 people were baptized.
Wait, does that mean, by the way, wait, Dr. Turley, I have to ask, does that mean we get all our abbeys and monasteries and churches back that the king and the crown confiscated from the Catholic Church? I think I'll have to wait on that one, I suppose.
Well, but bring your paintball gun. You may be able to get it, I think. Yeah. No, it's amazing stuff. I have to tell you, because what's going on here is just par for the course of what's happening all over the world. Scholars such as Rodney Stark of Baylor University, who just passed away a couple of years, he was calling it, what he was noticing over the last decade, the single greatest religious revival in the world we've actually ever seen. And it is turning the world more and more politically conservative. And it's this process known as retraditionalization, where more and more populations are pushing back against liberal globalism, against wokeness, by re-embracing nation, culture, custom, and tradition, most particularly their religious traditions, as mechanisms of resistance against the anti-cultural processes of liberal globalism and its secular aristocracy. And they're embracing, what's so cool about it, Jack, is they're embracing like real kind of classical traditionalist Christianity. They're attracted to the Latin Mass. We're seeing in my communion, the Orthodox communion, we've seen an 80% increase in converts since 2022, which was the highest number recorded post-pandemic. And you know, you and I were talking about this in Austin. It's being driven primarily by young men. Young men, more than anyone else, are coming into the church. Actually, for the very first time, we're finding that young men's faith commitment is larger than women's. So this was based on an American Enterprise Institute study of Gen Zers, 5,000 of them. So these are people born between 1997 and 2012. And in that survey, they asked you identify as religious or non-religious. About 40% of the women there described themselves as non-religious, but only about 30% of the men describe themselves as non-religious. That's unheard of. We've never seen that before. Researchers always find men more non-religious than women. Always. Any age cohort, you name it. Not with Gen Z. Gen Z looks like it's not just the most religious demographic that we have in terms of age. It may actually be the one representing where the men are returning, and they're turning to faith.
And this is amazing. And by the way, I'll say this with we see it at the Catholic Church, where if you go to churches now, it started in the Latin Rite churches, but now it's moved over even into the Novus Ordo. That's the ones that you'll see in English for those out there trying to follow up with all of our liturgical talk.
Latin, yeah, that's right.
That you will see the veils. The veils are coming back. And what's so interesting to me is that you see the veils coming back with women who are sort of, over 60, but also the women under 30. The women under 30 are coming in veils. And you're seeing they will kneel, but full kneel before they go for communion, and kneel and no communion on the hand, actually communion on the tongue. And what does that mean? That, basically that is the more traditional way. I am not worthy. This is the body of Christ. And again, these are these outward implements that we can all see to realize that what's going on is, and I think, and I'll ask your take on it as well, but I imagine it's similar, that what's going on is that we've lived in such a secular atheistic world. It's like, guys, the atheists, you've had your shot. You had your shot and it completely failed. I said it yesterday on the program. COVID was your shining moment in the mud, and people realize that we can't go on like this anymore. And so they're grasping for some sort of traditional meaning. They want to snap all the way back as far as they can go. And that's why they're going back where? To the most traditional forms of worship that we have available, those available in the traditional rites of the Catholic Church and in the Orthodox Church. That's why they're looking for that. They don't want the woke modernist, kind of stuff. I mean, and I was at that
contemporary
prayer service with the female bishop that President Trump and JD Vance, and she starts yelling at them and go. I was sitting a couple pews behind them with my brother, and just. She's going off about illegal aliens and you shouldn't do that. Everyone's kind of looking at each other like, what did we get ourselves into? And pull their tax exempt status along with Harvard's, by the way. But do you think that's what it is? Are people searching for meaning and they want the fullest meaning they can find?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Yeah, what you found yourself in is something called Episcopalianism, and
yes,
you should listen to Tucker talk about it. Being an Episcopalian, it's quite the fun stories there. I think you're absolutely right. There's a theorist, a cyclical theorist, very much like Fourth Turning, but at a bigger, like civilizational level, by the name of Peterum Sorokin. He's the American-Russian sociologist. He founded the sociology department at Harvard back in the 1930s. And that's you pretty much summed up his argument. His argument in a nutshell is that all civilization is rooted in religion, classic ancient religion. All civilization is rooted in religion because religion provides those sacred frames of reference that give constant renewal to society. Society is always breaking down in some way, shape, or form. It needs to find sort of like a fountain of youth to constantly rejuvenate itself. And that's what religion traditionally provided. And then he recognized that every society has a secular element to it. You got to learn you got to mow the lawn, you got to do your accounting, you got to cook the meals and blah, blah, blah. So he just saw the secular as just the mundane, everyday sort of stuff. But the secular was always, in some way, shape, or form, an embodiment of the sacred, of the eternal, of the religious. He theorized that virtually every society at some point goes on a prodigal journey where the secular sort of breaks off from the sacred and says, I got this, I don't need you no more, kind of thing. So it breaks off from the sacred and tries to do its own thing for a while. But it inevitably ends up collapsing because it doesn't have those eternal sources of renewal that you get only with the religious sacred. So it ends up inevitably collapsing. I love how you said it, like in the sense of COVID in many ways, I think was the most stark moment where we recognize, is this what we signed up for? The sterile, ugly, sort of tyrannical, despotic nonsense? Is this what so it starts to rot. But what Sorokin, this is the cyclical part, pointed out, Sorokin noted that rot actually turned more into a compost. And then the religious seeds are still there to blossom again. And they're still there because they really are eternal. They really are an eternal point of renewal. We may leave them, these eternal seeds, but it doesn't leave us. And so when we rot, when we come back on our prodigal journey, all of a sudden you'll inevitably see another springtide of religious renewal. It's a beautiful cyclical picture.
This is why, by the way, that when the communists come to power in any country, anywhere, and the revolutionaries, what's the first group they go after? Well, they try to root out those seeds. That's exactly who they target, because they realize that there cannot be a competing religion to their religion. And so what do? They target the priests, they target the nuns, they target the clergy. And we saw this from Spain to Russia to France to China, and even the religious there, the monks, and they wipe them out completely until, or in some cases, they are stopped. By the way, happy Franco Friday. This is Jack Posobiec. You're listening to Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice, and Salem Radio Network. Along with Dr. Steve Turley. We'll be right back.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new pocket hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new pocket pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot pocket hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff and less flexible? Do you have trouble sleeping? Are you less active than you once were? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System that combines the incredible effects of vibrational therapy, targeted deep tissue shiatsu massage, plus soothing infrared heat. A triple fusion of therapeutic experiences delivering health-boosting treatments to your body. Full-body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation, bringing relief to joints and muscles and reducing inflammation while supporting your overall mobility. Look at these beads moving from the powerful vibrational motors.
It's amazing. It's like 1,000 little fingers just vibrating my body from head to toe.
Infrared heat penetrates deep to relax and soothe your body, reducing joint pain and stiffness and increasing circulation.
Remedy gets in there and helps deal with the source of the pain, so you feel much better.
The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 infrared heated nodes is designed to mimic a professional massage specialist's hand kneading and working tight muscles in just the right way to bring maximum relief and pleasure. It is even detachable, allowing you to get a deep tissue relief in your upper and lower back, neck and shoulders, feet, calves, or anywhere on your body.
I can't even describe to you the feeling. It's just something that you're gonna have to feel for yourself.
Call or go online now to receive the Remedy Massage System. Your system includes the Zero-G memory foam layer, the vibrational infrared and ultra shiatsu therapies, the removable shiatsu pillow, remote control, and a convenient carry bag free. Just one massage visit can cost almost $100, but you can own the Remedy Massage System and have as many therapeutic treatments as you want. The sooner you order, the sooner you can experience the true remedy for your pain, stiffness, and stress. Call now.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
Now, a remarkable shift happening in American public life. Ever since the baby boomer generation, surveys have shown women are more religious than men, but not anymore. 2 new surveys show Gen Z men are more likely to claim religious affiliation and even attend church than their female counterparts. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent and NBC News Now daily anchor Morgan Radford for a closer look at this trend and what it means, even politically, Morgan.
Mika, great question. It has a lot of political implications, especially if you sort of look down in the decades to come. But it's a trend that America's religious leaders have been paying attention to, but it's also something that a growing number of political groups are tracking, since this shift toward religion is happening at the very same time that we're also seeing more young men lean conservative on a number of social issues.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec here. We are back live for the third hour of the Charlie Kirk Show on the Salem Radio Network, as well as Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. We're on with Dr. Steve Turley, the host of Turley Talks and the author of Fight. The new book, you should go and get it and check it out. It explains so much about what's going on right now and what you can do about it. And we're talking about this religious revival. And, you know, we were just talking in the last segment about how this is also, by the way, coming up in political results. You see it in election results. There's this election in Canada that, yes, it went to the Liberals. But when you break it out by age, guess what? It's only the 55 plus that voted for the Liberals. Every other age demographic under 55 voted for the Conservatives. This is a complete inversion of what we thought would happen with politics. And so what is it? Do you believe that this is also something that's driving this, Dr. Turley?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm laughing because we were talking before the break. There's a large book, it's about 400 pages, two British authors, called The Cultural Backlash. And it's been widely known as the Cultural Backlash thesis. I think it was published in 2018, 2019. And it basically made the argument that, yeah, Trump has won. This is back in 2016. Yeah, we're seeing the nationalist populists rise all over Europe. Yeah. But don't worry, those are just a bunch of old white men who are threatened by this new, beautiful multicultural progressivism that's awakening all around them. And they're just doing their Archie Bunker thing, but they're all going to die out. And within 10 years or so, this world is going to be this happy, clappy, woke place. And the reason why that is so absurd is because it's the exact opposite in the end. It's actually the boomers. Sorry, Xers aren't that much better per se. I'm an Xer technically, but really the boomers are kind of they're the hangover, as it were. They're the lag of an old world, a liberal, industrial, modernist world that really came to the fore in 1991 with the fall of the Soviet Union. And then we became kind of the unipolar. We became a unipolar world with the United States at the head and kind of neocon philosophy saying we basically rule the world. We rule it politically. We rule it economically. We rule it militarily. And that world, that concept of just these structures, the WTO and the IMF, managing world order, the rules-based order, where you put all this trust in those institutions and in universities and science because they're all rational and objective. That world is dead. I mean, it is dead in the hearts, certainly in the hearts and minds of people under the age, I would say, of 50. And it still lives on. There is the lag. It's still there, no question. But I think politically, it's really only living in the memories of voters who are probably 60 and up, who still have a lot of trust in those institutions, who still believe, when they're hearing things from the CDC or the WHO, I better listen to that kind of stuff. They still believe in that. And they see the new nationalist populist movements around the world as fascist and Nazi and dangerous and, white supremacists and Christian nationalists and so forth. And when in point of fact, all it is, it's another world that's rising. It's another world order that's rising. What is it? Nation, culture, custom, tradition. It's civilizationalism. So it's a world where civilization is rising together with the ancient religions so as to create a new world that is far more conservative, but I would argue as well, far more free, because it breaks through those managerial institutions that function as a one-size-fits-all top-down rule.
That's an incredible way of looking at it. The rise and the return, perhaps, of Western civilization, because we see Eastern civilization being absolutely resurgent right now on the world stage. You see it with Russia, which of course is an ancient civilization. You see it with India. You see it with China. Certainly, these have been around for thousands of years. So who are we as the West? And I think we've been sort of going through this national and civilizational question for quite some time. And, you know, it's making us question some of the shibboleths and the taboos that and the values that we've been holding up over the last 30 years, and realizing that perhaps that was a singular moment in global history that's never going to come back again. And so we have to remember who we are. Dr. Turley, we're all out of time. Where can people go to follow you and get the book?
Oh, you could just punch my name, Dr. Steve Turley, into YouTube or Rumble. You'll find my channel there, and just go to Amazon to grab the book, Fight: How Trump and the MAGA Movement Are Changing the World.
Amen. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching, even moving better.
Nature's Blend works because it's freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, they all get right into your dog's body.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
For a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. No matter how hard you try, it always comes out stuck on and dry. Until now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker.
It's the easiest way to make fluffy, delicious rice every time.
Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
White, brown, jasmine, pilaf, basmati, even sushi rice, all cooked just right. The secret is perfect cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
Rice Robot's so smart it won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
Watch this. Add rice, water, olive oil, salt, 1 large tomato in the center. Click it, cook it, and look, amazing Mediterranean rice that's just bursting with flavor. But how about an egg fried chicken rice meal for the whole family in just minutes? And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. For a healthier choice, make quinoa, couscous, or cauliflower rice. Throw in turkey, rice, vegetables, potatoes, broth, and bring leftovers back to life. Elevate your party with a melty queso spinach or a s'mores dessert dip. Rice Robot is perfect for apartments, dorm rooms, and RVs. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Call or go online now and get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1-2-3 recipe guide, all for the special TV discount price of just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-575-5956 or go to buyricerobot.com. So call 1-800-575-5956 or order online at buyricerobot.com today.
Are you having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces? Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Nano hearing aids are now offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Call now and get 2 CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. And if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.